going with this?
Yes. Sorry, but do you want to keep going?
No, if you get my gist.
I do. I'm going to talk more about the history of slavery and indentured servitude later in this document, and maybe we can have a more fuller conversation about that.
And I wasn't looking to tailor it specifically
Yes.
that, but just as far as there are some people that the constitutions are a living, breathing document, or those that feel that it should be literally interpreted. Okay. Thank you.
And one thing to keep in the back, when we look at a document, our Constitution, one of the things that to look at in constitutional construction is what was happening at the time that the language was put into the Constitution. But we'll get to that. I have more information on this in the summary document.
Thank you.
So this language in Article 1 has only changed 3 times since 1777. Here, there's a link to a history of amendments to our Vermont Constitution, if you want to take a look at it real quick. Hold on. Here it is. So here we have the original language. Here's what it used to look like, if you want to compare. It started out in 1777 by saying that all men are born equally free and independent. Now we use persons. We'll get to that in a minute. And then provided our rights, acquiring, possessing, and protecting property, enjoying, defending life and liberty, pursuing and obtaining happiness and safety. That language hasn't changed. But the language regarding slavery and indentured servitude has changed. The original language used to say, therefore, no male person born in this country or brought over from sea ought to be holden by law to serve any person as a servant, slave, or apprentice after he arrives to the age of 21 years, nor female in like manner after she arrives to the age of 18 years, unless they're bound by their own consent after they arrive to such age, or bound by law for the payments of debts, damages, fines, or costs, or the like. So you see how it started out. There was a difference in age between men and women. In our second Constitution, the 1786, there was no change to this language. In the 1793 Constitution, there was just a slight change in the punctuation with the therefore, making it all one sentence. And then after the 1924 amendment to our Constitution, which came after women were granted the right to vote, the language changed to just say, therefore, no person born in this country ought to be brought over from sea, held by law to serve a person as a servant, slave, or apprentice after he arrives to the age of 21 years. So it eliminated the distinction in ages between men and women to say people generally can't be held as servants, slaves, or apprentice after they arrive to the age of 21. And then finally in 1994, the Supreme Court justices revised it to make that language gender neutral. So now we just have the all people language, maintaining that 21-year age qualification. Rob?
If they went, did I read that right? They addressed some of that in 94?
So 1994 was the requirement that the Vermont Supreme Court justices revise the entirety of the Vermont Constitution to make it in gender neutral language or gender inclusive. So they went to the Constitution, and wherever it said he, they would make it a gender neutral.
Purpose,
yes.
As opposed to, okay. Sorry.
And it was not for, specifically the language in our Constitution says it's not for any substantive change. It was only to make those gender neutral changes. So that 94 amendment was not substantive.
Okay.
So that's a summary of how that language has changed. Then we get to the 13th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, because this law always reigns supreme. Our 13th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution was ratified in 1865. The 13th Amendment provides that neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as a punishment for crime whereof the party shall have been duly convicted, shall exist within the United States or any place subject to this jurisdiction. I want to highlight that term, involuntary servitude, versus what our Article 1 uses now, which talks about being a servant, slave, or apprentice. And the language, proposed language of your proposal, oh, I'm losing my tabs. Jim? Sorry. I'm joking. Sorry, one sec. The language of your proposed amendment is to say indentured servitude in any form is prohibited. I think there's an important difference between those two terms, involuntary servitude and indentured servitude. The court, U.S. Supreme Court in 1988 discussed that not all labor that's compelled by physical coercion or force of law violate the 13th Amendment. The U.S. Supreme Court has stated by its terms, the 13th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution excludes involuntary servitude imposed as a legal punishment for a crime. For example, if you're required to serve, for example, in jail, you're really not, anytime not going there voluntarily, you're involuntarily serving. The court has also stated that the prohibition against involuntary servitude in the 13th Amendment doesn't prevent a state or the federal government from compelling their citizens by threat of criminal sanction to perform certain civic duties, like upholding jury service, military service, or road work. So I think there's an important distinction between involuntary servitude generally and the language that is being proposed in Proposal 2, which is indentured servitude. And we'll get back to indentured servitude in a moment and talk about the historical use of indentured servitude at the time, or how indentured servitude was actually used in practice in the late 1700s and 1800s. This summary also goes over the history, very briefly, the history of slavery in Vermont. There's an 1802 Vermont Supreme Court case that you have access to here that's been cited as a contemporary statement that Article 1 prohibited all forms of slavery. In that case, the Vermont Supreme Court stated our state constitutions express no inhabitant of the state can hold a slave. However, on the flip side, in testimony, this case has also been criticized since it was in regard specifically to a Supreme Court justice's responsibility regarding a woman who once enslaved. Also, just historical research, if you poke around, you can find that while the Vermont Constitution specifically prohibited slavery, people of color were enslaved in the state during the time, even though we had that language in our Vermont Constitution. Although I also have found in 1820, a Vermont governor's address also lamented Vermont not doing more to advocate against allowing another state into the Union without a provision in its constitution restricting the power of enslaving a part of the human family. So there was the message in our Constitution and overall our public officials' statements on slavery at the time, but in practice it does seem that slavery did continue for people in this state while we had that language. Now let's get to indentured servitude. Getting back to that language in the Vermont Constitution that has that age qualification, that people can't be held as a servant, slave, or apprentice after they reach the age of 21 years. While we had that, the Vermont Supreme Court in 1837 appeared to acknowledge, at least in my reading, that a Vermont Constitution provided an age-based restriction on indentured servitude when it was adjudicating an estate case. The language in that case said that girls being more than 18 years of age could not by our law be treated as infants or minors. At common law, males and females were upon equal footing in this respect. But that section of the Bill of Rights in the Constitution of this state, which declares involuntary servitude illegal and not allowable after males arrived at the age of 21 and females at the age of 18, has always been considered fixing the age of majority of females at 18. And this was a contemporaneous construction with the adoption of the Constitution. So in that reading, it seems to acknowledge that there was indentured servitude for minors who didn't reach the age of majority, which at the time in 1837, for females was 18 and males at 21. And this is consistent with some of the research that Professor Teachout provided to you on indentured servitude. He provided this handout to you that went through, he provided his own testimony on this issue, but then he actually provided, here's some ads for workers, for indentured servants. Here's a contract for indentured servitude. This is for minors. Apprentices. Here's actually a form book that he found from 1847 that presented contracts for minors to perform indentured servitude there. And you can look back at the history that he provided about this, where people were actually, if you wanted to come over to the U.S., you could come over on this contract that you would be working for somebody, but our Constitution then said after you reached the age of majority, you couldn't be bound to that indentured servitude. So I think that's why there's a specific, a definite choice to not use the overall term involuntary servitude, which could include things like jury service. If you don't want to go there, you're being required involuntarily to serve, versus the indentured servitude, which was the term, referencing the term at the time of what was actually happening with minors who were forced to work. And there were even contracts for that work, while our Constitution had that language saying that after a certain age you couldn't be required to serve any person as a servant, slave, or apprentice. I'm trying to get back to the actual doc. For some reason I can't find it. I'm gonna have to brush up on my IT. That was an overview of what I wanted to review with you, Madam Chair, but is there anything that I didn't address that you want me to discuss?
Questions, committee?
Jim?
So from a practical standpoint, we don't allow slavery any age. So not changing the Constitution does not change the law in Vermont.
That's correct.
Conversely, changing it, is there anything that would, as a consequence, change practice or law in Vermont today?
To not change it?
To change
To
it?
change it? With this language, I don't think so.
Okay, so you mentioned
It's
jury
substantive.
service.
Correct. Yes. And to emphasize what I was saying, by the use of the phrase indentured servitude, that's really discussing people being indentured servants, having to work under contract against their will, under that historical phrase indentured servitude as it was known as it had been used at the time of this language when it was originally enacted.
So, but making this change wouldn't impact, call to jury duty. If the draft was reinstituted, Vermonters could still be drafted. So none of that. So this is really a perception and how one looks at it, and I get it that it might, be interpreted that at one time we allowed slavery under certain conditions or indentured service, and the amendment would perhaps change that
Perception.
perception.
Yes.
Okay.
The Vermont Supreme Court is the final interpreter of the Constitution.
Yeah.
So I know it is my belief from my handling of this and from all of the testimony to date that this is not supposed to have any sort of effect on current practice. It is not intended, as I have understood all of the testimony to date, and my understanding of this is that it is not meant to have any impact on things like jury service or require a draft or incarceration of people when they've been adjudicated of a crime.
Okay.
I can never say with certainty what the Vermont Supreme Court would, how the Vermont Supreme Court would adjudicate this, but there has been no indication from any of the testimony to date that it would have any substantive impact on the law as it currently stands.
Okay, so let me pursue this a little bit. When we held a public hearing last spring, there was one witness, I believe, that suggested that there be no reference to slavery. Just strike that section. And I understand that point of view as well, that it's kind of a reminder, of the past that was in place at one time. But if we struck it, would there be any practical or real, not that we can, but if the Senate gave us another option, if we struck that section, would there be any practical or real action as a result in Vermont today, Vermont law?
No.
Okay. So our choices are to adopt it as is, in which case there's really no change, or ask the Senate to give us another one and just take it all out and there'd be no change.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Also, just want to mention, going back to court interpretation, is that we've got our Vermont Supreme Court and we've got our U.S. Supreme Court. And just to reiterate, that U.S. Supreme Court case that made clear that the state and federal governments can still be compelled to be required to compel their citizens to perform certain duties. I just wanted to emphasize that our U.S. Supreme Court has already made that statement.
Any other questions for Betsy Ann?
Just going back to that, our prior question there, as far as the literal interpretation. So let's just say hypothetically, and this is clearly a hypothetical, but if somebody had a person that was in indentured servitude, under a male, under 21 now, could they literally point to that language and say it's legal
No,
in today's?
we have that it would be a crime to hold someone against their will, to perform labor against their will, unless it was incarceration or a jury service or something.
Even though that the Constitution appears to say that. In other words, I mean, it's very clear that it's illegal and it's not, it's immoral, all the other stuff, but why not to the literal interpretation of the language?
No, I don't think so. By the 13th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, it provides neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as a punishment for crime where the party has been duly convicted, shall exist in the U.S. or any place.
And that
within the
supersedes
jurisdiction.
our...
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
U.S. law always controls. Thank you.
Any other questions for Betsy Ann? Who knows this frontward and backward and is able to answer all sorts of questions. And I very much appreciate your thorough review for us
Thanks.
of these various documents. I would love to take a few minutes here to offer time for questions, discussion amongst the committee, so that we can decide what we need to do in advance of an anticipated vote on this on Friday. So if anyone has questions, concerns, suggestions, requests, or if you've already formed your opinion about what we're looking at in Proposition 2, open up the floor. Jim, and then I see Rob sort of looking like he wants to say something.
I'm trying to block
Maybe
him.
we can just go, maybe we can just go around the table, starting with Jim.
I have absolutely no problem with making the change, and I will support the issue if that's what we vote on. curious if you can, and it may be unfair for you to characterize it, but there was at least one dissenter in this on the proposal because that senator felt that changed the historical look back of our Constitution. Would you?
I'm
No.
not the
Okay.
person to
All
address
right.
that.
That's fine.
Mhm.
I mean,
Thank you.
no, but it sounded like
Let me see.
Professor Teachout initially had that same perspective, but then came around as he listened to more opinions and testimony on the change,
So,
characterizing what he said
I
to us.
believe that's accurate.
I just, changing the Constitution is a big deal. And while this on the surface seems straightforward and a positive thing to do, given that people can interpret that we allow certain things at one time, it may be worth, I think it was Senator McCormick, giving him just a couple minutes of why did he oppose it? I mean, it's not easy to be 1 out of 30 or 1 out of 150 to vote differently on something. I would just maybe informative, that's all. I'm not saying it would change anything.
Ralph?
I'm totally fine with the way that it is.
Mike?
I agree. I'm ready to vote and put this on.
Okay.
Once again,
Vote right now. Throw them under the bus.
Marcia, questions, concerns, more information you need?
Just a question, and I'm perfectly fine with this also, but some people, constituents have said that the word slavery should be removed entirely. It should not even be present in the Constitution, Vermont's Constitution. So I wonder why, when this was written, it was included. Can you give us any?
I really hesitate to try to pass on other people's
I
perception.
understand.
Yeah.
Didn't Professor Teachout talk about that during his presentation?
If anyone can shed light on that, I'd appreciate it.
I don't know if his presentation was also written, but I think he did present written testimony.
He did.
Might be in-
Nelson?
Yeah, I think his main point was that he thought something would be lost in history by making changes, but I think in the end, he turned around and felt that it wouldn't be. And my personal belief is the way data is kept today and stuff, nothing's lost in history. What ends up is you're changing history. You're making history by making the changes. And I think that's what we're here for, is to do the correct thing. And if this is the correct thing, we should be voting for it.
I do understand that. I'm just asking about the one word slavery, not the concept that's trying to be achieved here.
Yeah, and his concern was that you're going to erase that, which,
And it has, that word has a history.
yes.
Thank you.
John, thoughts, questions, concerns, opinions?
No, I'm ready to vote. I think with respect to keeping slavery and indentured servitude in the Constitution, as this proposal would do, reminds us of our history. I think it's important to remember the history of this country. That, slavery and indentured servitude existed in Vermont and the country into the 19th century. I don't think we want to forget that. Or, people. Now, we're sensitive to that issue, but, people 100 years from now, because this is a living document, and that's important, that people may forget our discussions here. The only thing they'll have to go on is the Constitution.
JP?
totally in favor of it, as proposed.
We'll skip over the empty chair. Hal?
Sure. I think this is an important language change in our Constitution, and for some of the reasons that John just stated. And I think it's equally important that we have clarity that once and hopefully forever, we have drawn the line as a state that, as we claim to be a state that didn't allow slavery. It's just not ambiguous anymore. And if we're going to really deal with institutional racism, we have to have a foundation in our Constitution that takes us in a different direction. So I think this is an important step for hopefully dealing with that issue as well.
Nelson?
I'm ready to vote.
Excellent. So we will have our committee agenda reflect that Friday morning after the floor. We'll come back to this. And in the meantime, if you want to track down the lone senator and have a conversation with him,
Yeah. I
not,
just
not hearing a great cry.
I support the amendment, and it actually may be a good compromise between taking it out altogether and those who want to preserve some sense of history in our Constitution. I'm totally fine. I take our responsibility very, very seriously anytime we amend the Constitution. A law we can pass and change next year, but not the Constitution. So he had a perspective. Quite frankly, I wouldn't have expected him to have that perspective, but he did. Maybe there's nothing to be gained. I don't know. I just throw it out there. That's all.
All right. We will come back to this on Friday.
Okay.
Thank you, Betsy.
Thanks.
Greetings and welcome to Montpelier Connection. This is the show on BCTV that helps bring our work in the legislature back here to Windham County. And we want to thank BCTV for helping make that work more accessible to you. It's getting close to the holidays, getting close to the new year, so we are getting ready for the 2020 legislative session. As you know, Vermont has a part-time legislature from January to May, so during that condensed period of time, we have to do all our work for the year. As we look at the session to come, today's guest is Senator Jeanette White.
Hi.
Thanks for coming, Jeanette.
Thank you for inviting me.
And thank you for all your service, going back to the Select Board in Putney
Right.
and working your way up to here you are representing us in the Senate.
I don't know if I would say working my way up.
Well,
I would say someplace different.
yep, good.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate you taking the time here because I know, like most of us, you work another job
Yep.
and you've been working a lot at Brattleboro Housing because they've had somebody out sick.
Right, and I'm not really an employee.
Yeah.
They just hire me to do special projects and
Yeah.
cover when somebody is gone. And
Yeah. But
it's-
like most
yeah.
of us, we work in the off session, and so it's
Yeah.
still a busy time for us.
Yeah.
Now you're on two committees,
I am.
as all senators are, because there's only 30 senators and there's
Mm-hmm.
150 House members. So you're chair of Senate Government Operations, and then
Yes.
you're also on the Judiciary Committee. Looking ahead, what's on the agenda for Senate Government Operations?
Well, I think that there probably isn't anything around elections this year necessarily. We've done a lot in the past around automatic voter registration.
Yeah.
When you renew your driver's license, you can register online now. You can go to your town clerk's office, same day voting. And so we've done a lot, made a lot of changes lately.
Yeah.
And I don't think there's any kind of major change going to happen this year. But I should say that one of the things that we've been looking at, and that the Secretary of State, Jim Condos, has been very up on, is cybersecurity of our elections
Yeah.
systems. And he is part of a national Secretary of State's group, and Vermont is leading in that, and the town clerks are all getting trained on it, and I think our systems are pretty impenetrable.
And we still have a paper trail.
We do.
Yeah.
We do. By law, we are required to always have a paper trail
Yeah.
in elections.
Yeah. Other states don't, but they're starting to look at that
Yeah.
to make sure they have that record of how people actually voted.
Right.
So, in the last election, there's been a lot of publicity about the Russians
Yeah.
and their attempt to influence our political discourse, but they weren't able to really get into any election data, were they?
No,
Yeah.
no, I think it was more social media and telling
it-
people that polls weren't open and that they couldn't vote, and if you
Yeah.
didn't vote today, it was that
Yeah,
kind of thing. I don't know in some states if they were able to. I don't
Yeah.
know at all, but in Vermont they couldn't, and it's really hard to do it here because we have 250 clerks
Yeah.
that are the keepers of the elections in their towns.
So there's not a big concern that we're susceptible to an
Not with
foreign
our
player.
No, not with our election systems. And I think the same is true in the Secretary of State's office. He's done a great job on the the incorporation, the business section where people file all their papers of incorporation.
Yeah.
And vital records, we've tightened that up a lot.
Yeah.
So,
Now, in regard to records,
oh yes.
there has been some controversy in the news lately about policies around public records and who can get them and whether they should pay for them or
Right.
not. Can you shed a little light on that?
Well, I think there's some misunderstanding, and I read the case, and there was a dissent. It wasn't a unanimous decision, and I believe that. So the way public records request works, you go in and you ask for public records. If the agency that you're asking from has to spend more than half an hour either finding it or putting it together or redacting personal information, because a lot of that has to be redacted. You can't give out people's social security numbers and home addresses and stuff. If you spend more than half an hour, then the statute said that you can charge for that. And there's a what do you call it, chart that says if it's this level person, you can charge this much, and if it's the governor that's doing it, you can charge more. But I think there was a misunderstanding. The Supreme Court felt that the statute was not clear, and so you could only charge if people were asking to make copies, and regardless of how much time the agency spent preparing it. You couldn't charge if they only wanted to look at it. And so now looking at it, you can go in with your phone and look at it and take a picture. And what the Attorney General said is that we're not gonna allow you to take pictures because we had to spend all the time preparing it. So we'll try and clear that up this year. I think that from my remembering of what we did before, that this was just maybe the statute wasn't clear enough, or so.
And that's the way the process works. We
Yeah.
we put a law together, and then some things come up that they might not seem to be have thought of beforehand. So we go back and we look at it again.
And there are issues around public records. What is a public record? How much for municipalities, for example, how much of their employee information is public record? And of course there was just the big flap in Digger about the DMV, and they do. Is that a public record or isn't it a public record? And actually, public records you can't sell them. But this is a little bit different. So we'll be looking at that issue and having DMV come in and.
I think there's going to be some discussion about
Yeah.
that, because I've heard from some people already who are not happy, and I'm not so happy about that either. As we move forward into the data age, our data should be ours.
It is, but the
be
people
used
they're
that way
sharing,
is-
people they're sharing it with are insurance companies, law enforcement agencies, and they get it anyway. Law enforcement agencies
Yeah.
can get it, and so if it's available to law enforcement agencies, is it really confidential or not? And do we really have any private information anyway?
I think that's going to be an ongoing discussion.
I think that we're, given social media and what people post themselves and with their information, I don't think there is such a thing as privacy.
Well, I think many people are looking at this. I know personally I now use a different search engine on my computers that doesn't mine that data. It's not the big ones. It's a smaller one, and if you look online, I don't want to be advertising one over another, but there are search engines now, because otherwise, whenever you search, that data then gets stored and put into a file.
And my guess is that it won't be long before the smaller ones start doing the same thing, because they're going to figure out that they need to have revenue from those.
Well, this one in particular, and I can tell you about it later, advertising that they're not going to do it, and they have another way to make money without selling your data. So that's what makes it attractive to some people.
But we will be looking at that with the DMV and what is public and what isn't public.
Yeah.
And
at one point, there was a lot of discussion about what records are exempt from the public record laws. Has that been settled, or is that still an ongoing process?
Well, it's never settled, because no matter what you do, some people think something else should be exempt, and some people think that whatever is exempt should not be.
So what kind of things were exempt?
Well, we have the public records law says that everything is available to the public unless it's specifically exempted. and things, anything that has personal information is exempt. Now, you can get a record, but all the personal information has to be redacted. So it doesn't mean that the whole file is exempt. Proprietary information from companies, because all companies register with the Secretary of State's office. Insurance companies register with Department of Financial Regulation. So all of that proprietary information, there's big discussion over whether, I'm going to get the term wrong here, but the manure management systems that farms use, is that, does that have proprietary information, so it should be exempt or not? We have 260 some exemptions, and we went 3 years ago, we went through every single one of them and decided, and there were people that said we should only have 10, but if you have 10, they're going to be so broad that, because what does it mean to have 10, and they're going to be broad. So we have very specific exemptions.
Were you thinking of the methane digesters before?
No, there's nutrient management systems. That's what it is. That's what it's called, and it's how you dispose of your manure and what you do with it, and how does it leach into the water system and stuff.
Yeah.
So. But so open meeting laws and public records law are never settled.
Yep.
They will always be on every year.
In every year, your committee oversees the Office of Professional Management, right?
Right, professional regulation.
Regulations.
Yeah.
So they license various professions in
Right.
Vermont, and certain ones come up for renewal or review.
No, the way it works usually is that as changes are made in the profession itself, the either board or the advisors to that profession bring suggestions to us for change. And we're looking at two different things right now. One is around the whole issue with climate change is, of course, we know, a huge issue. And what are we going to do about it? And we continue to build houses and we continue to put in HVAC systems and all of that. But so people who are doing those kinds of jobs, should they have specialized training in good practices around for climate change and greenhouse emissions and realtors? What kind of training do they have around that? So, excuse me, we're looking at that with the professions, and then the other thing we're looking at is we know we have a workforce shortage in Vermont, and we also know that we have some refugees, and we know that a lot of refugees come with skills, but when they come, those skills aren't necessarily transferable.
Yeah.
So the Office of Professional Regulation has spent a fair amount of time last year, and we're going to continue it this year, looking at how can we make those skills transferable. If somebody is a doctor somewhere and they come here, can they just take a few courses? Can they do it? Because you don't want people to have jobs that aren't in their own profession. It's bad for us, it's bad for the state, it's bad for them, and it puts them in a dead end a lot of times. So those are the two things that we'll be working on this year.
Interestingly, in our history, whenever there have been labor shortages, we've relied on immigrants coming into this country, and right now that seems to be at odds with what the president is trying to do to keep people out at a time when we really, right across every business sector, people are really struggling to find employees and good employees.
Employees and children to put in our schools.
So hopefully we can loosen that up after the next election.
Well, and even what we have right now, even the refugees that we have, making it easier for them to practice their profession when they get here.
Because we're getting short on tradespepeople too.
Yeah, we really
Try
are.
and find an electrician or a plumber, unless it's a dire emergency, and they're just backed up.
Yeah.
Because there's a shortage now, so we need to get some more trained, skilled workers here.
Yeah, we do.
Yep. Judiciary Committee. You sit on the House Judiciary Committee that Senator Sears chairs.
No, not the House Judiciary
Oh, I'm sorry,
Committee.
the Senate Judiciary Committee. And Senator Sears oversees that.
Yes.
Now, each year there's a number of pretty hot issues that come up, and firearm reform has traditionally been one of them over the last few sessions. What kind of things are you looking going into the second year, and also aware that the second year of a biennium can be a little more pressure-packed because people know that bills they want to get through need to pass or else they go away?
Well, we are hoping that the House will do something with marijuana this year. That came out of the Judiciary Committee, and it was a really good bill, and we're hoping that it'll at least get to conference committee where we can hash out the differences. We're looking at right now we're working with the Council on State Governments has a Justice Center, and we're working with them on what we're calling Justice Reinvestment 2. Reinvestment 2, that's what it's called. And looking at, I don't know if you know it, but we have a lot of people who are incarcerated who probably shouldn't be. But in 2010, there was a prediction that if we followed the trajectory that we were on at that time, that in 2019 we would have 2,700 people in prison. Yeah. And we now have 1,700. Yeah. So we have done things. And we did, one of the things that we have to keep working on details around is the juvenile justice issue. We, what happens is, as a result of some crimes that were committed a number of years ago by some young people, any crimes committed by people, even kids at a certain level, were started in criminal court. So we've changed that. So all cases, there's a couple exceptions that they can, if there's an agreement between the state's attorney and the defender, they can start it in criminal court. But all, as of now, all cases involving an 18-year-old will start in family court. And the reason for that is that in family court, they're not public cases. And then if there's a need, it can be transferred to criminal court.
So that means the proceedings are closed to the public.
Right. And so the kids have a better chance of, and we know that kids sometimes do things in their youth that can change their lives forever, and this will hopefully give them a chance to correct that. And then, and because they'll be having case managers or getting therapy or whatever it is through family court. But if it needs to be transferred, it can be transferred to criminal court. But they'll start there, and then as of, I think it's next year, it goes up to age 19 and eventually up to age 21. Yeah. And we're the first, the juvenile justice people are really excited about that because we are the first state to do that, and it is a huge, huge change. And I think it's really exciting, and so we're looking forward to do that. But there are tweaks that have to be done every year because how does it affect DCF and how does it affect corrections and the courts and stuff. So we're making those changes.
Right now, the family court dockets are pretty full as they are.
Yeah.
So if we start adding to that, we may need more judges or.
Right, and I don't know how it'll affect, but and then we do have a bill that's new this year, and there's a group that's been working on it kind of all over the summer and fall on eliminating life without parole. Mm-hmm. And because we still have that on our books, and just eliminating it as a possibility. And looking at things like who are people that are in prison that could be better treated outside of prison in a more humane manner, but also to allow them to pay back their communities and continue to survive in their communities and do well. Yeah. So
now, last year we started to have some discussions around some of our prison population that's aging. Anything come of that where maybe different ways of dealing with them, especially if they're ill?
Well, we have, I have a bill in, and it's called compassionate release, I think is what it's called, and it would give aging prisoners an automatic parole hearing. It doesn't mean they would automatically be allowed out on parole, but it would at least give them a hearing at a certain point. And we're looking at kind of a look back after a certain number of years after a crime has been committed. Should you still be in prison, or should you have some other whether it's confinement or treatment or whatever. And I don't one of the problems that we heard with, and this isn't true with all of the aging prisoners, but a lot of the aging prisoners are very ill, and some of them are hard to deal with.
Yeah.
And if they don't have a home, and their families may not want them home, nursing homes won't take them.
Oh, really?
Some of them are very difficult to handle. But we should be doing it on a case-by-case basis. And I have to say, I think our commissioner, Mike Touchette, is really looking at how to best treat people. And one of the things he's doing, which is very exciting, I think, is if you've been in prison for a while, you probably didn't keep your driver's license renewed. You don't have any, you probably don't have any IDs. And he's working really hard with Social Security and DMV to get IDs for people so that when they come out, they have something. And that's a big deal. And the Community Justice Center here is very happy that they're doing that.
This is a different world than when many people were incarcerated, and having IDs is really a central piece right now. Now, speaking of the community justice centers, we all know they're doing such great work, and for years their budget has pretty much been level funded, and yet they're, like a lot of services, the caseload requirements are going up and the needs are going up. Do you think there's going to be a push this year to try and increase their funding?
I have no idea. I think there are so many areas where we need to put additional funding, but we ought to, as we start having fewer people who need to be incarcerated, it should be costing us less, because it costs, I think it's $55,000 a year to keep a male in prison and $75,000 to keep a female in prison for a year. It's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money.
We could.
It's more than an Ivy League education.
It is. It is. I once had suggested that we might want to just think about taking anybody who had nonviolent sentences and crimes and send them to college instead of prison.
Yeah.
Pay for them to go to college. It would help our colleges.
Yeah, it would.
But that didn't go over very well with a lot of people. But
as you go around, we've got a few minutes left. Are there other areas that you're hearing of people's concerns about?
Well, like everybody, we're hearing a lot about climate change. Act 250.
Yeah.
That is, and I have no
what
idea what's.
What are you hearing from people around Act 250?
Well, it's very.
It's 50 years old now.
Yeah, and it's hard to know what you're hearing from people because there isn't anything concrete for them to react to.
Yeah.
So people are just afraid that what's going to happen. I know that the agricultural community and the logging community are very nervous about what might happen. I think that there's some development issues that need to be addressed, and so I think people are just nervous and they don't have anything to react to because there's nothing definite yet that's come out of the House committee. So I'm hearing that, hearing a lot about our emergency medical services, which we are going to tackle this year. We have been working with Drew Hazelton down here at Rescue and with a person in UVM who's the head of rural medicine up there to work on some of the certification requirements that we have and the testing and everything. So
it's very expensive, isn't it?
It's very expensive, and it's also very inconvenient, and we make it difficult. And we could do a lot better. And so those are some of the issues that I'm hearing a lot about: law enforcement, dispatch.
And organization of law enforcement, something you've talked about in the past. Is anything moving on that?
Well,
we really don't have a system, I think, is what you've said.
Well, we don't have a system. We have the state police, and then we have 85 agencies, law enforcement agencies in the state. And we're looking at how we might improve that. We can't change it. I mean, we can make some changes that will be better. And I've been working with local law enforcement down here. But I've also been working with Mike Sherling, who's the new Commissioner of Public Safety. He used to be the head of Burlington Police. And So, and he's a very outside the box
Yeah.
thinker. So it's pretty exciting.
Yeah.
And dispatch is the same way. We have a mishmash of dispatch, and
Yeah.
some people pay and some people don't, and so we're trying to deal with that also.
Yeah. It's creating systems where there haven't been really. Yeah. So as we wrap up here, people have ideas. This is the time, or if they just want to get in touch with you, if they have a question or anything.
Call me at home,
And
email me.
yep.
Either one. I'm in the phone book, and if you go to the legislative website
Yeah.
and look it up, all of our, well, for us anyway, still our home addresses and telephone numbers. I think that the House took theirs down.
It did, yeah.
Yeah, ours are still listed. And in terms of having ideas, if you had an idea for a piece of legislation,
Yeah.
it's too late.
Yeah.
The drafting deadline is Monday.
Yeah.
And so,
For the House, it's for long form. Yeah, so if you have short form bills, you can still submit them after that. But
we don't do short form.
yeah, in terms of other ideas, if people, let's say somebody's having trouble with Vermont Health Connect, is that something you're able to help people with?
Well, I can put them in touch with
Yeah.
people who might be able to help them.
Yeah.
I personally couldn't help anybody with it.
Yeah.
But I could get them to somebody who
Yeah.
could.
And many times our phone calls get answered quicker than somebody calling from somewhere else too.
Yeah, that's true, and that is a good thing that we can do that.
Yeah.
But I think our goal should be that we create a system that is so
Yeah.
easy to navigate, not only in Health Connect but in everything. The people don't have to call
Yeah.
us to
I
get
agree.
our interference or our help.
That's certainly the idea.
That's my goal with systems.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, thank
So,
you.
thank you.
Thank you for taking the time, and looking forward to getting going again in January.
Yeah, I am, and in the meantime, having meetings down here with
Yeah.
all the groups, and it's great.
It is.
Yeah,
It's an honor to serve and to
it is.
to help
And
make
it's
Vermont.
more of an honor all the time because you realize that some of the things you've managed to make at least everybody mad at least once. So,
Well,
Thank you.
On that happy note, thank you for your service, and thanks to BCTV too
Yes.
for their service. They help make this possible, and we certainly appreciate their work in bringing this to your home too. So until next time, take care.
Hi, this is Pat McDonald, your host for Vote for Vermont, where our tagline is Listening Beyond the Soundbites. Tonight I'm going to turn the studio over again to Deb Bilodeau, who's the chair of the Vermont GOP. Deb's got a couple of guests with her. I know you will enjoy this show. They're going to be talking about rural Vermont. I hope you enjoy it, and I'm very glad to welcome Deb and her guests. Thanks.
Thank you, Pat, for that introduction. We appreciate your allowing us to use your facilities for these panel discussions that we've been having. This is our third or fourth panel discussion that we've had so far. They've been very interesting, and tonight we have with us Chet Greenwood, Vicki Strong, and Rob LeClaire. And the overarching theme of tonight's discussion will be rural Vermont and topics and issues that affect rural Vermont. So thank you very much. Let's take a moment and go around and each of you introduce yourself and just tell us a little bit about who you are. Chet.
I'm Chet Greenwood. I'm the chair of the Orleans County Republican Committee. I've been the chair for 12 years, and I'm the chair of chairs of Vermont GOP of all the counties.
And we thank you for that, Chet.
Thank you.
Yes.
Vicki.
I'm Representative Vicki Strong, and I've been in the legislature for 5 terms. I'll be starting my 10th year. I live in the Northeast Kingdom in the town of Albany and represent 7 towns, rural towns, and I'm on the Ag Committee right now in the legislature, and it's been my privilege to serve there. I have several other hats as a pastor's wife and a Gold Star mother, and I'm also a Weight Watcher leader.
Ooh.
So quite a diverse background, and I appreciate being here and sharing with you today.
Well, thank you, Vicki. Thank you for all that you do for us. Rob LeClaire.
Well, I have several hats, most of them pale in comparison to my 2 folks to my right here, but I'm a state rep from Barrytown. I'm actually in my 3rd term. Another one of the hats that I have is I am the recently elected Washington County Republican Committee Chair, and I'm also the Assistant Minority Leader in Montpelier. So we have a lot of different things that we're all doing.
Thank you. We have a lot of quality in the room here tonight. Thank you all for your service to Vermont. So let's start off here. So Chittenden County. A lot of people outside of Chittenden County admire Chittenden County very much because it is Chittenden County. Kidding. So we know that Chittenden County has around 164, this is according to 2018 numbers, it has around 164,000 people in it. So that means approximately 1 out of 4 people in the state of Vermont live in Chittenden County. Interesting. The next largest county is Rutland, and Rutland is less than half the size of Chittenden in terms of population. In terms of density, second to Chittenden County is Washington County, Rob, where you live. Washington's very dense as a county as well. So for years, there's been a debate about Chittenden County versus the rest of Vermont. Political and financial powers reside in cities. What should we do, if anything, can we do to correct this imbalance? And Rob, why don't we start with you?
Well, thanks, Deb. That's a great question, and there is certainly a lot of imbalance there. That said, you know, Chittenden County is an economic success for Vermont, but it has created some challenges, especially for rural Vermont. You know, we talk about things like the minimum wage. It may not be a huge issue for Chittenden County necessarily, but for rural Vermont, it is. Or if you're in a rural community that borders, say, New Hampshire, that can be a challenge. We've had discussions, there's been a lot of discussions about, say, the carbon tax. That is a major issue for rural Vermont, where Chittenden County, it may not have quite as much of an impact because of mass transportation or a variety of other things where they've got some town centers. Legislatively, you've got the 6-pack up there with the senators. I know that there's some legislation that's being proposed and hopefully will be enacted upon to sort of break that up and make the amount of influence that they have not quite so concentrated, so that, again, rural Vermont will have a bit more of a voice at the table here, because there's a lot of different things that are being proposed, and unfortunately there is differences between how it's going to impact Chittenden County and how it will impact other parts of the state.
Good, thank you. Vicki, would you like to add anything to
I
that?
would. Being in the legislature, I've seen how numerous types of legislation and bills, and let's use an example of Act 46, really shook down to the rural areas were against Act 46 and the more urban areas voted for it. And we need to have a mindset of we need to work together for the best interest of Vermont and Vermonters, not what's the best interest of Chittenden County or even rural. What's going to help us survive as a state? And until we get that mindset, Chittenden County is going to push their carbon tax and every other thing, like Rob said, their minimum wage and family paid leave. They're just going to be on this roll. But those things don't work in rural areas. And until we as legislators and people who are policymakers understand the best interests of Vermont. Chittenden County isn't anything without our farms and without our mountains and our ski areas and all the things we offer in rural areas. So we have to be thinking the bigger picture.
Thank you, Chet.
Yeah, I think the rural part of Vermont doesn't like the way that the Chittenden County kind of controls the legislation for the rural areas. The Northeast Kingdom, made up of Orleans, Essex, and Caledonia County, has 2 senators. Chittenden County has 6 currently. The 3-county area, Northeast Kingdom, has 16 representatives. Chittenden County has 38. So they kind of control the legislature, and they're making decisions for our loggers and our agriculture community in the Northeast Kingdom, and it's not always the best outcome.
As well as Act 250.
Act 250
Act
is one
250 is a big one.
is a huge problem for the Northeast Kingdom.
Right. Yep. Any questions for each other? Any challenges here? We all good?
We're all agree.
We're all good?
We all agree.
Good.
Not only Act 250, but the carbon tax. I was a financial controller for a large company, had 400 employees. And most of those employees drive 40 miles round trip every day to work. And a carbon tax, they just can't afford to drive anymore.
Yeah.
So,
Farmers with tractors and all their machinery.
and heating their homes.
Yeah.
Yeah, the weather's a little warmer in Chittenden County and along the Champlain corridor sometimes than it is up there in Derby and Norton and Beecher Falls. And
There is legislation, it's either been passed or in process, to break up the 6-pack in Chittenden County. Is that correct,
That's
Rob?
correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
We don't know if it's going to be 2 3-member districts or 3 2-member districts at this point. And it'll probably be based on redistricting that's coming.
And the fallout could limit the Northeast Kingdom to 1 senator instead of 2. So the Northeast Kingdom could be losing a senator.
Wow. Well, good.
See how it all
Thank
plays
you.
out.
Thank you. I'm going to jump over to schools. This was a very interesting topic that at our last panel discussion. So Act 46 has been, I believe it's Act 46, has been forcing, I thought at first it was voluntary, that merging was voluntary, but it appears that it's being forced now, although there are some communities that are voting no, we're not going to do this, or we're saying we're not going to do this. So rural areas in Vermont, schools are closing, and we know that a school is intricate to the fabric of that community because so much focus is on the school and the activities that go with the school. Where is the incentive for young families to move into towns and areas where there's no longer a school? Does that not help damage the vitality of rural Vermont? Chet, we'll start with you.
Yes, it does. It has a lot of damage. I've seen a lot of schools up in our area, Holland, Morgan, have closed over the past few years. And you take North Country has, there geographically, I think it's one of the largest in the state. It goes from Island Pond to Jay Peak. It's 45 miles from one side of it, from the east coast to the east boundary to the west boundary. They don't get enough students, and when they're bused for, an hour each way to school. And when you consolidate schools, that's what's going to happen. That's the fallout.
Vicki.
Well, I'm a little radical here, Deb. I'm going to confess. I homeschooled our 3 children and had a blast doing that. And I personally feel like families need to start up an uprising and just say enough is enough and start their own little co-op homeschooling groups and keep some education right there local and just keep on with our communities. If we see more schools closed, you're absolutely right. It'll be devastating. We need our churches, schools, little mini marts, and little entrepreneur businesses to keep going in these rural areas, and families just aren't going to want to come there. But if we start seeing people saying, okay, I'm not driving 40 miles to take my children somewhere, we're going to homeschool, or we're going to school with a couple more families, that's the only thing that's going to get the state's attention. If families pull out even of some of those public schools and start their own, because those schools will lose tax dollars. So I'm radical. I think we need to have a big revolution in our educational
Do you
policy.
think that school choice is part of the solution?
Absolutely. It's the solution, and it's a no-brainer. If a child has the opportunity to go to another school of their choice, they'll thrive there, and that school will thrive, and the parents and teachers will be more involved. It's just the best of all worlds.
Mm-hmm. As a legislator, Rob, you really get a bird's eye view, both you and Vicki, of this situation. Would you like to add to this conversation?
Well, Act 46 was very, very controversial in Barrie. I think we voted on it 4 times. I think we had 2 revotes, and then the state board still forced us to merge. And you know, one of the things about it, when you're talking about it being voluntary, there was kind of a carrot or stick type of approach initially, where that if you merged voluntarily, you were given some funding and offset your tax rate, and then as things played out, it became more of a forced issue. And one of the concerns about that whole thing was that the state board, it seems that they had kind of a vision right from the get-go that they never really articulated to people. And so like our community, you know, we have a vote, it would go down, we'd go back, try to come up with a different plan, and we just never got any clear guidance about that. And you're right, the schools are a major part of what makes our communities a community. We do have a balancing act, though. I will say, when I've gone door to door, as I know Vicki has and others, one of the things I hear about a lot is property taxes. In fact, I hear probably about that as much as anything. And so we do have to take a real hard look at the cost of education. Small doesn't always mean more money. I had seen a report not that many years ago that had a breakdown of community, what it costs per student, and there wasn't a direct correlation between the size of the school and the cost. Montpelier, sometimes I think we're more a part of the problem than the solution. We do have a lot of these unfunded mandates that come out, and it's up to the local community to figure out how to pay for them and implement them. I think we're dealing with, what is it, Act 177 now, the revamping of a special education, or the proficiency-based learning. You know, that came out of, I forget what bill, but the Department of Ed, and it's been a huge challenge because it depends on what school as to how they implemented it. I think Montpelier sometimes needs to just get out of the way.
Yeah. And, you know, these numbers aren't clear-cut, but the average student cost for education in Vermont is hovering around $20,000. The national average is just under $12,000. You have to lift the cover and look in there to see why there's such a, but, you know, to the everyday taxpayer, the question is why? If we're consolidating, why aren't the costs going down? If we're 20,000 students less than we were 15 years ago, why aren't the costs going down?
We have that disparity even in, at the time when we were looking at Act 46 initially. I remember that in the Barrie school system, our costs were somewhere just south of $13,000 per student. One community over, I was looking at one of the elementary schools, just one adjoining town over, they were almost $20,000 per student. And you say, well, wait a minute here, you know, what is the difference here? And I'm having a problem with my beer wallet paying for their champagne taste and education, and yet the educational outcomes were arguably as good or better. So you're right, we do need to kind of look under the hood and say just exactly what are the cost drivers here? And size isn't always the issue.
Right, yeah. Well, and size could be one of the determining factors. You know, a school in Vermont, a class that has 13 students versus a class in New Jersey that has 35. That's gonna, you know, that's going to affect your math at the end of the day too. So it's really an interesting conversation. All right, well, thank you. Let's talk about sales tax, or the lack of sales tax in New Hampshire versus Vermont. Is this something that needs to be evaluated? What I don't know is, what can we now live without? You know, we have these budgets that the state lives to and needs to continue to feed. How do you ever back any of this up? But New Hampshire has zero sales tax, as you already know. We have 6%, and I think we have 14 towns, I counted, 14 towns that have the local option tax of 1 cent. Many of them are large towns like Manchester, Burlington, Colchester, and so forth. But there's also some small towns that opted in for the extra tax because they need the revenues. Did it hurt the community or not? I don't know. In Essex Junction, largest village in the state, we voted on a local option tax about 8 years ago, and the people said no. We didn't want to do that to the clients, the customers that come through, or the businesses in the community. So we opted not to do that. How do you feel about the state sales tax? Could we do something different? Vicki, we'll start with you.
Well, from my rural area, it was a long time before we were even able to go to a Walmart, wasn't it, Chet? And up in Newport, we had to come a long ways, and a lot of people just went to New Hampshire and hop on 91 and zing down to Littleton. So I've seen a lot of people shop based on sales tax because I'm from an area that if you have to drive, you might as well go to New Hampshire, even to Lowe's and places like that. So I think it's a huge deal, and we do have a lot of our border towns, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, New York, that our businesses have to compete with. So we should stay competitive. There's no excuse. No matter what our budget is in Vermont, there's no excuse. Our businesses are suffering because of it, those border towns especially.
Chet?
Yeah, I agree. We had a retail business for years, and we lost a lot of business that drive to New Hampshire. And just look at the economy in White River compared to Lebanon. I mean, you can see it. And like Vicki said, back before we had a Walmart in Derby, you go down to Walmart in Littleton, half the yard would be Vermont cars. And it's New Hampshire just loves our legislature because we send more business to New Hampshire every time we're in session, and sales tax is one of them. I think we ought to get rid of it. Of course, you got to wean it down. You got to drop it a little bit and work on it. But this state is just too expensive to live in. I mean, we had 8,500 employees. That's more employees than the state of New Hampshire, or the same number for. I don't know how many more people New Hampshire's got. We got one of the highest property taxes, one of the highest income taxes in the country.
Yeah.
And we've got to we can't cut the sales tax unless we cut some of the bloated budget, but we have to cut the budget in the state of Vermont.
Yeah. So whose job is that, Rob, to look at cutting the budgets?
Well, it's all of ours for sure. I wish there was a few more of us under the gold dome that thought similarly, but Chet and Vicki have identified some very great areas. Sales tax is definitely a major concern, but I think taxes in general, it's very expensive to live in this state, and we've got to take an awful hard look at the money that we spend, and are we getting the bang for the buck that we thought we would? Like take something like the Health Connect, for instance. I suspect that we've spent, at least I saw one time, we were approaching $300 million on that darn thing since it's been implemented, and it wouldn't surprise me if it's more. I saw some stats that if we went and just bought the people that we were looking to cover health care for the rest of their lives, we'd have saved money. Things like that we've got to take an awful hard look at. Affordable housing. We all agree that it's a problem. And Chittenden County, actually, it's a major issue to find affordable housing, but some of these affordable housing projects that we're involved in, we're winding up spending $340,000 for a one-bedroom unit that will help at most 2 people. And the only thing that's affordable about it is for the 2 people that are living there, but it doesn't go address the issues. So, sales tax is definitely a concern, but taxes and the cost of living in general is something we really need to take a hard look at.
I feel like we've just done a lot of lip service. Even on election years, people running for office, they all hear it, they know it. it's unaffordable to live here, and we go back to Montpelier and every year raise taxes and find more ways to spend money. And a lot of it is human services. It's a huge part of our budget, and we just offer a lot of money in terms of welfare and all the services we provide people. If people were more self-sufficient and healthier families in general, we would lower our budget.
Well, it's interesting that you mentioned benefits.
Yeah.
Let's turn our attention to that for a moment.
Okay.
So, Governor Scott in 2017 passed H 326, and that lessened the burden on the recipients of some of our benefits. Prior to that bill, you only had $2,000 in personal assets that could be exempted. That number went to $9,000. You didn't have to claim retirement accounts or educational accounts any longer in order to qualify for benefits. We know that there's people in our state, no doubt about it, that need benefits. None of us will question that at all. The question is the benefits. The cliff itself, the number that I'm hearing is that you could get upwards of $42,000 worth of benefits from the state of Vermont. And that's more money than some people make that go to work 8 hours a day. Some of those benefits are from Reach Up, Reach Ahead, child care benefits, probably SNAP and other programs. Is this a problem more of a problem in rural Vermont than it might be in Chittenden County? And if so, how would you suggest we address this? Jack, I'll start with you.
It's a big problem. You can't find employees because they're making too much off the subsidized rent, the free health care, and SNAP cards, child care. They just, you can't pay them enough to come to work. Or the ones you hire, they want to work 4 days a week. They don't want to work over 30 or 32 hours because they lose the benefits. And we see it all the time. Mm-hmm. And it's, I think the benefits increased. You know, they're increasing faster than the minimum wage. And I'm not talking minimum wage people. We've lost, when my former employer, we lost employees who stayed home to take care of their children because they got better child care. They couldn't afford to come to work. And they were, you know, 15, I'm talking $14, $15 an hour employees.
Wow.
Right. I know that as a landlord for over 34 years, I've seen everything that you could see from a landlord's perspective. And I've seen situations, and I know of a current situation, that husband, wife, a couple of children, everything is subsidized. There's no incentive for them to go to work. The rent is paid, the SNAP, and a tax return of $9,000 is what they received last year.
Oh my goodness.
And I look at that, and I struggle with it in my head because they're capable of working. They're not working. And I'm wondering, where are the checks and balance? How are we monitoring the benefits that we want people to have, but we need to make sure that we're doing the right thing by these people? And just giving money and benefits is not the right thing.
No.
Rob, what do you think?
I agree, and like you, I'm a landlord, and I've seen firsthand the benefits cliff, that it actually does act as a disincentive, because I have had tenants that had the initiative to go out and get a job, but by the time they went through and figured out what they were going to bring home with the job versus what they were going to lose in benefits, it certainly made sense for them not to work. And that's a problem. We should not have a system in place that disincentivizes people to go to work. You know, if somebody needs a little help with child care, and that's one of the things that I don't think that we do a good job of, is there is a lot of benefits out there for these folks. And generally these people don't get in the positions they're in because of one poor choice or one stretch of bad luck. It's been a series. So what makes us think that giving them all these goods and services, that they're going to be making better choices? I feel that we need to have like a case manager get involved, help them along, make some of the right decisions, and it may be where this case manager's got the authority to say, okay, you know what, we're going to take a little bit of the benefit over here, but we're going to help you buy a car so you can go to work. Because if that's the difference between working or not, that makes some sense. But yeah, when we've got a system in place that one winds up being generational or multi-generational, I think we've got to take a hard look at that and say why, because it's to help up. It's, a safety net. It shouldn't be a spider's web.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of people who need help, and I'm all for it. We should help them. But there's too many people that want it and don't need it.
Yeah. I think the problem is in the distribution or the management of the distribution. And I think our bureaucracy has grown so large that you can't get your arms around it, and the left doesn't know what the right's doing.
Mm-hmm.
And there's all these programs out there, and I don't know what sort of checks and balances.
Too many programs.
I had a tenant that was on a WIC, young mother with a child, and it was one of my buildings where actually I collect the trash. So for a few weeks, I am taking away these pre-packaged things of like baby food, never been opened, milk, black olives, just a bunch of canned stuff. And after about the second week, I said, geez, I can't take this anymore. So I made a phone call and said, hey, listen, we got a problem here. Either this young lady doesn't know what to do with what you're giving her, or you're just giving her too much. Because I'm taking stuff home like cans of salmon and tuna fish. To their credit, it seemed somebody got there, and I don't know what they did, but the left hand and right hand don't know exactly what's going on. That's why I said we need like a case manager. We've got to have more coordination here, because not everybody needs the same level of help or the same help.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's go to agriculture. Vicki, you're on the Ag Committee, you said. And we know that agriculture is part of our brand. We know what the value of it is. I feel like, as a lifetime resident of Vermont, that farms are slipping away from us. Annually, we know that they're slipping away from us. I don't know what the number is that we're down to, 7,000 maybe?
700.
700, that's what it was, 700.
It was like twice that,
Yeah.
and now it's down to
Yeah.
700 dairy farms.
Dairy farms, yep. What can we do? Is there anything we can do to revitalize the ag industry in Vermont?
Well, right now it's really in a transition, I would say, from the dairy farm image, which we want to keep, but because of not just national pressure, but worldwide pressure, because the milk prices are tied to a worldwide scenario. It's pretty amazing that the amount of powdered milk in Europe has to do with our milk prices, or the amount of cheese in a cave in the Midwest. So it's complicated, and right now our farmers need a fire hose of help, and we're giving them an eyedropper. So they're struggling, many going out by the day, and the answers for those dairy farmers are not close, I'm afraid. But we do have our UVM Extension is an excellent organization that's helping. But there's a lot of transition going. You're going to see a lot of farmers transitioning to new ideas, their own products made on the farm, whether ice cream, cheese, butter, cottage cheese. In general, dairy consumption has dropped dramatically. I just heard it on the radio. It's like by 20%. People aren't pouring milk on their cereal anymore. They're running out with a muffin or a dairy alternative product. So Vermont knows, and we're aware. Even our Agriculture Committee sent a letter to our congressman to say we need to stop calling soy milk milk. Let's make it what it is. It's not really dairy or milk, and revitalize that idea that dairy products are wonderful, they're healthy. So that's something that's on everybody's mind. But when you take the whole scenario of Vermont, the land taxes and things like electricity, the farmers just have a huge overhead, and it's harder and harder to stay in business. So the smaller, little more entrepreneur type of farming that's cropping up, hemp products, sheep, goats, different kinds of vegetable farming, it's all, those things are starting to flourish and make a difference and keeping our farms going. But in the bigger picture, we still need those dairy farms, and how it's all going to play out is still a big question mark.
Mm-hmm. So it sounds like there's a lot of repurposing of farms going on.
A huge effort. Even in my area, I have a local dairy farm now. They make their own cheese, and several are becoming quite world-renowned in Greensboro. Albany has a great new business with a farmer. The hard thing I think too we want to look at is a lot of these farmers aren't making that unless they get grants and government help, and that to me is a sad, in a way, a sad thing that a farmer can't function without a grant. And they're getting grants for barns and other kinds of things to start a new type of business, that our economy is such that it takes that from the government to help them.
That's one area where we can compete against Chittenden counties in our agriculture.
Mm-hmm.
We have the natural resources and the open land. There's no reason we can't grow all of our food. We shouldn't have to import any food. You know, promote the farm to school, promote farmers markets, and grow our own. And it's the small ones. It isn't the big farmers. It's like Vicki said. It's a little niche marketing that they're doing, raising the goats and sheep. And there's a program, REAP, they call REAP. It's a rural agricultural partnership program. It was a bill that was passed a few years ago in the government. And there's only 5 counties in the United States that are involved with that. And the Northeast Kingdom is one of the areas. And we should take advantage of that. That gives agricultural help to the small farmer.
Right. There are a lot of programs, like you said, Farm to Plate, Farm to School. How many of them are there? But there's a lot of them. And young people are growing up now, even in schools, having gardens, but being more aware of local food and the health of that, that's happening a lot, at least in our area.
Yeah, see, we can take advantage of Chittenden County with that.
Right.
But
How does the, so we're waiting for the House to pass the USMCA, right? The US and Mexico and Canada. How will that help the Vermont farms? Are any of you on top of that?
I'm not sure either.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Rob, you know.
Yeah, of course I know. No, I mean, I can't say that I know any of the particulars. Obviously, the North American Free Trade Agreement and things like that certainly come into play, and the more trade that we can have and the more that our products can get to where they have to go, certainly the better off we'll be. I know the issue with the tariffs and stuff with China has certainly impacted some of what's going on, but wasn't there, I think, we just had a deal with, what was it, Canada and our maple syrup or something that ended up helping us. And, you know, because you talk about farming, I mean, dairy has been around forever, but so has sugaring or logging or other things that farmers have always done to supplement, you know, what they did. But we're in a bit of a different environment today, too, in that farmers are not held in the high esteem that they were.
Yeah.
I think they've taken more than their fair share of criticism and blame about the water quality issues.
Right.
And there's pressures there that have made it much more difficult to make ends meet. And I think we've got to be sensitive to the fact that they want to do the right thing, but this problem didn't happen overnight, and we can't expect them to change farming practices to the point where they're just not financially viable, especially when Chittenden County has had a lot of growth, and I don't think there's much debate that stormwater runoff has been impacting some of the water quality on the lake. There is some legislation there that got passed here a few years ago that they're doing the rulemaking on now about the 3 acres of impervious surfaces. that's going to be a major shock for a lot of property owners in the state. Hopefully we can do something about that, but farming's it's tough financially, and again, they're not held in the high esteem that
I
they
know.
used to be.
Thank you for bringing that up, because one more thing I'd like to mention is the Department of Agriculture, Agency of Natural Resources, these agencies that are regulatory in a lot of ways come across to farmers in the more oppressive, aggressive way in their attitudes and in some circumstances. And I feel like if we can lighten the load of a farmer in terms of, hey, how can I help you? I'm not here to penalize you and fine you. There's things we can work on together. We're trying, I think, to bridge that problem, and I hope to see more progress with that farmers are feeling helped and not more oppressive regulation. You mean I can't put my manure pile there? My cows have to be out of that stream, and how am I going to afford a new walkway? There's help financially, but we really need to help farmers know we're on their team. We're not trying to shut them down.
Yeah. Do you think some of the oppressive actions toward farmers are the result of the climate change agenda that not just Vermont, but the nation and the rest of the world has? Is some of that oppression the result of driving to meet standards on climate change regulations?
I think a lot of it's water quality.
I think water quality is the biggest
is a
issue.
big one.
Yeah.
Like
Although
Champlain and the...
Yeah.
I did hear that there are some that feel that cows are affecting climate change with the...
Well, yeah.
the
Flatulence. I do want to say that I think there's an opportunity for the Northeast Kingdom and agritourism. There's been at least 6 Amish families moved into the Northeast Kingdom, Brownington area, and there's more looking at farms now. And it's quite a tourist attraction. They do a great job making bakery stuff, and it's sold locally. So, and there's a welcome addition to the Northeast Kingdom.
Yeah, they're buggies and horses.
Yeah, and
I
that,
love that.
that, and the other one is, and talking, Rob mentioned maple production, in the old Ethan Allen plant in Island Pond, a Canadian company came down, opened up, and they tapped, I think, 87,000 taps. They've got a huge business.
Wow.
And that's something that you don't see in the metropolitan areas. So we should encourage that type. I mean, that's no impact on the economy, on the landscape, and I think it's great for the economy.
Right. But even though we have these wonderful opportunities that are happening, as you just described, if you have no schools in your rural Vermont, there's no incentive for young families to move there. So the people that work in these businesses will be there, but...
There's a lot of disincentive to move to rural Vermont. And one is the cost of building a new home. If you want to build beyond your water and sewer line, like out in the country, the cost is almost prohibitive. The requirements, and to make it a zero carbon footprint, you're paying a penalty up front, and you're told what to use and how to use it and what materials.
Are there any proposed legislative actions in the next session in terms of Act 250, changing any of Act 250 to help the state?
Not to help.
Well, good way to put it. There are certainly some proposed changes out there. We'll see just where they go. They're very controversial. One of them is that any future development has to take into consideration its impact on climate change. And it's like, my goodness, how do you qualify that? And there's also, I've heard where, again, because of the climate change and people's personal philosophy, that they would like to not have folks living in rural Vermont anymore, and that we all move down into more of a city center, move into some 800 square foot little hovel and take mass transportation. There really are folks that feel that the way of life that we've had, and some of us still feel we have, we shouldn't have anymore. But there's alternatives out there that we can do. It's just either they didn't think of them or they just don't think that they're a good idea at this point. But yeah, there's not really anything about this Act 250 change that's going to make it any more user-friendly. In
Right.
fact, they're looking to make it much more restrictive.
Again, how does that affect the agricultural industry in the state?
Our little ag committees, as far as I can tell, we're anxious about hearing what that Natural Resources Committee is bringing forward, and it's going to be the leadership in our legislature that determines whether that goes forward or not. So we'll have to see. But I know my ag committee is nervous.
And that includes loggers too, not
Yeah,
just
right.
agriculture, it includes loggers.
Yeah.
They're a standstill in a lot of areas because of restrictions.
Okay. Let's shift gears a little bit. As of August, the Vermont Remote Worker Grant Program, we all know about that, has been offering qualified workers, excuse me, up to $10,000 over a 2-year period, and I think that number's going to go up. I think
Is
I
it?
just read that number's going to go up.
Okay.
Over a 2-year period to relocate to Vermont. Do you see this as an effective program to attract and keep new workers? And are you seeing this program as a success? Rob?
Oh, you know, that's a very good question, and I think that it's being asked, if I think I remember correctly, the auditor just took a look at this
That's right.
program and had some fairly legitimate questions about, is it really making the difference that they thought that it would? My understanding is that it did spark a lot of interest initially, and I don't think I'm making this up, but like 87, 89 people moved into the state. Again, there's a question as to whether they would have come anyway. Maybe not. I don't know. There's no doubt that we have a declining population in our state. We've got a demographics issue. Those of us that are here are getting a little older, some quicker than others. But so we do have to take a real hard look at why. I'm not sure that $10,000 per person is going to really turn the issue around. I think it's other things that we've got to take a look at. You know, we've got to take a look at, are there jobs for these folks to move to Vermont for? Now, they will tell you that we've got employers looking for people. I'm thinking that we probably do. But I'm not sure that we're looked at as a Silicon Valley or anything along that lines. You know, New Hampshire's got a very, very vibrant economy down there. They've got some of the very similar weather characteristics and things that we have. I think we need to take a step back and say, okay, just what's their secret recipe? And not always try to come up with our own.
Yeah. I think I looked at something not too long ago, and the top 6 job openings in the state of Vermont were all in the service industry.
Really?
Yeah. We're talking about fast food, domestic work, landscaping, those jobs. And when we drive, and I know we all do this, as we drive around, we see all these wanted signs. They're all in front of $15 or $12, $10 an hour job opportunities. So we know we have a declining population. I think it's a national issue. But the question is, what can we do in Vermont to make Vermont more attractive? I look at Vermont and I see so much beauty here. We have the mountains, we have the seasons, we have the clean air, we have so much going on. I see this as an opportunity for parents with young children to get them out of cities and out of dense areas that may have problems that we don't have to deal with and come to Vermont. I'm not understanding why they're not coming here, other than the cost of living here is so high. And again, that falls back to not just the legislature, it falls back to the utility companies, local governments. You know, I mean, even your local government within your town, every year their costs are going up. Chet, how do you feel about the remote worker program?
Well, I don't think it's worked real well. Only one of those, according to Doug Hoffer's report, only one of those came to the Northeast Kingdom out of all those. And and I think originally they wanted to help the rural areas of Vermont, not necessarily Chittenden County. But the averages that they've paid out is only $3,500 or something like that, according to the audit. But somebody ended up with a 26-inch gaming TV. I'm not sure. Whoever's running the program should be accountable. I mean, it's taxpayer money. Nobody should have a slush fund. But there's a lot of reasons why people aren't moving to Vermont. And there's reasons why the few that do move to Vermont are exactly what you said. It's beautiful, and they can ski, and it's year-round. They got the nice outdoors. But if anybody's doing a due diligence on moving a business to Vermont, we're not going to be in the top 3 choices. Our taxes are high. Our regulations are stiffer than most places. And we're making more and more regulations all the time. We have more chemical regulations here than the U.S. government has. I mean, the company I work for, we had to have a full-time person just to keep track of the chemicals used, because Vermont had its own list over and above what the government has. So it makes it very, very hard for people to make a living in Vermont with the taxes.
Right. It doesn't make sense, like you said, Deb, because it's a beautiful state to live in. It's a great place to raise a family. But in the different circles I've been in recently having to do with veterans, they're very upset that we tax their retirement. And veterans deserve to keep their retirement money. And they leave our state. They serve here in the National Guard, and they leave. And we see a lot of the older folks, our generation now, leaving. And if we stop that hemorrhaging, we would have that higher tax base.
We have the highest inheritance estate tax, I think, in the country.
Is it because we're one of the oldest per capitas in the country, and so there's all that revenue that's coming in as they look forward to it?
All of that adds up and makes a difference, all those ways.
It inspires people to not have Vermont be their state of residency.
Right. Yeah.
They'll live here 4 or 5
retire.
months and live someplace else.
6 months and what is it, 1 day? If you live someplace else, you're a resident of that state.
I have a lot of friends that have moved out of Vermont.
I was just going to say, there's not a month that goes by that someone I know is not leaving Vermont or on the way out the door already. Moving to states, not only Florida, but Maine. Maine is cold. And they're moving to Maine, and they're taking their hefty retirements with them. And, their assets and everything with them. I'm thinking,
Right, so why do we inspire them to do that? We ought to change things, again, check what their secret recipe over there is, and I'd rather have a half a loaf than no loaf at all.
Right.
And generally, these folks are at a point in their lives where their demand for goods and services are considerably less. They don't have kids in the school systems, and we want you to stay here, not just for your money, but we want you to stay here. We've got to get realistic that people are making choices in their financial.
I heard something interesting yesterday, I think it was, and this is Washington, D.C. politics. And someone was speaking with people in Washington, D.C., and Washington, D.C. Politicians, congressional, senatorial people, really are out of tune with what's outside of the Beltline, that they really don't understand what's happening on the ground outside of the Beltline. And sometimes I wonder about Montpelier. Who's in Montpelier, and do they have a grasp on what's going on in rural Vermont? Now, I know, Vicki, you're rural Vermont.
Right.
Rob, you're Washington County, second densest county in the state. But the makeup of the people in Montpelier, are these everyday people that we're talking about here? Are they, you know, people will tell you, oh, trust fund babies are down there. I don't really support that argument. I just wonder who is down there, right?
Well, of course, we as Republicans are absolutely in tune with
Yeah.
our constituents and who sent us there. But, you know, you raise a very interesting point in that quite often it's really easy to get wrapped up in the theoretical in Montpelier.
Policy.
Right. But sometimes there is a marked difference between the theoretical and then the practical or the actual out there on the street. And I don't think that we really do a good job of that at times. You know, I've got several different businesses. I do anything that's legal and a few things that aren't. Just kidding. But, you know, I consider myself a little differently because I'm on both ends of the legislation. Like, I'm a landlord. And so when we're talking about landlord-tenant issues, I mean, the pendulum has swung way, 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 way in the favor of the tenant, to the point where I actually, as a landlord, it is in my best interest to have an apartment stay vacant than it is to take a risk on somebody and get the wrong tenant in there. There's something not quite right with that. You know, I went to a forum here not long ago where they wanted to raise an $2 a night per occupancy fee to help homeless people. Who could be against helping homeless people? But I said, I'm absolutely opposed to that, because if I had a real partner in a state agency, I would take a risk on a homeless family. One of my buildings has 3-bedroom apartments in it, but there's no incentive for me to do that. There's things that we can do working together to make it better for people, but we need to work together. But yes, the Republicans were absolutely in tune with our
Yeah.
people.
I heard recently a joke on TV. What do you call a person who has 2 jobs? Lazy. Here in Vermont, I mean, we have, between my husband and I, we have 3 jobs, and we could use another. It's just getting to that point where how many jobs do we need to make ends meet? And I do think the legislature's out of tune with that idea, that Vermonters, everyday Vermonters, are having to do multiple jobs to pay their bills. And a lot of those legislators are, some of them have lawyer husbands. I shouldn't say this too much, but or retired and have good benefits. And the average everyday Vermonter that's working hard, I don't know that they relate to them really.
Yeah. My son-in-law and daughter, 2 young kids, have been spending $2,000 a month for child care. That is an enormous issue.
Yeah.
Thankfully, they both have good jobs and got a good family around them. But talk about a disincentive for somebody to be able to go to work, or a young family to move into the Vermont, where we went through, Montpelier made some changes about child care and all that other stuff, and we had a lot of home-based businesses actually close. So now you got less choice. So those are some of the things we just got to be realistic about, saying, you know, we could maybe not be involved as much as we are.
Do you think the cost of daycare, home care for children, has escalated so high because the state got involved in it? This is my own small world opinion.
Right.
State got involved in it, put restrictions on home daycares to the point where people went out of business, and now the children are being driven into the educational school system.
Right.
I personally think that was a master plan for that to happen, and so either
even the licensed ones now that they want to have a certain educational criteria for the staff. I mean, it's almost to a point now where I guess as parents we're just not qualified to have our kids anymore.
Well, that's what I worry about is, you know, grandma and grandpa can't take care of Johnny anymore because the state's involved in who's taking care of that child. I know we need more children in the school system, but really? You know, is this the way that we want to get there? Chet, do you have any thoughts on that?
No, it goes back to schooling. I don't know, by taking the schools out of your rural areas, I think it's made an impact on all that. You're not going to get younger families moving into the countries anymore.
I don't know why the regulation book went from 20 pages to 200, and it literally went from 20 to 200 for regulating daycares.
Daycare.
So, everything from where the toothbrush is laid to dirty diapers and how you prepare your food and where they take a nap. It's just, and the normal average person can't take that on now.
Right, and so by design, they've made that home business almost impossible for many, many people.
Right.
And so where do the children have to go now? They're going into the school systems because we've lowered the age of children going into the school systems.
And plus, those are some home businesses that we lost.
Yeah.
That, you know,
Quite
were
a few.
vital to the community from
Yes.
We lost
child care
employees.
economic.
We lost employees that couldn't afford daycare because they couldn't find anybody.
Yeah.
And all of this drives the minimum wage conversation. But when you think of minimum wage, $15 an hour, you can't live on $15 an hour. You can't live in Chittenden County on $15 an hour. A one-bedroom apartment can cost you upwards of $1,000 to $1,200. That's what, 2 or 3 people making $15 an hour living in a one-bedroom apartment. It just, the logic isn't there to be calling minimum wage or $15 an hour a livable wage. It's not a livable wage.
No.
You're in the same position you were 6 years ago. You're barely making enough. You're probably living at home with mom and dad, or you're a senior who's working part-time to get out of the house and earn a few dollars and so forth. Very interesting. So we're down to 1 minute and 28 seconds. So I think we'll end our questions at this point. Was there any closing statements that you'd like to make about anything or bring up?
One, thank you for doing this. And if I had a pitch, it would be that we need more people to get involved. There's a lot. One of the things that amazed me the most about going to Montpelier was all the different facets and aspects of our lives that government's involved in. Just sitting on the sideline now and just sort of complaining, can't do that anymore. You've got to get involved.
Absolutely.
You know,
I'd like to see the state of Vermont get more involved with VTC and spend less on UVM tuition and more on VTC tuition. We need more tradespeople.
Yep, I agree with that. You know, plumbing, electrical,
Absolutely.
HVAC, all of these
Engineers.
young people that don't want to go to a 4-year college can get trained in those fields and make very good money.
Yes.
And they're good, those are good honorable jobs
So, yeah.
that seem to be dying by the wayside. Well, thank you very much for being part of this conversation.
Thank you.
And again, thank you to Pat McDonald and Orca for allowing us to use this facility to do this, and thank you. All right, good, thank you.
Bye.
Good morning, BUHS. Today is Monday, January 13th, 2020.
Good morning, USA. I got a feeling that it's gonna be a wonderful day. The sun in the sky has a smile on his face, and he's shining a salute to the American race. Oh boy, it's swell to say, good morning, USA.
Larry Lego Palooza will now be held twice a month on first and third Thursdays at the Brattleboro Memorial Library from 3 to 5 p.m. We provide the Legos, you build. Do not bring your own Legos, and children cannot keep the Legos they build. But don't step on the Legos either. Those will hurt your feet. Very painful.
That's what Jem said the other day.
It's
a great reminder.
It is. And on another note, here's some weather with Dylan.
Hello. All right. The weather today, it's not as warm as the weekend, but pretty cold. 38, low 27. It's really cloudy today. Tomorrow, it's going to be a high of 43, low of 35. It's going to be sunny. Wednesday, sunny again. High of 45 and a low of 31. On Thursday, it's going to be awfully rainy. There was a little bit of snow mixed in. I just couldn't find the right thing. So it's a high of 38 and a low of 12. And then on Friday, high of 22 and a low of 11. But very sunny, so make sure to go outside in your T-shirt. Back to the desk.
Thanks for Dylan. Speed run weather.
I liked it.
That was
It went
nice.
right to the point. Got it done.
Hey.
The Brattleboro Winter Farmers Market takes place every Saturday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. downtown at the CF Church Building. So go visit and purchase some local produce, maple syrup, and much, much more.
Delicious purchase maple syrup is, indeed.
Thanks,
On,
soda.
on January 21st at the Marina, there is some paint party fun. Be sure to pick up one of their frequent painter cards. Remember that beginners are always welcome.
So that means
Always
we're-
welcome?
that means we're both welcome
I
to
am a
this.
beginner painter.
I'm
Now
too.
over to sports with Brandon.
Hello. Today, girls varsity basketball game has a game against CVU at 6:30 in the BUHS gym. Today, on Tuesday, boys varsity basketball faces off against Mill River in an away game starting at 7. And who could forget the boys varsity hockey game against Burn Burton on the 15th in another away game. That's all I have for sports. Back to the desk.
Thanks, Brandon. You did a great job today. Thank you. Thank you very much. The scariest holiday is coming soon, Valentine's Day. This is your quick reminder to get your gift early so you don't have to rush out the night of the 13th to get your significant other a cute and cheap but expensive looking gift.
Indeed. Valentine's Day overrated, folks. Where do cows go on Friday nights, Mr. Miller?
Oh, Mr. Miller. Oh, okay. I think they go like probably to their barn or something.
No, these cows go out and party. They go to the movies.
Good one.
You know how they get to the movies?
How do they get to the movies?
They take the mover.
That was bad. That one was a bad one. That was bad. Thank you, Jem. Anyways, the American Legion is hosting a trivia night to benefit the Windham County Humane Society. Trivia takes place from 6:30 to 9 p.m. on Monday, January 13th, today. You need $20 to get in the door, then there is a free dinner inside along with trivia and a 50-50 raffle. Make sure to pop out. And now to world news with Forrest.
Hey guys, so Iranians leaders have faced a second day of protest following their admission that they shot down a Ukrainian passenger plane, killing 176 people on board, many of them Iranians. Anyway, that's all I got for today, so back to the desk.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, they admitted to it and said it did on accident. Well, nothing's really
Some stuff.
Yeah, some stuff, but like
We
shooting
know
down a
about
huge plane
accidents
though.
here.
Yeah, Brandon had a few of those earlier, but
Make sure to come out and support your favorite IBL teams every Wednesday. Games start at 7 and 8 p.m. It's a fun time.
IBL's Branders will be playing.
Yes.
Even with the hurt back and all.
He's pushing through it, man.
Anyways, also, on another note, pop out to some men's league basketball games. Starting this Sunday at 9 a.m. and ending at 4 p.m. These men take these games very serious and think they're playing in Game 7 of the NBA Finals. Show up to provide these dudes with more than 3 fans.
Please do. Kind of sad sometimes.
It's very sad.
It's worth
Anyway,
it, though.
yeah.
Worth
Oh,
it.
yeah.
It's a fun time.
Jem?
Now, thanks for watching this episode of BUHS TV. That's all we have for today, folks, and this is why the world is like this.
Let's go ahead and call the meeting to order at 6:30. I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes from December 18th, 2019.
So moved. Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the minutes from December 18th, 2019, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes with one abstention. All those in favor of approving the special budget meeting minutes from December 18th, 2019? I'll entertain that motion.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the special budget meeting from December 18th, 2019 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes with one abstention. All right, additions and deletions to the agenda tonight. I need to add under meetings, a discussion about the meeting dates for January, including a pre-town meeting, whether or not we want to have one this year, which would actually be in February, but we should decide that now. And then under new business, I need to add a liquor license for 3 J's LLC. Is it liquor and tobacco, or is it just liquor? It just seems to be liquor, okay.
Well, they're really on the ball.
And then I also need to add under new business the potential school tax rate increase. Is there anything else that needs to be added or deleted? Alrighty, then moving on to the warrants.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 1, payroll, in the amount of $11,903.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying payroll warrant number 1 in the amount of $11,903 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The motion passes.
Make a motion to pay payroll taxes, warrant number 2, in the amount of $5,365.37.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying payroll tax warrant number 2 in the amount of $5,365.37 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The motion passes.
Make a motion to pay warrant number 3, payroll, in the amount of $14,742.20.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying payroll tax warrant number 3, or not tax warrant, payroll warrant number 3 in the amount of $14,742.20 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay warrant number 4, payroll tax, the amount of $6,133.01.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying payroll tax warrant number 4 in the amount of $6,133.01 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The motion passes.
Make a motion to pay warrant number 5 out of the general fund in the amount of $1,669.50.
$1,006, repeat the number.
$1,669.50.
$50. Okay.
That's not what I have.
We'll test. Is there a second for the motion?
Second.
Okay. Is there discussion? The discussion on that is there was a duplicate bill in there that had already been paid. So the warrant was amended from the 268272 to 166950 after that error was caught. Okay. Any further discussion then on that?
No.
All right. So all those in favor of paying general fund warrant number 5 in the amount of $1,669.50 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 6 out of the general fund in the amount of $11,606.68.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying general fund warrant number 6 in the amount of $11,606.68 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 7 out of the highway fund in the amount of $12,152.50.
Okay, did warrant?
$12,152.
We skip one.
We skip number 7.
They're probably out of order. well, no, what's this next one? This is a general fund warrant, yeah, so the numbers have gotten mixed up.
Oh, they're just, yeah.
Okay, so basically this is warrant number, on your list, it's warrant number 8. Okay, Carla, can you catch what's going on?
Yes.
What was numbered as number 7 is actually, is the
Number
highway
8.
warrant for 12-1-152.
Okay.
Okay? So, we just changed the categories between 7 and 8. So, was there a second for that highway?
I second it.
Okay. Is there any discussion?
What's the total on that?
1215250.
Okay, thank you.
Hearing none, all those in favor of paying highway fund warrant number 7 in the amount of $12,152.50 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay warrant number 8 out of the general fund in the amount of $4,311.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying general fund warrant number 8 in the amount of $4,311 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 9 out of the equipment fund in the amount of $3,394.48.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying the equipment warrant number 9 in the amount of $3,394.48 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. All right, so moving on to reports. Highway?
Again, I can just report on weather and storms. The week of New Year's, it started Sunday night and it didn't end until Thursday morning. So that's basically what we've been doing, is taking care of the roads. Everything's up and running. Using material, of course. But like I said, everything's up and running and we're keeping up with it.
All right, any questions for Steve on the highway? All right, and the town clerks, you all should have gotten a copy of the counter money in the boxes. And so then the treasurer.
The sweeper account, $884,751.11. Your checking account, $29,741.23.
Okay, any questions? No? And then moving on to correspondence, we received a copy of the CLA for this coming tax year, and it remained pretty much the same as it has in previous years. The common level of appraisal is 99.41%. So we're almost at 100% evaluation, and that's about what it was, 99 something last year. So that really hasn't changed. So remember that as we begin to talk about my added school business piece.
Happy 99.41?
99.41%, yeah. All right, members of the public, we don't have any members of the public this evening. All business is, in fact, the continuing budget discussion, so we will postpone that until the end of the meeting. So then we'll move on to the new business, which is going to be the 3 requests for the use of the town hall. The first one is Community Hope in Action. Well, these are actually not town hall. These are all common use. Community Hope in Action on the first Saturday in May for the 2020 Green Up. So would somebody like to make a motion to allow them to hold the Green Up on the Common on the first Saturday in May, which I'm not even sure what date that is. Is it the 3rd? Is it the 3rd? No, 2nd. Second. So it'd be 2nd.
So I move that we allow the Community Hope and Action Group to hold Green Up Day festivities in conjunction with the town on the Common on Saturday, May 2nd.
Second.
Is there any discussion on that? Hearing none. All those in favor of allowing Community Hope in Action to hold a Green Up Day on May 2nd on the town common, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So today is 1, 7, 2. Okay, there's one. The next two are for Grace Cottage. The first one is for the May 9th Spring to Health 5K run, and that is to use the common.
I would move that we allow Grace Cottage to use the common for the 5K run on May 9th.
Second.
Okay, is there any discussion on that?
Just want to clarify if the fee for that is waived.
Well, that's where I was going to go, yes. Is the fee waived for this one? This
At
particular-
no charge.
Okay.
Was that no charge last year?
I don't
I
remember.
think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
Okay, so there's no, okay, is there any further discussion on that? Hearing none, all those in favor of allowing Grace Cottage 5K run to use the common on May 9th, 2020, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So that's 7, 20. Okay, now the next one is again Grace Cottage. It's on the common. To use the common from July 27th through August 2nd to set up for a hospital fair day.
I would move that we allow Grace Cottage to use the common from, was it July 27th to August 2nd?
Correct.
For hospital fair days. We charge them
No,
for
there's-
that, yeah,
there's-
at
there's-
the
there's a-
regular rate.
At the regular rate?
Yeah.
Yes, we did.
I just don't remember that. What is without looking at the policy. So,
It's $100.
but it's, what is it per day? I don't remember.
It's a,
I think it's 100 a day.
it's $100.
Is that what it was? It's not on the application, it's on, it's in the,
It needs to be on that, yeah. It's in the- I think it's $100 a day.
Yeah, I think so.
There's the policy on the town hall, there's the policy on the common. Events which require structures to remain standing, $100 fee. Well, it doesn't say. It doesn't say. It says a $100 fee payable to the town of Townsend will be required for any individual, group, party, or organization using the town common, and then $25 a day extra.
okay,
So
so,
the-
so it's 100
Sorry.
plus 25 times what? 7, 28, 29, 30, 31st, for a week. So it would be 7, so actually 6, so another 150, so it would be a total of 250. Okay, that's all right. So somebody want to make a motion to that effect?
So moved. I mean, I made the motion to allow it at the fee
Okay.
of, I'll amend the motion
To
at
allow
the fee
it for
of 250.
Second.
Okay. So any further discussion on that? Hearing none, all those in favor of allowing Grace Cottage Family Health to use the common from July 27th to August 2nd for hospital fair days at a fee of $250, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Okay, so that will need to be, these three will need to be notified, Carla, that we'll need a copy for the book, but they also need to be notified that they've been approved. So I know the hospital wanted to clear that up.
Can I also have, while we have this, can I make a motion to amend the application form to have the fee schedule printed on it?
Go right ahead. You're welcome to take and add the fee
I
schedule
would
to
move
it.
to amend the application form.
You could
to
actually
Put the fee schedule on
you
it.
can actually correct it and put the fee schedule on.
Yeah.
Second.
You
right?
can.
That's great.
I-
I think we
Oh,
should-
yeah, I'll do
I
it.
think we should do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only difficulty is between the use of the common, which has a different structure than the use of the town hall.
Mhm.
And it makes it difficult to run the two columns for people that are going back and forth between the two entities.
Yeah.
You know, you've got summer, winter use here for the upstairs. You've got the common with the standing structures for more than 2 days. You know, that type of, it's going to be very wordy to add the fee structure.
Oh, we'll put it in a table.
Go.
Check boxes and everything.
Go for it. You can go for
Carly,
it.
can you email me the application?
So all those in favor of actually amending the usage fee for the town hall and for the town common to include the fee structure, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So that is now your job. Thanks, Will.
Sure.
Okay. So we
Is
took
there
care
a
of.
second on there?
Yeah, it was, Steve, I think,
Okay, thank
seconded
you.
it. I think. So there's that. The liquor license has to be dealt with. All right, so now we have the liquor license for 3J's LLC, which is Harmonyville Store, and it is a second-class license. I'll entertain a motion to approve a second-class license for said entity.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving a second-class liquor license for 3J's LLC, doing business as Harmonyville Store, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Okay, this is one of those funky ones where we all have to sign on this side.
The right-hand side?
Yeah, that whole other side of the desk.
That's, that joke is as old as time.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? That's it. Yes. I'm all over this. We have that. Okay. We all got this. We both did really well. I'm impressed. Then the only other thing that is actually on the active agenda that we added for discussion tonight, is this just a point of information before we go into budget discussions? Is the school, West River Combined Unit actually passed their, or West River Education District passed their budget last night, and Townsend's increase is estimated to be 30 cents on the school rate, which means that just the school rate taxes next year for Homestead will be $2.17. That is up 30 cents. There is a meeting next Monday on the 13th at 7 o'clock on the library at Leland and Gray to kind of take public comments on the budget, but they've already passed it. I'm not sure what they're going to do, but that is certainly an increase that cannot be sustained. Just plain and simple. On a $200,000 house, that's an extra $600, and just in school tax. So that was just a piece of information that came out from last night. So if there's nothing else, no need for an executive session that I'm aware of, Carla? No? Then I would entertain a motion to recess from this meeting and then reconvene to be able to do the ongoing budget discussions. So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of taking a 15-minute break to allow everybody to move around, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So no resolution.
Are you
Oh, we forgot to do the dates. You're right. Before we do that, back that trolley up. Yes, we do need to talk about the dates. We are currently scheduled for the 14th, which is next Tuesday. And I looked at the dates today for the requirements for the warnings. We cannot even sign the warning for town meeting until the 23rd. That's the earliest that we can actually warn. But the town report has to go to the printers before the end of the month. So the question becomes, do we want to meet on the, we can't meet on the 21st. I have another obligation. So we can either meet next week on the 14th and then on the 28th, we could hold it all off and maybe have a special meeting sometime the week of the 20th to finish budget and then sign the warning on the 28th, because that would be the last piece to go to the printer. I don't know what your preferences are.
I'm okay with doing we're scheduled for next, so would we move next week to the 21st?
No, I cannot do.
Oh, you can't do the 21st.
I cannot do the
Right.
21st.
Right.
I'm not sure we'd have any business on the 14th, a week from today, other than just finishing up the budget, but we still can't sign the warning. We'd still have to meet to sign the warning the
Right.
following week.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So do we do it off day on the week of the 19th and maybe Thursday the 23rd and sign the warning that night?
Yeah,
Sure.
that's what I think.
And then do
Okay.
business on the 28th?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Somebody want to make a motion to that effect, that we'll, our next scheduled meeting would be the 23rd of January at, I'm assuming 6:30?
Oh.
Okay. And then we'll leave the 28th as a regular business meeting. So
moved.
okay, so the motion is to hold the next scheduled select board meeting on the 23rd at 6:30 p.m. and leave the 28th intact. But get rid of the 14th. All right, so all those in favor of doing so signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions? All right, the motion passes. So that's the schedule. We need somebody on the 23rd, because that'll be actually signing the warning, and then we'll have a regular meeting on the 28th. Now we can go into recess.
Are you gonna do pre-town?
I don't know, are we gonna do pre-town?
We always have, haven't we? Although we don't have a school board this year.
You don't have there is no school board.
What's the point?
It usually gives you a little bit of indication of where your issues are gonna come from.
Mm-hmm.
And it gives you time.
And it's a chance to touch base with the moderator.
Well, that can be done now anyway, though, but it's really more to find out where the trouble's going to come from, and have an opportunity to try to short circuit it before you get to the stage on town meeting day. So it's usually the Monday
Before.
before.
Right?
No, it's not the day. It is
It's
1
the
week
week before on Monday.
Right.
Right.
Which is in this particular case, it's going to be February. Monday the week before. It's going to be the 24th, if we have it, of February.
I would move that we set a pre-town meeting date for February 24th.
At what time?
6 o'clock.
At 6. Everybody okay with that?
Crystal?
Is that a Monday?
It is a Monday.
Can it be earlier for people so that they can get here before they go home?
Well, part of it is the fact that we don't want to catch them before they get out. If they get out at 5, by
Right.
the time they come up the valley, do they want to stop and eat? It's
No, I guess it doesn't matter, right? Yeah,
6.
that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, it's usually pretty quick.
Okay, so then all those in favor of holding a pre-town meeting on Monday the 24th at 6 p.m.? Okay, 6 p.m. signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Okay, now, you got anything else in your little?
Nope.
Okay.
Thanks, Rich.
Ready to go. So thank you all for coming today.
My name is Lauren Hurl, and I'm the Executive Director of Vermont Conservation Voters. I'm speaking today on behalf of a diverse group of 30 organizations representing low-income advocates, businesses, environmental groups, youth leaders, health professionals, and others who have come together to call on our elected officials to enact a 4-point climate plan. We believe implementing this platform will be a critical step forward to ensure Vermont does our part on climate change, while growing our economy and actively working to improve equity in the state, which includes how we help lower-income Vermonters transition to more clean, healthy, and affordable solutions, and ensuring climate solutions benefit communities in all parts of the state. It is time for action matching the seriousness of this crisis. Since the legislature adjourned last year, Vermonters have been calling for climate action in unprecedented numbers and with an urgency we've never seen before. The science continues to get increasingly stark, underscoring the urgency of acting swiftly to transform to a low-carbon economy. Australia is on fire. There was record warmth in New England just this past weekend. The Arctic is melting at unprecedented speeds. The science is so alarming that scientists all over the globe stood up and declared that we are in a climate emergency. We are encouraged to see that many of our elected leaders in Vermont are stepping up to the challenge. Climate action is a top priority of Speaker Mitzi Johnson and Senate President Pro Tem Tim Ash this year. The Climate Solutions Caucus has been working incredibly hard all summer and fall to hear from Vermonters across the state and craft policies that will advance climate action, economic opportunities, equity, and resilience. We know there's strong public support for climate action. VCV and VPIRG commissioned a poll in early December of over 700 Vermont voters, and it found overwhelming support across the state for climate policy platform that we're presenting today, with at least 3 out of 4 Vermonters supporting each of the policy proposals that we're talking about, and a strong majority of Vermonters who said they're very concerned about global warming and want elected officials who will take action. With scientific urgency, public support, and legislative leadership, we have a critical opportunity for climate action in 2020. But we also need leadership from Governor Scott. We need a vision and a plan coming from the administration. We're glad that he's excited about the fun new electric vehicles coming on the market, but without the policies and investments needed to help people buy more efficient vehicles and access other climate solutions, we know that we won't get where we need to go. Under Governor Scott's leadership, for the first time in years, we've lost jobs in the clean energy sector. We've halted progress on wind energy, and our solar energy progress has slowed down. But we know we can get back on track. And by supporting and signing these policies, Governor Scott can live up to his words when he strongly declared Vermont was still in for meeting the Paris Climate Accord commitments. We're presenting today a climate action plan that, if enacted, will represent essential, meaningful progress. At VCV, support and leadership on enacting this climate action plan is what we will be educating voters about and holding elected officials accountable to during election season. Our platform includes a 4-point plan to work together to create the framework and initial policies and investments to put us on track to meeting our own state climate commitments. First, we need a Global Warming Solutions Act that will hold state government accountable to developing the plans and policies needed to, at long last, hit the climate targets we have committed to as a state. Second, we must require our utilities to achieve 100% clean, renewable electricity by 2030. Third, we must modernize our energy-efficient utilities so they can focus on driving down greenhouse gas pollution as they continue to do their long-standing, impactful work to improve electric efficiency. And finally, we must join the Transportation and Climate Initiative and use the revenues in an equitable, just way to invest in transportation solutions that will benefit Vermonters and communities across the state. You'll hear from several speakers now about why we need to act and how we can shape solutions to benefit our children, our health, and the most vulnerable in our state while growing jobs and our economy. First, I'm going to invite up Seth Fisher-Olvera from St. George and Vermont Common School.
My name is Seth Fisher-Olvera. I live in St. George, Vermont, and I'm a senior at Vermont Common School in South Burlington. I'm a member of the Vermont Youth Lobby, and I was a delegate at the Vermont Youth Climate Congress. I'm here as a member of the generation least responsible for the Climate Congress, and the generation that will live with the consequences of continued inaction. I'm here to say this as clearly as I can. Governor Phil Scott and the legislature are not doing enough to address the climate crisis. Climate change threatens our economy, our environment, and the way Vermonters live their lives. The decisions made this year in this building will affect young Vermonters for generations to come. For decades, elected officials have been aware of the danger that greenhouse gases pose, but they haven't taken action to protect young Vermonters. In fact, since 1990, carbon pollution has risen 13% in Vermont, while it has fallen in every other New England state, in New York and in Quebec. And this is unacceptable. At the Vermont Youth Climate Congress last year, over 170 student delegates from 44 schools from across the state convened to declare a climate emergency. In addition, we recommended more than 20 concrete steps that the state can take to reduce emissions, including the 4 banner proposals being announced today. Speaking as a delegate, I think it's fair to say that the young Vermonters want bolder action, more ambition, and faster results than are proven today. But we must get started. This is an urgent and unprecedented global emergency. Vermont must play a role in this fight, and young Vermonters are demanding our government play its part. So while these bills won't be enough, let's pass them all this year and get to work reducing pollution and protecting the future. Thank you.
Next, I'd like to welcome up Dr. David Rand, Assistant Professor of Medicine at the University of Vermont and a member of the Vermont Climate and Health Alliance.
Good morning. I'm Dr. David Rand. I'm pleased to be here on behalf of the Vermont Climate and Health Alliance, representing hundreds of health professionals across Vermont who are supporting the Climate Action Plan announced here this morning. As your doctors, nurses, veterinarians, and other healthcare providers, you expect us to act to protect your health. You expect us to say what needs to be said. As stewards of the health of Vermont's people, we are obligated to speak out. Let's start with a global picture. In the fall of 2018, 100 leading medical and health organizations representing over 6 million healthcare professionals declared climate change is a global health emergency. The World Health Organization lists the top 10 threats to human health annually. Climate change topped the list in 2019. I expect the same this year. Nationally, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention predict severe health risks to all Americans. The American Psychiatric Association reminds us that climate change does not just affect the physical body, but also significantly impacts our mental health. Here are just a few examples of what my colleagues and I are seeing in Vermont in our daily work, because climate change is here already. Our patients with lung disease are the first to notice hot weather, and they call us when it is very hot or humid outside because they can't breathe. It's not just our lung disease patients who are hurting. People with virtually any chronic medical illness are more prone to exacerbation other ailments on the hottest days of the year. And the Vermont Public Health Association tells us that every day the average temperature in Vermont reaches at least 87 degrees, there is an additional death among Vermonters aged 65 or older. Both in the clinic and the hospital, we are caring for an increasing number of patients with serious consequences of tick-borne illnesses, such as Lyme disease and anaplasmosis. The most vulnerable Vermonters are the most threatened by changes coming at us: the elderly, people in poverty, children, and people with disabilities. They are hit first and hardest. 2 years ago, the Vermont Climate and Health Alliance joined with the Vermont Medical Association, the Vermont Public Health Association, and other leading Vermont medical and health groups in sending a letter to the legislature stating that the science was clear and unequivocal. Climate change was poised to become the major threat to human health in the 21st century. Our message to the legislature, to the governor, and to all Vermonters today is that our collective patient the earth, is in worse condition than it was just 2 years ago. Our patient has a fever, low blood pressure, and it is in the intensive care unit. Left unchecked by the time Vermont's school-age children are our age, climate pollution will shatter many systems that we all need for health and security. We created this problem together. We will only get out of it if we sacrifice together. The time for inaction and trying to protect the status quo is over. In keeping with our oath as medical and health professionals to protect the health and well-being of our fellow Vermonters, the Vermont Climate and Health Alliance is here today to state our unequivocal support for this platform. And I'm proud to also report that the Vermont Medical Society, the state's largest physician membership organization, representing over 2,400 physicians, medical students, and physician assistants, has signed onto this plan as well. Thank you.
Next, I'd like to welcome up Erhard Manka from the Vermont Affordable Housing Coalition.
Thank you, Lauren, and thank you, Dr. Rand. My name is Erhard Manka, and I'm here representing the Vermont Affordable Housing Coalition and the tens of thousands of low and moderate income Vermonters that our members serve. Our coalition is made up of over 90 organizations that include the state's affordable housing developers, housing authorities, homeless service providers, low-income advocates, and anti-poverty agencies. Our coalition is here today to join the call to the Vermont legislature and to Governor Scott at last to support climate action, climate actions that are necessary for Vermont and live up to its climate commitments. So why do housing and homeless organizations support these actions? Because we understand that climate change is a low-income issue. Climate change is a housing issue. When we look at the impacts of climate change, low-income Vermonters are disproportionately impacted. They suffer the greatest consequences from our increasingly extreme weather. They live in the most risk-prone locations, the most vulnerable structures, and are the slowest to recover from climate events. As just one example, those most affected by Tropical Storm Irene were low-income residents in mobile home parks, one of which, Tri-Park Mobile Home Park in Brattleboro, with 333 lots, is the largest in the state and is still struggling to recover 8 years later. That storm drives home an important point. The climate crisis will impact Vermont and Vermonters, and is already doing so. That's not a reason not to act, though. Far from it. Doing right, climate action builds stronger communities and safeguards against the impacts that are on their way. Every policy in this platform can and should make Vermont communities from Burlington to Brunswick more resilient against the impacts of climate change. The other reality is that climate actions like weatherizing low-income families' homes and building housing that is both affordable and efficient aren't just good for the climate. These actions directly make the lives of families all around the state immeasurably easier and better. These actions not only help lower our carbon footprint, they lower the overall cost of the housing, making it more affordable for the low-income Vermonters they serve, all while creating good-paying jobs that boost our economy and keep our hard-earned dollars in state instead of exporting them through the purchase of fossil fuels. Members of the Vermont Affordable Housing Coalition are taking climate action every day, but the work we're doing and the individual choices so many Vermonters and Vermont businesses are making are simply not enough on their own. The governor and the legislature need to join us in taking Vermont's climate commitment seriously, and that is why we stand behind the 2020 Climate Action Plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to welcome up Jordan Giaconia from Vermont Businesses for Social Responsibility.
Morning, everyone. So my name is Jordan Giaconia. I'm a public policy manager with Vermont Businesses for Social Responsibility. VBSR is a business association representing over 730 business members in every industry and every county across the state. united in our shared mission to advance an ethic that protects the natural, human, and economic environments of Vermont as a business thrives. From global brands like Ben & Jerry's and Burton to small startups like Mamava, VBSR members are some of the most successful and iconic businesses in our state who together shape the Vermont brand. If the legislature and governor are in need of inspiration, we ask that they look no further than many of our leading businesses who are already taking steps to reduce their emissions and move toward energy independence. It comes as no surprise that these companies are deeply worried about the looming threat of climate change and increasingly optimistic about the economic opportunities bold climate action presents. Climate change is without question the single greatest threat to Vermont's communities, ecosystems, and our shared way of life. Spring is arriving earlier, heavy rainstorms are becoming commonplace, and our summers are hotter and drier than ever. Meanwhile, more frequent and severe storms cause floods that cost us millions and damage property and infrastructure. From winter recreation to local food and drink-driven tourism industries, these changes disrupt nearly every facet of our state's economy, and we can no longer afford half measures. Despite widespread bipartisan support for Vermont's greenhouse gas reduction goals and a standing commitment to the Paris Climate Agreement, Vermont's lingering dependency on fossil fuel continues to keep our emissions on the rise and our economy stifled. Rather than exporting billions of dollars on out-of-state fossil fuels, we urge Vermont legislature and governor to advance renewable energy and efficiency solutions that will move us off of imported fossil fuels, curb greenhouse gas emissions, and reinvest those dollars into building a new innovation workforce, ensuring a just transition into a clean energy future for all Vermonters. Failure to do so will put our communities at risk and all but ignore one of the greatest wealth-generating opportunities in our history. VBSR has long advocated for a triple bottom line of people, planet, and prosperity, and I'm here today to tell you that none of these values are mutually exclusive. Together, through local investment, equity, and accountability, we can tackle climate change, build a thriving economy, and put the green back in Green Mountain State.
But never least, Paul Burns from the Vermont Public Interest Research Group.
Thanks, Lauren. All right, so this is it. Just 2 more minutes. Thanks everybody for being here. Good morning again. My name is Paul Burns. I'm the Executive Director of VPIRG, the Vermont Public Interest Research Group. We're the largest consumer and environmental advocacy organization in Vermont. I want to start by thanking all the members of the 30 organizations who have joined in this call for bold climate action today. That we face a climate crisis, a climate emergency, is undeniable. Every city, state, and nation understands that scientific fact has a responsibility to take action that is equal to the challenge that we face. As you all know, Vermont has not yet met that challenge, not by a long shot. But as Lauren and others have rightly pointed out, leaders in the Vermont House and Senate are stepping up and supporting the kinds of policies that are needed to move our state from merely talking the talk on climate to actually walking the walk. Now it's Governor Scott's turn. More than 2 years ago, he proudly proclaimed that we're still in after President Trump announced that he was pulling the United States out of the Paris Climate Accord. Since then, there's been more talk but very little action from the governor. If Governor Scott does, in fact, support Vermont's own climate commitments, as he says he does, it is time for him to show it. It's time for him to lead, follow, or get out of the way of legislators who are proposing real solutions this year. Now, we genuinely hope that the governor will step up. But it's action more than words that we need now. And let me be clear, if the sum total of what an elected official supports will clearly fall short of putting Vermont on a track to achieve our climate commitments, then that elected official does not support our state's climate commitments, period. That's why it's so heartening to see the breadth and depth of support for bills like the Global Warming Solutions Act and the Senate's just released 100% by 2030 bill. Holding elected officials accountable is part of what we all do. but we're far more interested in working with them to achieve the solutions to the problems that we face together. In 2020, our 30 organizations and the tens of thousands of members that we support, that we represent, are committed to working with all state leaders who are willing to treat the climate crisis as the emergency that it is. Thanks.
Thank you so much, and we would now be happy to answer any questions you might have. You answered it all. Great.
I just had one question. So when we look at the TCI, and I don't really know how to formulate the question, but some people are saying it's going to raise the price of a tank or a gallon of gasoline about 17, 18 cents. That's one reason that the governor has kind of come out against it, saying he can't support any more fees on low-income Vermonters. Where do we draw that line? How do we balance that?
I can take a first stab, but others feel free to jump in. I mean, I think an important context of the Transportation Climate Initiative is really looking at that as a regional approach to addressing what is Vermont's leading greenhouse gas emission sector, our transportation sector, and it's really taking seriously how do we transform it so we're getting more Vermonters into alternative vehicles, cleaner, healthier, more affordable vehicles. And so the key part that is missing from if we just focus on the cap that's being put on pollution and the fee that fossil fuel companies would pay is the investment that could bring tens of millions of dollars to Vermont and help Vermonters transition to better transportation alternatives.
I would also say, I'm Johanna Miller, I'm the Energy and Climate Program Director at the Vermont Natural Resources Council, that Vermonters are already bearing a high cost right now, so doing something about it is intended to assuage that a little bit. Most importantly, it's also to put in the context of 17 cents is about a decade out. We've paid more, the difference between what we were paying in gas this summer and what we are paying now in the city of Montpelier is far more than 17 cents. So I just want to say, and let me tell you right now, as you heard from others, about 80% of that cost that we are paying goes out of state. So this is a proactive proposal, a starting point to make sure that we are reducing emissions in our most carbon polluting intensive sector and using those dollars to reinvest in solutions that will save Vermonters money over the long term. So let's put the frame in context to say that it's really intended to be a long-term sort of economic protection for Vermonters.
Other questions?
What kind of assistance can be given to private utility companies in Vermont to help them reach the goal by 2030 to be providing 100% renewable? That's a tall task in the next 10 years.
Hi, Olivia Campbell, Renewable Energy Vermont, Executive Director. So the state's largest utility, Green Mountain Power, last year already made a commitment to move and achieve 100% renewable electricity by 2030. So what we know is that climate change and the changes that we are experiencing with increased storm events are increasing the cost of all of our energy and our electricity system now. Green Mountain Power has spent over $25 million in the last 4 years responding to storm events, and that costs Vermonters money. So the more we can power our community with local renewable electricity, it creates greater resilience and has the impact of reducing costs in both the short term and the long term. So does that answer your question?
I was just curious if there was any ideas as to like assistance that might be provided to other smaller utility companies in different parts of the state that maybe Green Mountain Power doesn't cover, companies that maybe have some more catching up to do.
Sure. Well, we do actually have two small utilities, Burlington Electric Department and Washington Electric Co-op, that provide 100% renewable electricity now to their members. So I'm not sure it's a matter of incentives for utilities is what it addresses. I believe that this is really proposed to grow our local economy and increase our climate resilience and lower electricity costs with local renewable electricity. Because Vermonters pay very high amounts of money every year for transporting electricity through the ISO New England grid. We're part of a regional grid. And the more that we can generate our electricity locally, then we save on those costs.
Questions?
Back to TCI for a minute. How would you envision the state of Vermont would spend the tens of millions of dollars it would get from TCI to join? Is there any sense of what
I would say that's a state of Vermont decision, and I think there are many conversations already underway about how to best use those dollars, and a commitment to ensuring that those dollars go back into the communities who need help, rural communities, go back to low-income Vermonters who need help in making the transition. So I think the good news is that we have agency over that, and that the commitment and principle to helping Vermonters who need it the most, rural, low-income, vulnerable Vermonters, will lead that conversation, and we get to participate in that if we move forward with making this really important commitment.
And I guess one last question for TCI as well. So, of course, Governor Scott kind of has his reservations, but also in Massachusetts, Governor Baker has sort of expressed a little doubt, politicians down in Rhode Island as well. So with it being such a large coalition, right, I mean, why should Vermonters believe in TCI and the effects that it can have if we see throughout New England people having that?
Well, Vermonters can take solace in that it's a proven approach. We have participated in the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative for many years. Republican Governor Jim Douglas entered into this regional program to cap emissions in the electric sector. That program has worked. Our emissions have gone down. The economies in New England and the Northeast are among the strongest. And so we have a proven approach. It's a foundational step forward, and we can improve it over time. But I think, to Kevin's question, I think we are committed in the state of Vermont to reducing greenhouse gas emissions in a way that protects vulnerable, low-income, rural Vermonters as well. So it's a great opportunity.
Anything else? Thank you all so much.
Before you run, I just want to say, these are all fair questions, but I just wanted to add that, failing to act on this climate emergency is not doing a favor to any Vermonters. It's not doing a favor to low-income Vermonters or anyone else by failing to act. It's like being unwilling to call the fire department when your house is on fire because you're worried that your taxes might go up to pay for that fire engine. That's not going to solve the problem. We need solutions, and we need leadership now. And the governor simply saying, I care, I believe in science, but I'm unwilling to act is no longer enough. We need to see leadership. We need it to happen now.
Thank you. All right. Thanks. Thank you.
Okay, call this meeting to order. We've got minutes for December 18th. If if I can get a motion for that.
I'll move that we approve the minutes from December 18th.
I'll second that.
Discussion on those minutes? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I'll abstain.
Okay, minutes for January 8th.
I'll move that we approve the minutes for the select board meeting of January 8th.
I'll second that.
Discussion on those? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we've got warrants 15, 15P, Energy Committee 1, ratify 14, 14B, Conservation Commission 5, Reappraisal Fund 6, and Payroll Correction 13A. Anybody want to re-say those?
Okay,
That's
I'll
one.
move that we approve warrants 15, 15P, Energy Committee number 1, and that we ratify warrants 14, 14P, Conservation Commission number 5, the Reappraisal Fund number 6, and the Payroll Correction 13A.
Excellent. I'll second that.
Discussion on those? All those in, did I add a second? Yeah, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And now, somebody just reminded me before the meeting even started that we had two things we wanted to add to the agenda, and I didn't do that, but I'd like to do that now. We're gonna have a curb cut, we'll do under the highway, and a resignation that we can do down under
New business.
new business. Okay, so let's go, no visitors here today. Road foreman's report. Well, we had the spring flood open house workshop 2-5. So
I talked to Lee, we're gonna connect at the end of January and see what it looks like for that date. We may go down together for a real quick tour.
Perfect.
Yeah, so we'll connect, depends on the weather.
Okay. Then we have strolling of the heifers toward the Heifer Dummerston bicycle route. It's going to be on 6-7.
Yeah, so they always do that bicycle tour on the Sunday after the strolling of the heifers. Sunday is, they have like 3 or 4 different routes, they're different lengths for different skill sets of people, and I guess they changed one of the routes so that it goes through Dummerston.
They're all originating at the Bunker Farm.
Oh, they're all originating?
They're all originating at the
Okay.
Bunker Farm, so I spoke with Roger, Roger's connected with them, they're coming in to meet with Roger on that aspect of it for
Roger.
conditional use. Our zoning administrator.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so then, because of the safety issue on this, I sent it around to Mark Anderson. That's new to him about this route change. And he has some concerns on Middle Road. So, I mean, it's up to the board, but we might want to ask this lady to come in so we can, because they're going to need a liquor permit too. Because if you look at the thing, they're having alcohol at the Bunker Farm, which would be under our auspices.
I would have thought they would have contacted the select board before they
Exactly. Yeah,
came up with these routes that were going through the town and basically all in town.
They have done them in Guilford before, right? Guilford and up to Marlboro.
Halifax, Marlboro. But that's a little more remote. I mean,
Yeah,
What do you
Middle
mean?
Road's,
Middle Road,
Yeah.
well, going up Middle Road is,
Have you looked at the map? It goes actually through the Scott Farm, through your orchard.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't? Well, it looks like it on the map. Looks like it on the map. Yeah, but it's going up.
yeah, it would have been, I think it would have been nice for somebody to come in and just give an
update.
Or,
Yeah.
talk to the town about it, or the select board about it, before they just sent out a map and here it is.
It is all advertised.
It's already on their
website
and
everything. Right.
So, I mean, I would have thought, courtesy would have been to come in here and at least.
Well, not just courtesy, but, really asking permission. I mean, I think it's been the same for many years, so they haven't had a process, it's all volunteers. They're having to think about what, and probably they were talking to people at Bunker Farm and had this great idea and then planned their routes and stuff, but, I mean, they missed a step.
A serious step, a serious one, yeah.
Yeah.
So I think it'd be a good idea to contact, is that something do, Terry?
Yeah, I'll contact her. You wanna see if she can come in at the next
And
meeting?
who is she?
Her name is Cicely Eastman, is the one that's heading this up. That sent us the original email to say they were coming.
Yeah, I'd like to, I don't know how long Cicely's been doing this, but in addition to her, if she hasn't been doing it for a long time, I'd like someone to come with her that has some longevity with the Tour de Heifer.
Okay.
Because I'm gonna, we're gonna ask questions that I would like to have answered at that meeting, as opposed to things that she says, well, I have to go back and ask so-and-so. I'd like her to come with, if she can't answer questions about the history, that she has somebody with her who can.
Okay, so I'll try to get her in for the next meeting.
For the 29th?
For the 29th.
Yep.
And I'll let everybody know.
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks, Terry.
Okay. Sign the certificate of mileage. Everybody see that? That's what we do that once a year.
Of our dirt roads, of our paved and unpaved roads.
I'll move that we sign the certificate of mileage.
I'll second that.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, and then we had the curb cut that's on Fish Road, that's on, what is it, 856 Fish Road. Lee's gone over this and he thinks it's in a real good spot. It doesn't even need a culvert, so he was happy with this.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve the curb cut for Daniel Kipp at 856 Fish Road. I'll second.
Discussion? Again, Lee thought it was good, so. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right. Correspondence for information. Anybody see anything? I had a phone call, I've got a phone call about this. I think this is, we have BCTV here, and I think a lot of people, watch these shows, and so we don't get the people to come into the meetings. And I let the person that called me today know that, people are welcome to come to these meetings, and we have the agenda posted. So if they see something on there that they want to discuss, I wish they'd come in and discuss it at a meeting where it's on the agenda. Because there's sometimes we don't discuss the stuff that's there because it's not something that we are going to discuss. We look through it, and so if you see something on the agenda, if you look at the agenda and there's something that you really are interested in, please come in and discuss it with us. This isn't just for the select board to discuss, this is for the public to discuss. So one of the things that somebody wanted to discuss was the Wyndham Regional Commission meeting at Newfane tomorrow evening.
Right.
And let's see, they're gonna have a meeting. They want all the towns involved in this. I guess they got grant money, and it's a communication union district is what they're trying to come up with. And so there's two people from Dummerston that contacted me that will be going to that meeting.
Oh, good.
And I asked them if they would be willing to come to our next meeting on the 29th and discuss what is actually wanted by the town. So one of them said they would definitely be willing to come. The other one said if they could come, they would. And
good.
Okay,
so.
I saw that correspondence and thought, okay, maybe I'll try to get to that also.
Oh,
that'd be great.
That would be great.
Yeah, that would be really good.
So I remember initially when they sent out the information about they were wanting towns to commit, how much money would you be willing to commit to this project? And so that's where I thought.
Yeah, they see, because they're asking us to pass a simple resolution as soon as possible, whether we'll commit the town of Dummerston to participate in the effort to investigate the feasibility of forming a local CUD.
And part of it's doing a survey.
I was just gonna say, I thought part of it was they were coming up with a survey.
Right.
Before we make a resolution, because if there is only a handful of people that are even interested, then, I mean,
Right.
Right, and
Right.
you know, what's the cost going to be for the
Right.
town?
Right, before we-
How many
before
people
we
are going
commit,
to be
we-
served?
yeah. yeah.
And Roger Turner's actually going to write an article for the Views for this, so that'll be in there. So yeah, it's.
But I agree with you, Louis, in inviting people to come into the select board for the things that are under correspondence for information, because that's where we can read something like this, but if someone feels strongly about it and they want to advocate for it, they can give us more information, they can advocate for it. We might be more likely to go to a meeting because of them coming to the meeting. I think in terms of this broadband meeting, we've been in discussions on different topics about the importance of internet access in rural areas, and that's a very key piece for towns and for residents. So, but the more we hear from people in the town, the better we know what to where to put our efforts.
Right. Right. I'd let this go until I saw the couple of letters that came in.
Right. And I misread one of the emails. I was thinking it was more information on it. And then when I reread it, I talked to the gentleman and I was like, apologize to him because I read it as he was sending me the same information that I had gotten. But he was actually asking about this, and he had everything written out. And I'm like, well, you've got as much information as I do because you wrote it all out. Same thing I would have known, so. And he's one of the gentlemen that's gonna go to that meeting tomorrow. And he's the one that said he'd be willing to come on the 29th. So if you went to Zeke, that'd be great. So, but yeah, by all means, we would love to have people come to our meetings, to discuss these things if it's interests them. Okay. So now we've got correspondence for discussion and or action. We don't have anything under there. New business. Conservation Commission appointment.
What was Jesse's last name?
Wampler?
Wampler,
I think.
I would move that we appoint Jesse Wampler to the Conservation Commission.
I'll second that.
And is he filling?
He would be doing Bill Johnson. He moved to Keene, so
Yeah.
he'd be taking that spot.
Okay.
I thought he spoke really well, seems interested, seems knowledgeable, seems to fit in with the
Good
group.
fit. Yeah.
I mean, I'm impressed with the number of new people
I
in
know,
town that
that are
have
coming
just stepped
forward.
forward to join
Yes.
different
Different-
committees.
Different
Yes.
ones too, yeah.
Pretty
Really good.
impressive.
It's good. I think that's why they moved to Dummerston, is because of these commissions. I mean, we do have some great commissions, committees and stuff that we have in this town and, that really involved with stuff. So did I have a second on that?
I second it.
Any more discussion? All those in favor of appointing Jesse?
Aye.
Okay. Approve the increase of $300 to the town HSA. What this is for is because the HSA is done on a calendar year. We did it for the budget for next year, the
Right.
$300, but that is actually started, so we have to do the $300 for this year. So,
And is it literally just $300, or is it $300 per employee? What is it?
it was.
Seems like such a tiny amount.
It was.
I think it was $75 and there's four
Four,
employees.
yeah. Yeah, that's what it was.
Okay.
Is it increasing an already designated amount,
Yes,
or?
adding to what we
Yes.
budgeted and passed at last town meeting, but the health insurance doesn't go on our fiscal year.
Uh-huh.
So when we approve it, a new bill comes in December.
I see,
So
got it. Okay, I'm
we-
with you
We
now.
sort of estimate.
Got it. Yep.
We do what they tell us it's gonna be,
Yeah.
basically for this year, for next year because we've already done it, so we can't guess.
So I'd move that we approve the increase of $300 to the town's HSA account.
I'll second that.
Okay, discussion? I guess we just said that. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we have, let's go to, the resignation if we.
Yep.
Whitney Harrison, yes.
I'll move that we accept the resignation of Whitney Harrison, who's been our delinquent tax collector. And so that position's gonna be open, so anyone who would like to.
Volunteer.
I'll second that.
Okay, discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Just like to thank Whitney for her service.
Yeah.
Yes.
Good. Geraldine, you're up.
I'd like to move that we recess as the select board and convene as the liquor
Control board.
liquor control board.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we have, where was that? I had that somewhere in here. Which one did we put that into, Terry?
I think that's under new business one.
Alright. Right here. This is for Circle K, for the Class 2 liquor license for the year. Does anybody want to make a motion to?
I'll move that we approve the liquor license renewal request for Circle K.
I'll second that.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay,
Is
Gerald?
that it? So I would move that we disband as the liquor control board and reconvene as the select board.
I'll second that.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
What's the usual word for
Adjourn.
That was good, though. Hey, we'll take it. Okay. So, let's move on to approve the proposed budget for FY '21. You didn't hand out, did you hand out?
Yes, I did.
Yes, you did, right here.
Okay, well, just so we can discuss if you want, I'll move that we approve the proposed budget for fiscal year '21.
I'll second that.
Okay, discussion.
Yeah, let's have some discussion.
Yeah.
So Maria, can you point out what's different about this, what you've added since the last copy?
Well,
Since the last tree
since
was-
about 2 hours ago.
Since the last forest we took down.
Yeah, it's hot off the press, Geraldine.
Okay.
Hot. So what changed was, well, besides the taxes to be raised, but those changed because
Yeah.
on the highway fund, the actual and estimated expenditures.
The highway.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right, oh, in the
No,
beginning.
keep going.
Highway fund?
No, way down in.
Right here. That's the revenue side of it.
Yeah.
Expenses.
Got it.
Down at the bottom, radios and radio repair.
Third line up
Right.
there.
We had originally put 4,000 in there,
Mm-hmm.
and we changed it back to 500.
Okay, we did that at our last meeting?
No,
No,
we
just did that, Lee just did that this afternoon.
Oh, that's
Lee-
information from Lee?
Yes.
Okay.
Lee and Charlotte.
Good.
Okay, so that, of course, that changed all the totals all the way
Yep.
down through. And then on the general fund, this is not a very big change. On the general fund, under administration,
Mm-hmm.
the annual bulk mail permit
Mm-hmm.
went up $10.
Okay,
Okay.
Went from, we had 225 in there, I changed it to 235.
okay.
And then, from our last meeting, we added a line item to the capital fund budget on the very last page. We added a flail mower that we're gonna ask as a separate article for $22,750. That didn't change what we were gonna be asking to replenish the fund with, but what we're expending it will.
What else did we change? We did get the county number.
Hold on, Zeke, did you have a question about this?
Where were we were going to ask for another 600 or something for painting the building?
That I have not heard from anybody on. That was gonna go under, that was gonna be an additional
That's,
article.
that's an article we were
Okay.
gonna ask
All right.
for, to use out of, for
Right,
this
so-
money.
So it wouldn't be in here, it's a
Right.
separate article, cause it's gonna happen in the current fiscal year.
Ah, okay.
So when we go to do the warning, that'll be in there. But I think we were waiting to find out. It
The
was gonna be-
floors, we knew the painting was gonna be $690, I think it was.
960.
I thought it was
960, yeah,
960, yeah.
960, yeah.
Yep.
But we were waiting on the floors and
The bat cleanup.
the
back
cleanup
cleanup.
upstairs.
To add all of that,
For-
to take out of this year's
This
money.
year's.
This year's.
Yes.
Because we had put 10,000, had asked for 10,000 for the heat pump.
Yep.
And we didn't
And we
use
didn't
it.
spend it.
And
Okay.
we only spent
All coming back
3,600
now.
and possibly
Yep.
only 32 when we get the rebate back.
Right,
Yeah.
good.
So we're gonna be asking for that then.
So the only other number that I added in, because we finally got the county tax,
Yeah,
and that actually jumped a lot.
Oh, did it?
yeah.
And where is the county tax?
It would be the second to last page.
County.
Just above Memorial Day.
Got it.
That's-
Okay.
Yes,
That's another $2,000 higher than we were
yeah,
Oh, yeah.
anticipating.
yeah,
Somebody's getting a raise up there, I guess.
yeah.
Well, when you are the one
Yeah,
doing your own budget.
giving yourself the raise, I guess you can give yourself any raise.
Yeah.
Do we wanna go back to the select board, pay?
Yeah.
Speaking of that,
Yeah.
I guess we can decide.
So the only other question that came up, so those are the numbers that
Change.
changed. The only other question that came up was wording under the highway fund. As the sixth line down. It would be like the fourth page in, fifth
Fresh
page.
gravel and ledge for,
Same one we were on with the,
Yes.
radios.
Yep,
Okay.
we've had it worded crushed gravel and ledge products. And it's been suggested that we should change that to crushing,
Okay.
but I'm not sure if that's the case or not. Cause we're trying to set up another fund for crushing.
Well, for blasting. Blasting, cause that's blasting and crushing, that will only be the every 5 years.
Mhm.
I believe that funds for the every 5 years.
Every 5
And
years,
this crushing we'll be doing every year.
every year,
We'll-
okay,
Yeah, we'll be doing this
Okay.
one.
okay. So that's the only one, I'm not sure if we need clarification from Lee on that one or not.
Yeah, I think we'll
Um,
but I think that's just something that we can approve this if everybody's ready to
Cause that
approve
that
this.
won't change the numbers.
That won't change the numbers, it will just change that wording on
What
that.
we're gonna
Right.
call it.
So our budget for this year is actually up. Maybe do that.
Budget, you mean
The
the
actual,
bottom line or the
yeah,
revenue or expense?
municipal taxes, summary of municipal taxes, which would be your third page in, or fourth page in, right? So. Yeah. Anybody get their calculator? I don't know how to find my calculator here. There we go.
okay.
11.81.
Very good.
Percent, or,
Mhm.
yeah, but what's the dollar number, Maria?
Oh.
103,837.
103,000?
103 what?
103,837.
11%.
Up from last year?
Yes.
Yes. And we gotta look at that as the gravel pit
Yes.
was one of the big increases, and then the capital fund, we increased 40,000.
Yes.
And how much, what did I figure out, $32,000 was the between what we paid last year for gravel and what we're
Yes.
paying this year? So that's, about 80,000 of it right there.
What's 80,000 is gravel?
Well, no, would be, the capital fund is 40,000.
Uh-huh.
We raised that 40,000. And then the gravel is probably
Bond.
the bond payment is 65,600. But we also lowered the crushing from 50,000 down to 17. But then we put 18,000 back in to the blasting.
Right.
Put 18 back into the blasting. So if you took that 50,000 and added the 10,000, so there would be 60,000 for that, and then the 40,000 for the capital fund.
Capital fund.
There's 100,000. So the budget is $3,000 more, and then we've got, what is it? SEPCA, is that the name of it? That's probably going to ask for
Sevens.
They're probably going to be asking for 56. Is that what they're asking for? 56.
Yeah.
So that'll raise it more.
Yeah.
But so.
And there could be, well, I guess we don't know.
No, we won't know
No.
until
Till
the
the
27th
27th is
Right.
the
last day.
Right.
Anything can come in. So, so how do people feel about that? Should we start over?
No. There's a motion that's been seconded
Yeah.
to approve it.
Any more discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. With just the wording being the only thing that
Yes.
we'll
Yeah.
check on.
Yeah.
But the numbers,
Yeah.
Yeah, even though it was higher, it was nice that we got the county tax, so,
Yes.
no.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
So
glad
we
we know
discussed
that
that.
one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because we definitely weren't going to estimate that.
No.
no, we were going,
No.
we were going, I mean,
They
like I
were
said,
saying it wasn't going up much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you got the number, it's like,
Yeah.
wow, okay.
Yeah.
yeah, it was 2,000 more than we thought, and how many more thousand than, it's 5,000 more than it was last year.
Mm-hmm.
5,000 more?
Four something.
Four something, yeah.
Four
close to-
something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, so as soon as I can clarify with Lee what he wants to call that line item, then I'll send this off to the auditors to include in the town report.
Great work, Maria.
Thank you, Maria.
Yeah, thank you,
Really,
Maria.
it's a lot.
Thank you.
So, is there any other business that we would like to? Our next meeting is gonna be on the 29th.
Can we approve the articles, or the warning, I should say, at the 29th? The last of the articles would have to be in on the
Yes.
27th. Can we
Yes.
wait till the 29th, or do we have to have a special meeting right after that?
Is it 45 days or
Oh, we
40
did it.
days, not more than, not
Right.
less than 30?
30, but not more than
40?
5.
Wait a minute, I think it had to be the, oh shoot, hold on, wait, I might still have that.
Terry knows.
Yeah, well, I thought I had it on a note.
It would look
Hold
like,
on.
it would look like we would be all set to do it on the 29th then.
I think so.
would think so, but let me see if I kept the note here. Literally.
I trust
If we do it on the 29th, we'd have
Wait, let's see.
32 days.
Earliest day is January 23rd. The warning can be posted. Last day is February 2nd.
Okay.
So,
So yeah, if we did.
yeah, that's what I got off the
can-
webinar,
So
January
we don't have to
23rd.
have a special meeting.
I don't
Right.
think we,
We'll just
Nope.
put that, make sure we put that down on the agenda for.
Yeah.
For the
Yeah.
29th.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are there any questions about what you have written up? Is there anything, because you've basically got it written up, right?
Right,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, we've already
Just
looked at
if
that.
something
We
else
looked at
comes
it.
in.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
The only
I
thing,
think
the only thing we'll be looking for is the, from Lori, the floors and the cleanup for the,
Yeah. I can actually make copies and give these all to you if you wanna look at them. Other than
I think I
sent
have
out
a
once.
copy from
I thought
last
you did.
meeting.
Yeah, but now I've actually been able to fill in the
Oh,
numbers.
you're filling in the blanks, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, okay.
From
Yeah,
the
so it
budget,
might be
too.
good to have a
So,
copy.
yeah, I'll make copies. And,
Okay.
So.
All right. Anything else? Motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Okay.
Yeah.
We are adjourned.
Taking the notes, I guess you could.
Yeah.
To order. And I have a bunch of agenda additions. There's copies, they're gone. There was a couple hard copies there with the additions on there, which hopefully helps a little bit. So under the Finance Committee, possible action on a note taker. To the end of, also under Finance Committee, I don't know how this got lost, the budget discussion. So Frank, when you asked me that question, like, why are we having a budget discussion? I don't know how that got lost, but we will be having a budget discussion. I wouldn't miss it for anything. Anybody who knows me knows that. To the end of the committee reports, we have some Leadership Council appointments. And Sean wanted to just talk briefly about give us an update from the Guilford Leadership Council. If anybody else has a brief update, I would entertain it, but I'm not gonna do a stop and pause because we have a lot of budget stuff to get through and I don't want us to lose sight of that. And there's a new business item, under new business, item C. I'm floating an idea that the board authorizes a small amount of expenditures for the board chair and vice chair for unexpected urgent expenditures such as legal assistance or filming, and the board would ratify after the fact, because in the past I've had to say, okay, I'll pay for it myself in order to have filming of a meeting because we won't be meeting and we can't warn a meeting in time. So that's my thought process. And also under new business item D, there are retirements that we will possibly take action on. And I'm sure with some of them, we'll try to figure out how we cannot take action on them. So with that, I would move on to I would welcome everybody first and say that, as is our custom, we will take comment on any agenda item. I try to have the discussion with the board first and then take public comment before any vote. If I forget, please raise your hand and wave it wildly at me. Before you speak, please state your name. With that, I'll move on to the clerk's reports. I will entertain a motion for the approval of the minutes of December 18th.
So moved.
Thank you, Sean.
Second.
Thank you, Thomas. Any discussion? Hearing none. Oh, I have another welcome. So we have a student council representative with us today.
I'm a little late.
No worries, no worries. I didn't see you there, and so I didn't go looking for this. So, I will find, there we go. Hand this over to Wendy too, that's not you. You think you might have another?
Just you tonight.
Just you tonight. You can handle it, all right, Elias? So Elias, I've known you since preschool, but do you want to introduce yourself?
Hi everybody, I'm Elias. I'm a member of the student council at the UHS.
Excellent. Welcome, and I'm trying to see if there's anything on the agenda that I...
Do we need our name tags?
Oh yeah, pass the name tags. You know what, Elias, I'm going to give you an agenda, and if there's something, if you have to leave before the end of the evening, and there's something you want us to comment on, just send me a note.
Okay.
Okay, awesome. So, Hearing no discussion on the minutes of December 18th. All those in favor of approval of the minutes of December 18th, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays or abstentions? The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The minutes pass. Communications. I attached them to the email that I sent everybody with the updated agenda. One was a email chain between Donna Russo Savage and Will Senning and myself about the new Brattleboro term lengths. I also sent everybody the new special ed waiting study information, which was not great news, and an email from Thomas that he had sent right before Christmas with an Atlantic Monthly article on turf recycling. And I think that was it for communications that I had to send to the board as of this morning. Does anybody else have communications they wanted to share? Oh, everybody had a quiet Christmas holiday. Hanukkah, New Year's, excellent. Whoops. Moving on to committee reports. We're getting right to the heart of it today. So Finance Committee. How do we want to do this? Do we want to do the Academy School review first? All right. Take it away, Sean.
Yeah, or would you like me to introduce?
Actually, I mean, I read the Academy deal, but I think it should be.
Okay. So, so I'm happy to introduce Diane and Corey from Stevens & Associates. So this is a follow-up from our discussion on December 18th, where the board asked for much more insight into the Academy Improvement Project that is part of a capital plan. It's a long-term capital plan. We are in the we're in the planning phase of that, so there's no like bond scheduled or construction timeline imminent. This is the part of the plan that reviews the need and a conceptual solution to the need that has been growing at the Academy School. So before Corey and Diane do a presentation, I'm hoping Kelly could just say a couple of things about the learning conditions, the environment at Academy School, and then also if you have you have the report that we're going to review through email, the feasibility study. Let's see if I can pull it up as well. And what we want to do there is, basically you'll see an executive summary that I think Kelly will speak to now, and then Corey and Diane will fill in the details of the project. So, Kelly?
Sure. So, as you know, we have a wide range of learners in our schools, and we've been really creative over the years at Academy with our space that we currently have. We have an MTSS model in our schools, which means multi-tiered systems of supports. And when students are in small groups receiving academic interventions or services for things like IEPs, they are going into learning spaces that are not necessarily the optimal space for them to do their targeted learning. We have renovated small spaces within our schools, which has helped, and we have brought in a modular building in 2008, which has served the purpose for a time with some pretty serious upkeep, but ideally something permanent would be the solution that we're after. The modular building is the big replacement, and that's there's a lot of things that are troublesome about it. One main thing is that a lot of students who go out there are traveling pretty far to get there. So the transition time from their classroom where the teacher has to pick them up, or they travel alone if they're older, to getting settled in their learning space can take up to 10 minutes. And oftentimes their session group time is set for 30 to 40 minutes. So between the transition to get there, get settled, and then get back to their classroom in order for the next thing to start, their actual instructional time is maybe 20 minutes at best. So that's a big problem when we're trying to really fill the gaps with kids. And as far as the resource room, you'll see that's where primarily the services for students on IEPs are provided. And right now it's one big open classroom, about the size of this room, divided into 6 learning stations. It houses 7 staff, and it's pretty tight. That's a picture of one of the rooms, one of the spaces in there. There are currently not any partitions built up, so there's tables and chairs, and there are dividers that are about 4.5 feet high. And everyone works really hard to keep their voices low and be respectful, but sometimes every learning space is full with kids and teachers. And for some of our students who have the most specialized needs for instruction, they're really distracted in that space. It's really hard for them to get what they need. So we're looking for partitions to be built up, and you'll hear more about that in the resource room, and ultimately replace the space of the modular Casablanca to a permanent structure that would house a more private space for academic interventions.
Okay, so we're very fortunate to have Stevens Associates right here in Brattleboro. They're a logical choice for us. Of course, the former Brattleboro town folks would recognize that Stevens Associates has assisted with the pellet boiler renovation project, which has been very successful. So they had a good knowledge of the facility, and a great reputation here locally. So Corey and Diane, you want to give us an overview of the project?
Yeah, thank you, Frank. Does this work as far as standing here and presenting at the screen? Do you have the screen and me on the same? No? Okay, great. My name is Corey Frazee with Stevens & Associates. Thanks for having me. Thanks for the introduction. Diana Abadi is an architect with us who has done a lot of school projects in her past. I'll just provide a quick overview of the work that we did, and then we will try to quickly take you through the slides. Except for the site plan, all the information is included in the report, and we want to kind of get through all the slides, and then we can open it up for questions and get into more detail as needed. So we completed a schematic level design for looking at the 2 spaces Kelly referred to as the resource room and an addition that would replace the White House at Academy School. And a large piece of that was a feasibility study, as we call it, proving out that the project was viable. We looked at actually 2 different locations for the addition. I am a civil engineer, so I looked at the site and I looked at permitting to make sure that the project was feasible. And then through a series of meetings we had, Diane had an extensive conversation with many of the staff at Academy School, going through a programming exercise to identify the size and needs of the space. And that has been in the works for about 9 months now, and we have finished that piece of work, which culminated with a professional cost estimate. So we took the schematic design, and it's been estimated for construction costs by a professional cost estimator, someone that we have a long-standing relationship with, who has done a very good job of getting projects in the actual budget that the bids come back in when we go to construction. And in parallel with that, we put together a project budget, which you will see tonight, which includes soft costs and other incidental costs for the project. Here's a quick agenda of what we'll try and cover tonight. Objective, project overview, starting with the site plan, talking about the renovation of the existing resource room, talking about the addition, and going through a summary of costs. There was a complementary project that we looked at the same time for efficiency purposes more than anything. There's a window replacement on a different part of Academy School that we'll brief you on. That's a standalone project, but we wrapped that into our work since we were working with the staff anyway. This is table of contents of your report. Do you want to quickly talk to these project objectives?
Sure. I think Kelly and we've done a great job. I think I can go home. But I think the running theme that kept coming back was that the objective of this project was really to provide better spaces for students so that they can learn in an environment that would support that. So really what we set out to do is look at what those overcrowded conditions were and how we would address it. Also ways to provide visual and acoustical separation. That again was a running theme in both the special ed resource room and the Casablanca White House building. And of course we would also look to do this project using materials and methods of construction that would support the environment and be as energy efficient as possible.
So to get everybody oriented with the site, Academy School off of Route 9 in West Brattleboro, you come in on an entrance road by the fire station and then you exit around in a loop. This is the original 1950s building. This addition was added in the 70s. This infill, which fills out the A that is hard to see because of the roof, but that was the 90s addition. This is the White House, or Casablanca, which was brought in 2008, I think. It provides about 1,500 square feet for the uses that Kelly described. And this is the area of the addition. So for those of you that really know Academy School, this is the basketball court, and you'll see that the addition takes up about half of it. So I'll just pause as far as orienting everybody with the building. Does everybody know where I'm talking about? Perfect. Oh, so you got, next slide is that one, and the red is the pointer.
So again, the orientation is a little bit different, but again, to just sort of describe the building, the 1950s building is very typical for this type of construction done during this time, which is double-loaded corridors, large classrooms, but what they really lacked, because the education system has changed, are these small breakout spaces. Again, this is that addition that happened in 1970 where they added 6 classrooms, and you can see here that the school has begun to sort of carve out some spaces in order to support some of those services. Again, the addition from 1995, which added a library, a art room, and some additional classrooms, and again, the White House here. This is where special education services are conducted now, and you can see, in comparison, what they did is they basically took a classroom of about 790 square feet and carved it up into spaces where students meet. Again, you'll notice these are not walls. These are basically partitions and bookcases, and you can imagine the volume and level of noise as this room fills up. And teachers do a remarkable job, the kids are doing a remarkable job, but it is a very challenging environment. And it's really 10 pounds of potatoes in a 5-pound bag, for sure.
Diane, can you just pause for a second?
Yes.
Do any of the board members need hard copies to follow along? Would that be helpful? I know most of you have it in an email, but if you want hard copies, we can queue you up on page numbers if you need me. Anybody else?
So we looked at a number of options, and really that the most I can see getting out of a classroom of this size is 4 breakout spaces that provide approximately 150 plus or minus square foot per space, which is a comfortable room or meeting room for 5 students and a teacher. Could you get a 6th student in there? Probably, but this at least stays within the sort of guidelines of Vermont for instructional services, where you want at least 30 square feet per student. So this, oops, sorry, wrong one, pointer. So what we would do, there is a door in the current location is here. We center that door. This way we can provide a sort of double-loaded situation. We would provide a small air handling unit on the roof to provide fresh air ventilation. because currently you get fresh air through a sidewall unit ventilator, which would not be able to provide that fresh air circulation through these spaces now, which would have walls that would go directly to the ceiling, which would provide acoustical separation as well as a visual separation. The second part of this study also looked at the demolition of the White House and the replacement of an addition here at the end of the building, where this is, I guess, the basketball court now. And it's a 2,100 square foot addition that, well, before I get into that, this is actually a very diagrammatic plan of the White House and how it functions in terms of you come in from outside. This is the core of bathrooms and service. This is circulation. And basically, students and staff are limited to these little sections over here, which again are open environment situation. So there's no visual or sound separation. It's very chaotic. And there's also a small office space here for a social worker who has absolutely no privacy. So what we're proposing, and again, here are some slides of the White House, and here you can see a student walking from outside, going into that building. So what's being proposed, again, is a series of breakout or seminar rooms of approximately 150 square feet to accommodate upwards or average of 5 students and a teacher.
So we're on page 6 of 9, appendix C.
We would also have some spillover because, again, if you go back to that resource room, I really am recommending that 4 spaces you could probably get 4 spaces, but if you remember, there's at least 7 functions going on in that room. So some of that would spill over into here, and probably assign some resource space here, and academic support along in here. We would need to add another bathroom. I think it would be a pretty bit of a long walk for a kindergarten or first grader to try to make it down all the way down. So we are providing a single-use toilet here. You would maintain the building egress here and a second means of egress here.
The sizing of those individual rooms, I think it's worth noting that we talked with the Academy School staff about the appropriate number of kids to have in this sort of setting. And so each one of those spaces is designed to have 4 to 5 kids with 1 teacher.
Thank you. And this is really just a rendering that this is not a design. It is and it isn't, but it's just to give you a sense of the scale of how that 2,100 square foot building would look, or what that means in terms of the larger context of the Academy School as it is now, and then just a little bit of a close-up of that construction. All right, now our favorite topic, costs. Yes, go ahead.
I see that all the rooms except the therapist room do have a window. Some have 2 windows.
Yes.
And I guess it's because it butts up to the existing building,
Yes.
so there'd be no. Is that also set aside as a therapist room without any outdoor?
Well, again, this is sort of a first sort of pass. This is not a final design. I mean, there are going to be, if you go back, let me just go back. I mean, it's not very, it would be impossible to not have a room without a window, and so we thought it would probably be better to have that off as an office versus where students are. And, ideally, I mean, again, it's not perfect, but it would have fresh air ventilation coming in mechanically and circulating. And I'm thinking you would probably do some vision lights through, so you don't feel like you're in a closet, which some teachers are now. But again, not a final design, just sort of a first pass. All right, costs. As Corey mentioned, we did send this out to a professional cost estimator who we've been working with very successfully over the years, who's been very accurate in his estimating. For the renovation costs.
Hold on one second.
Yeah.
So now you're going backwards. This
Appendix
is
A2.
yeah, Appendix A2.
So I thought I would just look at the hard costs first. So the hard construction costs of what it would cost to get a contractor to do this work is shown here for the renovation, which is it's a 790 square foot room, which comes out to about $197 a square foot for hard construction
Just
costs.
read off that total for that, for the renovation.
Okay, 156, 491. It's a little blurry, but is that?
Yeah.
Okay. And on the second column for the new addition, for the cost of,
I got it.
yeah,
That-
you see it?
$887,881.
With a square footage cost of 408. Combined cost of $1,440,000.
No, 1,044,000.
44,373. So with a combined average square footage cost of $351 a square foot. So as a budget, there's, those hard costs are not the only costs that you look at. There are, of course, the architect and engineering fees, permitting, and other owner soft costs, which we've captured in this spreadsheet.
We've made a bunch of assumptions, but on similar projects like this that we've worked with the town on, things like having an owner's rep or a clerk of the works, as we call it, having some presence for design, for testing during construction. So we've included budget numbers for those just to try and put together a comprehensive project budget.
All right, so we've taken the hard costs and plugged that number in here, and then added in these soft costs for architectural and engineering, budgeting purposes, and other soft costs. And that brings us up to an estimated project cost of $1,434,500, with a estimated square footage cost of $483 a square foot.
And I think we ought to let's not do the windows now. So that's without the windows.
That's without the windows.
And we can cover the windows quickly, but I think this is the heart of the discussion, right?
Thoughts, feedback, questions? You love it and you want to get ahead into it.
Just a little more background. So the Brattleboro Town School Board had approved the study to move forward, but they started discussion about this. I think it was nearly 4 years ago. 3 years we got pretty serious with different concepts, and at one point there was discussion about a preschool improvement at Academy. But as that conversation evolved, it was pretty clear that Oak Road had sufficient capacity, so there really wasn't need for new construction for preschool specifically. But that certainly led into this recognition that as student needs changed, the facility did not accommodate what we needed. So as you said, about last year, there's been a very thorough analysis of options, the flow of the programs, and certainly feedback from the Academy administration. So that's why we're here.
I sort of was wondering a little bit, and I think I have some information about the demographics of the Academy. I think the Academy has the largest enrollment of any of the schools within the district. And do you want to speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, aside from the high school, of course, the high school has more than we do, but
No, I was talking
elementary
about
wise. Yep, so we have 3 of each grade level, K through 6. And we also have the highest population of the ESOL students and a couple of students who are deaf and hard of hearing as well. And part of this that I forgot to mention in the beginning is our students who are deaf have recently gotten cochlear implants. And so the acoustics in the rooms where they're currently being instructed when they're receiving their special ed services are not great for that as well. This addition, Diane met with our special educator, teacher of the deaf, Sharon, to talk specifically about that as well. So it's been an important piece of our culture just because we're trying to all learn sign as well.
What is your total enrollment?
Right now we're at 330.
330.
Yeah.
Do you have a sense about how much the per square footage cost you're looking at for this building compares with other educational buildings around the state?
I've actually done a lot of sort of online researching to get a little familiar with that. And I will say that one of the things that did become apparent is that we happen to be in a region where the cost for building schools is one of the highest in the country. Don't know why that is, but there are lots of trade school magazines that collect this data and put out reports, and it does show that Vermont costs, or what they'll call like the median cost for construction for square footage for a elementary school is about $400. And that means to say that it's the median price, meaning that half of the projects are more than 400 and half are less. But in comparison to the rest of the country, we happen to be in an area where, for whatever reason, the cost of building schools is higher than here in Vermont, and that's true also for New Hampshire, Connecticut, Maine, and Massachusetts. We're sort of called the Region 1, where that group of states happen to be the most costly in terms of school construction. So we're sort of in, I felt like when I saw this, I was like, we're in that ballpark.
Shall we go out of the window? Hi, Jody.
Is it okay for me to speak? What is the projection for the students going in numbers, growing or less in Brattleboro, number one? And number two, are you just building enough to take care of what we've got, what they have right now here? And would it be prudent while you were in the building, if you thought you were going to need more 4 years down the road, to expand it a little bit? I don't want to put money, costs onto our taxpayers, but how would that?
In other words, are you asking, is the addition the right size right now, but in 5 years we're going to find, again, I don't know if that's something in terms of projection of enrollments that Kelly might be able to speak better to.
I think Frank has the more across the Brattleboro numbers, but in terms of the size of the addition, Jody, we were thinking about that in terms of replacing the amount of space, which is the 1,500 square feet of the modular, and we recognized that the addition's a little bit bigger than that, which initially we had hoped to match the 1,500, but in thinking about the needs and when Diane met with all of the groups of people who teach the kids, it was clear that, why are we going to continue cramming ourselves into these little spaces that aren't great when, if we're really going to do it, we might as well do it right. So I think that was a big piece of our conversation with staff and with each other.
And I think part of the consideration too is that our need for space isn't necessarily related to our student body. It's the services that we're providing to students, which has expanded, and will, and could continue to expand. And so it's not necessarily student population that might tax our space going forward. It would be demand for services.
John, would you introduce yourself to the TV audience, please?
Sure. Sorry, John Sessions. I'm the assistant principal at Academy.
Thank you.
Which makes a very good point, because again, you're working in a building that was built in 1950, which had a completely different way of teaching. There were a desk and a chair, a teacher at the front, and it worked really well. Now, but here we are, many years later, and the whole teaching methodology has changed, and we're working more in groups, and groups require more space and more project-based, and then specialized instruction. You didn't have that kind of specialized instruction in the 1950s. If you look at the original building, it was classrooms, administration, the nurse's office, the principal office, and I think you probably did art in a card and you know, music. There wasn't any dedicated, I think the library was a very small little room at one point. So it's changed, even though the population isn't, you know, maybe hasn't changed. Certainly the services have, and the needs for smaller rooms and meeting spaces and breakout rooms for kids to get those special services is definitely.
And to add on that, I think one of the things that we struggle with is it does become an equity issue, and that oftentimes the groups that are confined to closets that have been transitioned to instructional spaces are groups that are often disenfranchised within the system. You know, as an example, our English as a second language program is being taught in a closet.
Renovated.
Renovated. It looks nice.
It's got a
but that was a supply closet
Yeah.
that we turned into instructional space for students that really need that space and is a critical piece for them. And so it does really raise some equity issues for us as a school community.
Just regarding, and also regarding the enrollment question, Jody, when we look out, the three Brattleboro town schools, the enrollment is pretty remarkably consistent, around between 94 and 104 students when you put all three schools, and because there have been three schools, when there's you know, any kind of a serious enrollment, maybe a bulge in one place, there's capacity at the other schools. So. But it's been stable, and there's just very recently we've seen a little bit of a decline, but over the years it's been pretty steady. So we expect it to continue.
Yes, sir. Tim Maciel, Brattleboro. We've been talking about the three schools in Brattleboro. I'm wondering if the schools in Putney, Guilford, and Dummerston are facing similar issues. And then second minor question is, what's going to happen to the basketball court?
I can answer the second one. There's two basketball hoops, and one basketball hoop will still have space to this, help me out, to like the southwest side. So there will still be room to play half-court basketball. And the second basketball hoop is too far away and down a hill, so they never play full court anyway. We have to figure out a spot for the help me out.
Gaga ball court.
The Gaga ball court is
Yes.
the one that I think the kids are gonna miss.
And we're lucky to have a big playground, so
Yeah.
we're not short on room.
Right, I've envisioned moving it around the corner.
Yep.
So then you'd have a basketball court and a Gaga court.
Regarding your first portion of your question, so all of the boards have been, as separate districts, engaged in a discussion around the learning environment in their schools, and have had capital plans. None of them have had the capacity issue that Academy School has, where a modular building had to be brought in to accommodate more students than what the facility was designed for. So that's been a unique issue, but on the other hand, all of the schools have made a major investment in energy efficiency upgrades in the last 5 years, certainly within the last 3, very significant improvements. And so as far as learning environments and addressing with air quality and heating, ventilation, and then cost efficiency, there's been a very significant improvement. But there's work to do. There's always work to do, and all facilities depreciate over time and eventually have to be replaced. So that's definitely part of this discussion.
Thanks.
Should we quickly cover the windows?
And also, if you wouldn't mind, a hypothetical timeline on, if the board said, yep, let's move forward with this, if you could just give us the big swaths of a timeline, assuming.
Yeah, depends a little bit on the structure of how the school board wants to approach the budget or the project with pre-qualifying construction contractors. We really like using construction managers if that's the method that you prefer. But in kind of round numbers, it would be 6 to 8 months to get through the design and permitting process and be ready to start bidding the project, and then another 6 to 8 months to build the actual project. And of course, winter would impact that. So provided that, let's say we broke ground in a March, April timeframe, the construction would be 6 to 8 months after that. So that gives you kind of a year to 16 months as a range for start to finish.
Maybe just more context on that. So the nature of this project would require a bond, or it could be a 5-year municipal loan if you wanted to go that route, where you voted at a town meeting, at a annual meeting. That's an option, but the draft budget that you have does not have, let's say $100,000 debt payment for the first bond. So if we did proceed, that would be something we'd want to look at as a modification.
The current budget does have 100,000?
We did not have new debt in this budget. We do have, as I've mentioned before, pretty significant capital reserves, and I think 100,000 would certainly fit within the capital reserve, which means we could proceed without affecting the general budget.
Right, I have not heard any possibility of any state assistance for any building, right? You haven't heard anything different?
Yeah, they ended 2007, and there's been a lot of discussion about it. The whole Act 46 had a lot to do with equity. There's a great deal of concern that wealthy communities have the funds to move ahead without the state, and the rest of us don't, and that has happened in a big way. So I know it's getting a lot of attention, but no bills or specific timeline that I've heard of.
Well, actually, Liz Adams was on me. The House did pass, the House Committee, H209, is their proposal for school construction. It didn't make the crossover. Mm-hmm. So right. That's where the Senate will look at it, and it's a really wonky bill.
Yeah.
I don't think that we would particularly benefit from it.
It's out on the wall. I don't think it's going to go anywhere this year, probably. It's the same group of people.
So I have a question. So I didn't really understand what you said about $100,000 in debt. I mean, none of it is in the current budget, but if the project costs $1.4 million.
Mm-hmm. So we borrow $1.4 million through a bond sale. Okay. We pay the contractor that in the year that they build it, and then we start making payments to the bond bank of $100,000 for 20 years. Oh. And 100 is a very just super round number. Mm-hmm. I would have to get a bond amortization, but it probably would be somewhere in that ballpark.
So some of it we would pay from the capital fund now, though?
I'm saying that the first bond payment could be made from the reserves out of the capital fund. Yeah.
Do you know roughly what the existing Brattleboro Capital Fund is now?
It's about $400,000. Oh. Mm-hmm. Other questions for our presenters?
Cover windows quickly.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Let's just at least identify where in the building it was and share the cost with them.
Right. This is not part of this budget, but one of the things we looked at, there are a series of windows along the south facing or they get a lot of south exposure on the existing, in the original 1950s building. They're beautiful windows in terms of, they're sort of these monumental with the glass block, and they let in lots of sort of diffused light, and the teachers love them, but they're incredibly energy inefficient, and they allow a lot of solar heat gain that passes directly through that glass block. It has absolutely no resistance to solar heat gain. Those rooms become little ovens, and they are also the original wood frame, which are really, I've spoken with Matt for maintenance over these windows for some time, and they're very problematic in that, you know, they're leaking, the wood is rotting, they need constant repainting, and they're just become problematic, and they're incredibly energy inefficient. So that's an interior view of the windows, but you can see it's very nice. It's very sort of part of the historic character of the building, which I would hate to lose, and I think some of the teachers were very upset when they thought we would be getting rid of them. And one of the things we looked at what you'll see there on the left is an option to use a translucent panel that allows that same sort of beautiful light to kind of filter in, but it blocks the solar heat gain.
So you're not looking at Academy School. This is an example.
This is an example,
No.
but here's the Academy School on the right, and showing the old glass block and how it could look using a more modern, up-to-date system that would block the solar heat, but still allow natural daylight to filter through, and also provide a much higher R value. The R values on windows, even on a good window, is probably an R2 or R3. If you're a super efficient window, you might be an R5. This, I'll give you some comparison. Like a wall has a R value of 20 or 19, which is good, right? But a window does absolutely very little in terms of thermal resistance. So this particular system is able to get up to, this is just a diagram that just sort of shows how it's able to block the solar heat gain. I won't get too much into the details of that. But just to give you an idea of what the R value of, this is very comparable to what a wall can do in terms of resisting heat and loss of heat and cooling. And this also is what their most expensive as well, but their most robust system can do. It can actually perform as well as a wall. Of course, we could not afford this. I'm not saying this is what we priced, but something along in this range is well within the means of the estimate that we did, and it also performs better than a super high efficient window. So we did a cost estimate on using that system. There are approximately 42 windows. They are monumental. There's quite a few of them. And we got a cost estimate for that for, is that 94? I can't see. 98,500, which is a approximate hard dollar cost of $90 a square foot. Again, plugging that into this spreadsheet to look at, to add the soft costs as well, brings us to 127, which is approximately $3,000 a window.
And it's 42 windows across. How many classrooms? 5?
I think it's.
You want to remember?
Yeah. It's actually 4, but
4.
But one of the classrooms actually has two bays, so it's like 5 bays. They run the length of the rooms, and they're quite large. They would, just something we did as an additional study, just as an option.
You didn't look at the other side of that hallway, those north-facing windows, which are also massive glass. They get 0 solar gain. but it's just as much loss.
Yeah.
I think we could use it as the same reference point, but this work came up primarily because of a maintenance
Because
issue.
the sun,
Yes,
where's
and
the,
because
where's,
of the sun,
where's
because
the wood out, yeah.
and the direct, and that solar heat gain that's coming in. Yeah, on the north, it's not a problem, it's probably quite nice, you know, but it's the aging of the
it's
system.
cold,
And it's
is
cold,
what
well,
it
that's,
is. Yeah,
yes,
the
yes.
it's not.
Oh, yeah,
the
there's
comfort
no
zone.
resistance to any kind of,
So the coupling of these two projects would probably have some advantage doing it together in terms of the overall cost?
there's probably some economy of scale to that. I mean, it's not, you know, again, if you have one contractor versus two contracts, you're going out once to a bid versus twice. So yes, it definitely would, there is some economy to doing it together.
Have you done any numbers on what the fuel savings might be?
I've not gone that far into it, but we would.
Energy savings, did you say?
Yeah, fuel, yeah.
Fuel.
And you mentioned the extremely efficient windows. Do you know how much more those would cost roughly? Or what sort of difference would we be talking about in price if we did do the very energy efficient replacements?
Do you mean in terms of?
Just a rough, how much more you said that this was in like the middle range, but there were some that were extremely efficient, but that we weren't gonna be thinking about those. Do you know how much?
Oh, cost-wise?
Yes.
Off the top of my head, I don't, but I know it was so high that I I don't know that if it made sense. I mean, but I can. I mean, a lot of those, I probably have it, I want to say it's more than, you know, more than 20, so it more than doubles the cost of the window.
Thanks. That's what I was.
Yeah, if it wasn't, if it was like 20% or 50%, it might be something you'd want to consider, but I think it's more like double.
Thanks.
So that building has 2 pellet boilers in it, so it's not a direct carbon or direct oil trade-off to save them.
Yeah.
So is this the only portion of the projects that would be affected by students actually being there? I mean, I assume that you can't do that window stuff when the students are in the classroom, et cetera. You have to do that like during the summer or break or something, so, but the other stuff could happen when?
Yeah, actually, that's a good point, because, yeah, the construction that goes on out here could be managed during school. I certainly think that's
There's an egress issue that we'd have to solve.
Yeah.
That's a major means of egress out of the building.
Which we would probably do right here somehow.
But yeah, I mean, it's a 1-year project, or, I'm sorry, it's 6 to 8 months of construction, so it's gonna happen while students are there.
But the windows, that would have to
But the
be
windows,
probably not.
right, I'm sorry.
Yeah, probably not, yeah, you wouldn't want
Do the White
to
House
do that
demo
during the
last.
summer, yeah, during the summer.
Are there no shades on the windows now? Because it seems like the primary concern is the sun, which they're not there that much of the summer, and so.
Right.
Have they tried shades?
I don't think all the way up, but it's also really cold in those rooms right now.
Right.
I was in one today and walked in and said, "Oh my God, it's freezing in here." Yeah, they have shades for the bottom half.
Yeah. I mean, shades help for a certain amount, but what you really want to do is block the sun before it gets into the room. Because once it's in the room, it's just, it's heat. But yes, for like temporarily to kind of it works as a.
Are the wood sills embedded in that block glass so they're not easily refurbished, or are they?
Well, the glass, you mean to refurbish the?
Yeah, if you really wanted to just sort of tune it up and then bring in window quilts or something, as I recall, those sills would be hard to separate from.
They are. It is. It looks like they built it there. It's not like back in, we don't go to a window manufacturer and they didn't come in. They probably built them right there on the site with the wood frames and caulked.
Anybody have any other lingering questions?
Would we have a board discussion about things afterwards, or should we have that now?
I'd like to see the long-term capital plan and get a sense of what we're looking at as far as that going forward. I mean, borrowing on something that's gonna last longer than the bond is, generally pretty sound. But I know we've got, this place is getting a roof in a couple of years, and there's some other pretty big projects in there.
Well, my kids went to Guilford School, and I know they've done a big renovation of the Guilford School, and my children were there. But, there's still things that could be improved, Tectum on the roof of where they all have lunch. So Tectum is a very old building product with no R value really. So, and also in Dummerston. Now that we're a single district, I think when we look at this, then we also have to think about equity in all the schools. And I know when we had the field meeting at Dummerston, it was raining, I couldn't hear anything. It was just, there was the rain hitting the roof, so there was no thermal barrier there at all. So, I think this is fantastic, and it's probably extremely needed and timely. But I think also that as a district board, we have to think about Guilford, Dummerston, Putney. I think Putney's probably done, gotten their school to a better place than a lot of other schools. There are quite a few elementary schools that all probably need some attention.
Well, speaking to that point, when Wyndham Wood Heat started organizing the work in the Wyndham County schools around the Clean Energy Development Fund, so this is a result of Vermont Yankee closing down, and it was a couple of $1 million made available for energy improvements. These are competitive grants. That was about when I also started in this system 5 years ago, and we did engage energy audits on all of the buildings in the Wyndham Southeast Supervisory Union, and as a result of that, we went through pretty much every building for the highest payback investments, and it was primarily oriented toward energy efficiency, reducing fossil fuel use. Point is that in terms of equity, probably the low-hanging fruit has all been captured, and we very much made use of I think we got maybe 90% of the funding, and it has to do with who's going to the table first. So the point is that I think we do have these, particularly around heating control systems, and a thermal envelope. That we're primarily wood energy in this system now. We do have a couple of schools that are not, but so I think that the most important work has been done, and as I say, there's a lot more to do, but it will be that 20% costs a lot less of a payback on it, but needs to be done.
And in a way, I would say the way it's laid out is an instructional need more than anything else. So, that does make it a little more appealing.
Anybody else want to share a thought right now, or should we?
When will we be coming forward?
So we could maybe do that at the end of the budget discussion and sort of come back around so people can think about it a little bit. I think I would just like to say the piece that speaks to me is, we talk about our priorities as a district to support all students, and I think this is really a case where we're supporting children with hearing needs and children who are struggling in schools, and there's a large population there. So if you know me, you know how much I would hate to spend $1.4 million on anything, but I do think as we're thinking about our priorities, that really speaks to me. So that's just the only thing I want to say before we go into all the other budget discussions.
So thank you, and should we stay? Are you gonna come back to this tonight? Is that what I'm hearing?
I don't think you need that.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we have, this is incredibly thorough. Your presentation was incredibly thorough, and I think people got their initial questions answered, and I think it's more now, we may have some questions, but I don't think they would be able to answer on the spot, and it's more a discussion about how to spend our, how to fund all our priorities.
Fair enough. Okay. Well, we're happy to come back. Thank you for having us.
Thank you. So the next item under Finance Committee was there had been a request at our last meeting to discuss our projected deficit primarily from unexpected special education costs and to come up with some possible strategies. But Frank has been working very diligently to get us these numbers from the state, and at 3 o'clock we're still pulling this together. So he will have to go back and speak to special education and kind of get a sense of where we think the deficit's going to be. So we can, do you think you can do that by next meeting, or should we push this up to February?
Probably February would be better, and of course keep in mind that this is an issue for the supervisory union.
Right,
of course
that is true.
Of course it affects the SD, because that's where the money comes from.
Right.
But typically when there's a variance in an assessment, the SU fund balance carries it into the next year, if it's sufficient. So that's the question I will address, yeah.
And the other item under Finance Committee is a request from the board for paying for a note taker for Finance Committee, because it's very hard to be a member of Finance Committee and take notes because you have all the spreadsheets in front of you. Frank has graciously done it for years, but he has asked if the board would be willing to take one thing off his plate in a very busy transition year at least. And so I believe, so Sean, have we settled? Do you want to make the motion?
Well, I would make the motion. There was a dollar amount. I wanted to make sure that the dollar amount is accurate before I made the motion. So,
I believe it's $45.
yeah, that's what I had written down. So
Is that what you believe is right?
That's good.
What
That's
I
cool.
have written down is right.
All right.
Thank you for
All
checking.
right. I would make a motion that the WSESD board authorize the hiring of Wendy to do the note-taking in the amount of $45 per meeting for the Finance Committee for the WSESD.
Thank you, Sean, for the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ann. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays or abstentions? The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it.
And I'll say Wendy did tonight, and thank you. Thank you, Wendy.
Oh, you're welcome.
And that was it for Finance Committee, am I correct?
Well, we did pass
Except
the
the-
warrants and the payrolls.
But,
and
oh,
I usually
yes,
just
we
say
gotta do that.
Yeah.
Oh, but we are doing that
We'll
later.
do it later, but
We're doing
I
that
usually
later.
say that we met tonight
Yes.
at 5 and a little after 5. And worked on that till 6, and Frank did give us some information that we're gonna go over more in the regular meeting.
Well, no, right now, actually.
Yeah, okay.
We put it right under here, so.
Yep.
So,
Jump right in?
jump right in.
Okay.
Time like the present.
I did make 25 copies, so the Finance Committee has a 6-page document, and I want to make sure the rest of the board has this overview document. And then we have a few extras. Kelly, you probably didn't put, and maybe who else? Thomas? Anyone else? I need a copy of the document.
Oh, here it is.
Good?
We already have
Okay,
it.
Yeah.
there are a few. Yeah, yeah. Yep, that's great. Yep, yep. Can I, yeah, if you don't mind, can I just, thank you. So you take one if you like.
Is it online?
And this will be online tomorrow. We don't like to put, I don't like to put things online in advance of the board seeing them. But this is a series of documents that I would assume will continue to evolve. This is all part of a draft, draft budget. So what I have handed out are.
Could I just, if people want to take a picture of somebody so they can look at a photo on a, if that's helpful, I'm just trying to think of how we can get information to people if they want to. I'm sure we could have if I thought of it ahead of time. That would have been great.
Oh, I don't mind just plugging in. I don't know if you.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, you don't mind doing that at all, if you like?
That would be great.
That would be
okay.
awesome.
Especially with the colors.
With the camera, too, that'd be great.
Oh.
How can I assist?
It's a seamless interface. Steve will tell me if I got to push other buttons. And is there an on button on this thing, or does it just come on?
There should be a remote.
Ah, remote.
Yeah.
Did you hide it?
No, the remote's in the back.
Somewhere?
Yeah, I think I heard it.
Yeah, I hear it now.
We're good? Oh, thank you. Okay, so I've given you 6 pages, and I'll give you a quick overview of them, and I will flip through this document as we go through, so everybody that wants to follow along. So the 6 pages are. The first one is going to be estimated tax for the school property tax rate as a result of a revised budget. I'm going to go over a second document that's going to outline reductions to the draft that you saw on December 18th. Okay, 718,000 or 788,000 I've removed. I'll go over what that means and why, and then. For the board, the 3-page document that you have on the revenues are the assumptions to fund the $51 million budget. So we'll go over that. And then the last page is the Career Center, the Wyndham Regional Career Center. Both the revenue assumptions and the way in which we come up with a tuition rate for our Wyndham County sending schools, Leland and Gray, Bellows Falls, Twin Valley, and so on. And then I would want to help you understand how that affects the main budget. So that's the content that I had in mind. This first document here, I've got it up on the screen as well. This is a document that the legislature asks all school boards to publish in their annual reports. And here's some of the highlights. Fortunately, the preliminary data from the tax commissioner right off the bat gives us this 2.3% relief. So I'm at the very top of the page there on your first page. And the whole state is subject to this, what is called the property dollar equivalent yield, a $10,000 number that is the basis for dividing our proposed budget by. So 19,081 is our proposed cost per student. The whole state takes that $10,000 number and they divide it by their spending per student, and that's your tax rate. So you can see why it's so important that we we get this enrollment number. And of course we know how many kids are in the schools, but the data goes from the school attendance registers to the state of Vermont takes tax data and other data and equalizes it and sends it back to us. So I'm quite relieved to see that this is not substantially different than our current year. So our current year is 2,234 kids, equalized students, and our new number is 2,241. If that had have dropped, whatever percentage drop that is, and we've seen this, all of you and school boards have seen this, that's at a direct translation to the tax rate if we don't drop by the same amount of spending. So fortunately, it's a stable number, and in fact slightly up. So in summary, when we take the revised budget that I'll go over with you of $51,311,000, and we subtract these grants, tuition, revenue sources that are not from the education fund, $8.5 million. We get something called education spending. The whole state does this, and then we divide that education spending by the students, and there's our cost per student. A couple more things. The state also sets a threshold in which if you spend more than a certain amount without exemptions, then you're subject to a penalty. This looks bad on the surface, but it's not as bad as it looks in that the threshold is $18,756 and our number is $19,081. However, because we have bond debt in Putney and in Brattleboro Union, and that is nearly $2 million divided by our 2,200 kids is $878. We are exempt from the penalty up to that amount. So you can see the difference between $18,007 and $19,000 is somewhere around $300, and we have a buffer of $878. So we're not subject to the penalty with this draft budget. We still have to raise the money that would support a $51 million budget at $19,000 per student, but we're not subject to the penalty. The penalty would be for every dollar you spend over $18,756, you pay twice. You pay double the tax. So a couple other things. You know, we're a union school now, so there's several CLA statistics. So I have that on the document the board has, and that's why we just say everybody starts out at $1.75. That's simply 9,081 divided by 10,000, whatever that number is, 883, equals 175%. We're 175% more than that number. They move the decimal over a couple of periods, and there's our $1.75. That's up a projected amount of 2.7% over the current school property tax. This is the homestead school property tax. As we talked about at Finance Committee, the more important number is the 2.85%, and I say important number in that the general statistics are 80% of Vermonters are subject to the income sensitivity provision of the school funding law, and that's where if you earn less than $50,000 household income, you won't pay anything more than 2.85% of your income. Even if your property tax bill is $4,000, you're only going to pay a little less than $1,500 in that example. But as income goes up, the 2.85% is adjusted as well. And then when you exceed, they change the number every year. I think it's $130,000 of family income. The exemption goes away, and you just pay whatever your property tax rate is times the assessed value. I think that's about all I wanted to say on that. I do have the CLA statistics that just came in from the tax department, and we have no control over this. This is not really anything to do with the school board's proposal, but our $1.75 in this draft budget gets turned into these numbers. You know, $1.73 at the Brattleboro town office, $1.68 at the Dummerston town office, you know, $1.78 Guilford and $1.78 at Putney because of changes in market value real estate transactions in each town. So next is explaining how we got from your draft budget of December 18, $52,100,000, which was a 3.6% increase, to this number, $51,311,000, down $788,000. We're now 2.1. I think all of the changes that I made were associated with the state statistics that I received just a week ago that allow me to translate state aid that also calculates certain costs. So I'll go over that. Any questions on this before we? Okay. Okay, the adjustments, actually I just have that in a list that I've given you, and we can get this up on the website, but it's not that informative if you're looking at this sheet. So this handwritten page 2, that's the list of adjustments that I've made to the draft budget. You see the largest numbers there are primarily associated with calculating the Wyndham Regional Career Center tuition rate, which then has to be booked into the BUHS portion of the budget. It also goes to the Vernon budget because they have students as well, but there's only one secondary site, in Wyndham Southeast School District. So if you went to your page 14, you see on the far right of your budget document, you would have seen, and this is your budget document from last meeting, you would have seen a number of $814,000. That was just a copy of the FY20 number. And I'll show you how I calculated the $625,000. That's on the last page that we'll get to. And so there's a reduction of $188,000 from what was the FY20 baseline. I didn't make any assumptions until I got the state 6-semester average tech FTE. So that plus the there's a state, what they call a state share, and then a local share, that you can see those reductions of $188,000 and a $225,000. I removed those. The other large adjustment down is the transportation. You remember the evolution of our budget development last year. It was unusual in that we didn't have a clear path right up until I think it was June 25th, a couple of days before the fiscal year started, which is highly unusual. So the point is that we brought in old conventions not having any information about the new conventions until after budgets were published. So where we had in your draft budget December 18, $979,000 is assessment from the SU for transportation. I've adjusted that down to $658 because the SU is going to get the state aid. Before we had the state aid in the districts, that's the way we all had that. But the state has said, we're not sending you the district, the state aid. This again, it kind of illustrates why a supervisory union doesn't really make sense from a a budgeting point of view. Why would you have a different entity have all the costs and then get all the aid and then send you a net assessment? It just confuses everybody and it's a lot of extra work, but that's the way we're structured. So that's the nature of the adjustments. The other ones are relatively small, but they have to do with when the finance committee and the supervisory union board passed the supervisory union budget on December 11th. We didn't have the final ADM statistics from the Agency of Ed. So we do have them now, and I made those, they're relatively small adjustments where it changed the proration of the district's share of costs. So those adjustments have been made. That's how we get to the 51,311 that you see on this tax document here that we started with. I know several folks have talked to me, principals, primarily administrators, are saying, hey, I've got some suggested adjustments that we should discuss. And I assumed we may have other discussion about potential changes tonight. I knew that we were going to have the bond or potential discussion about project improvements. So I thought we would aggregate whatever the feedback is tonight, and then I will be sure to follow up with all the folks that have contacted me and Lyle about other changes, and then we would have something for you on the next draft, which I would hope might become the final draft. So the next 3 pages are the revenue assumptions. I have that again, the hand written section there. Page numbers at the bottom there. And these 3 pages total up to $51 million that funds the district. Let's see if I can get this blown up a little bit. There we go. Okay. So I don't think you're going to want to go over all of these details. I'm glad to try to answer any questions you might have, but maybe a couple of the big number highlights. Where you see in general a number in FY20, and then you see nothing in FY21, oftentimes that reflects the fact that it was some sort of a washing entry, a pass-through, like the Guilford paying bands. Well, you would have seen that as part of the tuition number, $3,377,000. But in the new number, $3,200,000, right on that page 3, the biggest number on that page, that difference has to do with pulling Guilford out and then looking at how many 12th graders left and how many 6th graders are coming in, and then setting a tuition rate for the new year. But in some instances, like actually the second line down, that's a one that reoccurs. So again, on my handwritten page 3, I'm looking at this $12,500 number. Okay, other rentals. There's several of those examples. That might be the one where the SU paid the Dummerston School District for the space to run the special ed intensive needs program. Well, you're not going to have a system where you pay yourself, because we're all one entity. So there's several of those sort of examples. So we've already talked about these large assumptions around the Career Center tuition. That's at $625,000. I'll show you how that's computed on the last page. As I mentioned, the $3,200,000. I think we're heading toward a tuition rate of either $15,750 or $16,000 for the high school. And actually, it would be for the whole system, but the high school is where most of the tuition is received. And that's based on cost minus all of these other revenue sources. We can't make a profit when we set tuition rates. So it's cost minus revenues that taxpayers don't pay for divided by kids equals the tuition rate. And this is obviously a very significant relief or benefit for the region, having $3.2 million in tuition revenue. That's costs we don't have to raise on our local tax rates. Those are the major assumptions on that first page. Any questions before we go to the next?
Could you just clarify for me the that number that you just mentioned, that 3,200,000,
Yep.
and the previous year was $177,135 more.
Yeah.
So what does that mean exactly?
That's because Guilford is not in that number. Guilford was in 3,377,000. So if you take out 380,000 for Guilford, you'd be about 3 million, right? So really, we're up 200,000 if you were looking at apples to apples.
I see.
Yeah. And we continue to see good enrollment growth, right? Dover, Marlborough, a little bit of Wardsboro enrollment, Halifax, a number of towns that have choice are choosing Brattleboro, which is excellent.
And then on page 2, that education spending grant, that's from the state. Is that
Yeah.
right? So we're 2 million plus more this year than the previous year. Is that right?
Right. So what that reflects is all costs. I don't know if I printed it out, but if we go to the next page, which on my handout to you it's labeled, page 5. So what that 42 million represents is, when you go to page 5, it's looking at 51 million in spending. Okay, 51,311,000 in spending. That was on that first document I gave you, the tax page. And then you subtract all other revenue. Subtract all of this revenue that we're looking at. And the difference is 42 million. That is a balancing number. That's the one that comes from the education fund, and it also sets the tax rate. So it's generally not a good thing that number is up, right? Because as that number goes up, it means you've had to raise a tax rate that funds a bigger number. But the reason it's up is because our spending is up and some of these pass-through revenues are down. But that is the majority of the school funding right there. Other significant revenue sources, though, as we just sort of go through these assumptions, the next one after that, 3.2 million, in terms of just magnitude, 1.2 million in the Title I sub-grant from the supervisory union. You see that? There's so many good things associated with the intervention that is delivered to students as a result of that funding. That's primarily all teachers, right? Academic support. And that's been a very stable, and you can see we've got an assumption for an increasing, I believe, Paul, I know we got to resolve the issue about Putney, but I believe we've increased academic support in Putney. They were definitely lower than the other districts, and we've got to resolve whether or not we have enough carryover money to fund it or not. Another assumption is Nancy's done a great job with pursuing and securing the technical education grants. We have not necessarily assumed that they will be sustained, so that's why you see some of them don't reoccur. When you look down, I'm now on page 4, state support for technical education, and then you flip to page 5, you see a lot of technical education funding, and there are a few there that we are not necessarily sustaining because they are intended to be one-time grants, but that is also a major part of our $50 million in sources of funds. Ultimately, we come down to the total of all of those revenue assumptions, $50,511,000, and if you flip back to your first page, after that, you will quickly noticed that that's less than what we're spending. And so that's a planned deficit. And it's funded through existing fund balance. And I've proposed 800,000 as a use of existing fund balance. We have approximately 4.2 million in fund balance right now in our general funds. And we have planned on 1.017, $1,017,000 this year in use of fund balance. We'll see how the fiscal year goes, but that was what was approved as the fiscal year 20 plan. So that would bring us down to a 3.2 million general fund balance. And if we applied 800,000 against that, which is this proposal, we would have a net ending fund balance of 2.4 million, assuming that we got all the revenues that are on this budget, and we spent what we said we were going to spend. So I've mentioned that this is a unique year for us. It's our first merged budget. We haven't had what would normally be a familiar planning process to us, to analyze so much of what we might typically do, in terms of how might we share programs, how might we reevaluate program delivery and so on. The way the timeline came together, it just didn't allow for that. But nonetheless, we're in a very good shape, for moving forward and having the resources that allow us to, start at a conversation with a 2.7% proposed increase in taxes. I'm hearing from my neighbors to the north that they're looking at 20% tax increases in their small towns, and unfortunately in my own town, it doesn't look good. They're looking at $25,000 per student in terms of costs. And on a statewide level, I've heard that so far, it's very early in the budget development process, that many of the tax rates are looking at 5% increases. So we're at nearly half of that. However, here's a couple of scenarios for you, just so as we
before you leave the balances, there's no capital reserves in these numbers, is there?
That's right. I do have a capital fund.
Oh, that's fine. We can get another time. And
because we have additional funds for capital.
So at the end of looking at the end of 21, we would have a little less than 5% in our fund balance as far as reserve fund.
Yes.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think it is good to make sure we look at the whole picture on reserves. And I do have, here's the capital fund, so I'll pull that up a little bit more. Here's another look at the same data with the capital also on the page. So 1.6 million at the high school, Brattleboro Town, 4 million, and so on, 2.1 million in reserves. So that's what we ended the year in June with, and those are the ones that are restricted for capital. So you can't use this money to reduce taxes unless you put a warning on an agenda in a town meeting and you have it voted. So this is where we were just talking about, well, if we wanted to go forward with the Academy project and we felt that it was an equitable investment across the region for facility improvement, we could actually go forward and draw out of that 400,000. The reason why that 400,000 is there is because we did start building the reserve for that replacement project. At one time, we thought we were just going to flatten that building and put in a equivalent for 800,000. And at one time, this reserve was 800,000. We went out and did the Green Street project, the Academy project, and some upgrades at the Oak Grove system. So that's where we came down to 400,000. Okay. Oh, and I was going to give you just a quick scenario analysis of, okay, what happens if you did 600,000 instead of 800,000, right? So if I change that number to 600,000, so you've got your printout there of what the tax rate is now, $1.75, and if we did 600,000, then that $1.75 would go up to $1.76. And I would be concerned about, watching that we don't exceed that 878 buffer between those two numbers, which, that scenario wouldn't be a problem. Some folks might say, I just don't want to go forward with a budget, even though we're not subject to a penalty over the 18,756. That would cost us $927,000 to get under or at 18,756. We have to cut $927,000 or take that amount out of fund balance. Okay, so those are a couple of.
Sorry, are you saying we would have to take 927 total or 1.7 from the fund balance?
Your
1.7.
Second, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that would really diminish your resilience to future ups and downs and surprises. Okay, a couple more things to review. I think, just one. And probably Nancy's of most interest, but I'm guessing for you, maybe the least interest. But it took me 4 days to get through this thing, unfortunately. In a nutshell, what page 6 shows is the Career Center cost. It's quite a convention Vermont has, where the Career Center is within the tax ID number of Wyndham Southeast School District. There's no difference from the IRS's point of view or the retirement office or anyone else's in terms of looking at an entity. But for some reason, the state of Vermont has carved out Career Center funding as if they're a different entity within our own entity. So it creates a tremendous amount of calculations and assumptions, journal entries, and so on. So I'll give you the quick snapshot of it. On the far right-hand column, if you went into the detail of your financial statement, your budget, you would see that $2,378,000, the proposed budget for the Career Center. After assigning their share of overhead, like the maintenance of the building, portion of the bond debt, and then taking away adult ed, we come down to that $2,738,000. That's the cost that now we need to try to develop into a tuition rate. Before we do that, we've got to take away all these federal grants that Nancy's gone out and secured, because we can't make money on money that's already coming in from the federal government. So we take away $654,000 in grants, and we get to a number of just under $2 million. You see that in the middle of the page, $1,966,000. And now we divide that by the number of Career Center FTEs, 102. Okay, that's in the middle. Of that 102 kids, 68 are Brattleboro UHS kids. And then 34 are those Newfane kids, Rockingham kids outside of our supervisory unit. Actually, now that includes Bernie kids. So we do the math, that nearly $2 million divided by 102 is $19,000 per student. We could charge that tuition rate. I've gone through this with a lot of folks over a lot of years, and it's not in our best interest to do a maximum allowable. If we did 19,000, we would increase the BUHS budget and this total budget by many thousands of dollars. I could calculate it for you, but what we have done is we have followed a number that's similar to other systems in the state. So 16,750 is what I'm proposing for a tuition rate, differs by a couple percent, 16,500 over the current rate. If we did that, that computes a cost to UHS of $1,140,000. That's now in the budget. That's the number that that was $1,300,000. So that's where I've cut, 200 and something thousand almost, because of the lower enrollment and that tuition calculation. So then you now see those numbers. Maybe they're familiar to you. The 625,000 we already talked about. The 514,000. Those are the revenues that we have to tell the state we're going to pay ourselves. Makes no sense. We actually don't cut a check. It's a journal entry that's required by the state of Vermont, and it's all part of school funding. The last couple of numbers on the bottom are additional calculations that produce that this is real cash, 939,000 from the state of Vermont for career technical ed support. It's recognized that you may have to make a large investment in equipment, and you don't necessarily have classrooms that are suitable for 20 kids. It's, when you're dealing with machinery and so on, oftentimes it's more like 10 kids. And that's why they subsidize it with another $1 million. And then the 257,000 is the tuition that would be the 34 students that are not in our supervisory union, like Marlboro, Dover, attending, that is cash flow for us. So there's my budget update for you, and can you try to answer any other questions you might have?
Can I ask a couple of revenue questions?
Sure.
On your page, your handwritten page 4, looks like Putney's paying a lot more aftercare fees and summer program fees.
Yeah.
Is a change in?
Yes, I want to, Herb's not here, but I do want to spend some time with Herb. Yes, they have a lot of things developing, and the trend has been more and more programming, and much of it is self-funded. It's through fees, particularly the summer program. So yes, I need to have a better understanding myself of what the design, the program design is, who's paying what, and I know Emily had some questions about, how does that look relative to the other schools, and so much of these things are, what's been initiated at the local school. Guilford is another one that John is here, where I know there's a significant increase, and then there was this little bit of an anomaly where there were parent fees going into like a student activity fund, and we were paying the bills out of the general fund, and so we've got a little bit of a transfer, and it's like a one-time thing, but these are great programs, and it seems like they're just growing interest in all of our schools. But I think this summer camp revenue that you were pointing to is probably understated a little bit, and that's what I never want to overstate revenue, because if we don't get that, we...
Right. They've developed a program, an extensive summer program for the last number of years, where Putney students pay a fee, those who can't have scholarships, but it's also opened up to surrounding towns who also pay a little bit more. It's running a couple of weeks segments, students, parents sign up, and it's really a great program. Of course, they have the pool there, so that helps.
So I'm curious, if a student from Brattleboro went to Putney, they would pay more for the program?
Well,
now?
they had in the past. I don't
Okay.
know about if that would be something you would have to.
Because that's a little, because if it's being subsidized in any way by the unified district, that would be, I would have a hard time wrapping my head around that concept that of.
Well, this will be the first summer that.
Okay.
But I do think, most of the the summer programs have been substantially self-funded by fees. So, yeah. Is that true in Guilford?
We don't have
you don't have the summer, you just have the after-school. Other questions?
Yeah, the EES pre-K contribution, $30,000, $29,000.
Yeah. We weren't sure if that was going to be sustained, but it is. Is Mary here? Yeah, Mary. The pre-K program's working great with our EES partner, and I assume we're going to continue them contributing to the teacher funding.
As far as I know,
Yep.
that's the plan. Yeah.
Yep.
Just because it didn't show up in the FY20 budget.
Yeah, we weren't sure if it was actually going to get off the ground, but it did.
Okay.
Yep. So that actually will happen this year.
And then, is that the small school grant is $150,000? It strikes me that that's your guess, right?
Absolutely a guess.
Okay.
I've asked the agency of ed for a lot of refinement of assumptions, and mum's the word.
And not surprising, just checking.
Yep.
And then tuition for adult education, we don't, it was $15,000 in last year's budget, and now we don't have anything for.
Adult ed, which page is that?
Second to last line item, page 5. Your
Yeah.
page 5.
Oh, yes, that's a good question for Nancy. I had the same question.
For the Perkins grant, which a lot of this funding comes out of, has been totally rewritten from Perkins 4 to Perkins 5. And I have yet, the plan of how Vermont is going to implement that has not yet been approved. And so until that is approved, I can't even begin to guess what that number is going to look like under the new formula, because now they've divided the funds they give the state between not only us, but also Vermont Tech and CCV. And so how that funding is going to come out, I've asked lots of questions and I haven't gotten any answers. So, and even the people who I thought would know, who've been doing this job for years, told me they were putting in 0 this year because they just couldn't even begin to guess at that. The other place that shows up is under the time grant, which is on the back one page. And this year it was $103,500. That used to be a much smaller grant and was not competitive, and it is now a competitive grant. And so while you can write the grant for up to $140,000, you're not guaranteed any of that. So that again is a 0 because I can't even guess what that's going to look like this year, but I'll write a very glorious grant for $140,000, because why would you write it for less than the maximum amount?
And these are the reasons why we have amended grants, because you can see we're going to move forward with our process. We'll hopefully have a board vote on February 5th and then a public vote on March 17, and then these grants come and go, and then it used to be that you would just say, well, we'll just keep that as off the general fund books and track it, but you know that's problematic, especially when we have so many really great resources. So that's why you see the title amended on the FY20 column there, is it reflects adjustments to the voted budget, and we always keep a reconciliation of that. So anybody wants to know how do you get from there to here, we can tell.
Do you know when you'll hear about those grants? I mean, when will you know if you're getting some and how much? I mean, is there a certain time of year that they come out, or?
Yeah. We write the grants usually in late April and May, and then usually you hear in July and August. This year was a little later because we were switching over grants. I'm pretty sure next year is going to be a little later because There's a whole new slew of paperwork that we have to fill out this coming year. This year I did write the grant for $140,000. They gave me 2 federal grants that that kind of sort of appear in here. The problem with that is that they said we had to spend them, pay the money, and have the delivery of the items we were spending them on in a 2-week window, and they sent them to the SU instead of the SD, and so by the time we sent them back and had them change them to the SD, the window was so short, it was about 2 days, and you have to go through the approval process, so there was just no way. And so I ended up sending a little bit of money back, which just makes me kind of ill, but I can't unethically spend money either, so it just is the way it worked this year. Next year I'll try and avoid that at all possible cost.
So Frank, how is it that you can come out with your tuition rate if you don't know what your grants are and you
Well,
can't?
the grants are always washed, so you take the cost and the revenue out.
Okay, oh, I guess, okay,
Yeah.
all right. Okay. Any other board questions at this moment? Because I bet there's somebody in the audience that might have a question or two. Judy?
Jody Normando, stop laughing.
Smiling.
I have a couple of comments and then a couple of questions. Going through this was horrendous. Being able to use this, which was your cover sheet for it, only helped me get through here. I would recommend a couple of things if you can possibly do this, because I'm sure this is a written program from the state, but if you could possibly do, I asked you this last year from Dummerston, that a heading like saying Academy School in the top of theirs really helps, rather than going through the bottom of it and finding out it's Academy School, unless you have this cheat sheet that tells me the numbers for Academy School.
Yeah.
So if you could possibly do that, I think it would help the public a lot. The next thing is if you could do an index in the very beginning and say that the Guilford School starts on page number 55. And so that you could, if you could somehow put that in the front and an index, it would be greatly helpful, because this is terrible. The other thing that I wanted to ask you about in this sheet, the cover sheet that you did before, under Dummerston, student transportation, down $146,941.
Yeah, so that reflects that net of state aid. Yeah, so instead of Dummerston paying the whole bill, they're paying the net, the difference between the cost minus the revenue that the SU gets, and the difference is substantially lower. Yeah.
So, okay, because I like anything that's lower, that's fine.
Same routes, same buses.
Same.
It's just this accounting business that when you have an SU, you've got to have this third party that does just what you're saying, confuses everybody.
Well, it is, and I haven't even gotten to the SU budget yet. And a question for you. Supposedly, the legacy boards were supposed to stay on track until the end of December, and to be able to do the audits. And as a legacy board member, where are the audits?
Audits are just about finished. The draft work, we were done in August. The auditors determined that they had to do an actuarial assessment of employee benefits. They had never done that before, so that actually just was getting wrapped up yesterday and today. So, you know, I've told them, for example, Brattleboro Town likes to publish that entire audit in the annual report, and they have to have it by the 15th. So they should be coming right away. But at this point, I don't actually have the draft audits. I have all of the general ledger data, of course, and I know the fund balances and so on. I just showed you that. But yeah, that will be available and forwarded to town offices and whomever is interested as soon as they're available.
So is this going to be a late event every year after this, or, because they always used to be like in the August or when you had them done?
No, this is unique, one of a kind, where we're dissolving districts, transferring to a new system. Definitely one of a kind.
Something else to keep you busy.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
And so those are great suggestions, and I know you probably don't want to look at last year's BUHS annual report, or actually maybe 2 years ago.
I think I threw it away.
Yeah, but we do take the time at the end of the cycle to do exactly what you're saying. It really is very much needed. I've asked the software vendor to please, make this usable. It's hard for me to see it, so we take the time. We'll take about, I don't know, 5 hours, and we'll go in there and we will add those headers. We'll put them in bold. We'll increase the font, because I absolutely agree with you. And
it would be wonderful.
The index is a good idea too. So
thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you so much, Frank, for that review. So, what's next? What pleases the court in terms of budgeting? Is there a desire to look at expenditures? Do we want to, anybody have follow-up questions from, that, 127 page expenditure report that we want to consider? Getting the tax rates really helpful for thinking about how we feel in terms of if we want to make cuts to the expenditures or changes in the reserve fund, and what the board feels comfortable going forward with the tax rate. We don't have to do that tonight. We could do that tonight. Sean?
Well, I went through this 120 pages, and I got a system down, so I think I was able to understand it. So it really wasn't bad. And considering where we are right now, after Frank just gave us all the information, I feel so much more comfortable than I did looking at a 3.6% increase on the 51 million, 3.64 on 52. All of a sudden, from what Frank said, it seems like a go to me. Not tonight, but I mean, that's my feeling that, I did go through this pretty carefully, highlighting the amounts. It seems like we're getting close to the finish line.
So when you go home to Guilford, there's going to be an 8 cent per thousand tax rate increase. So that's the kind of that I feel.
Yeah, but that's mostly because of the CLA, I believe. Because our CLA went down.
Right, it did. Yep.
So most of that tax increase was, if our CLA was exactly the same as it was the previous year, the tax rate might be very close. Because last year, our CLA was 1.008, so I think that's the majority of the difference.
Well,
I'm not sure of that, but I think it is.
Our unified tax rate last year was $1.70, right?
Yep.
And so our tax rate's gone up 5 cents, and so the CLA is going to vary.
Yeah.
We went up 3 cents from Frank, 2.3 cents last year, because Frank put together a projection for what we would have been in FY19, and it was 1.673, and then it was 1.7. So this is quite 5 cents is a pretty significant, in my experience anyway, we really tried to be a penny one way or the other.
Yep, yep,
Luckily for my CLA in my town,
yep.
I'm not trying to sell anytime soon, so it's only 4 cents, but I just think that's something to kind of consider and maybe look at your tax rates historically.
Yep.
And
But by saying that, are you saying that what we should do is look for more cuts within the budget?
I'm saying that the cuts is an option, more fund balance is an option, and there are downsides to all of that.
So
I'm not saying, I'm not
instead of
making,
800,000,
I'm not making a recommendation in any way,
Yeah.
shape, or form.
I'm
I'm just saying this is a significant, 5 cents is a significant increase. And so, are we comfortable with that? Do we feel that, and I don't think we can answer that tonight.
well, that
Maybe we can.
5%, if I'm
5
reading this
cents.
correctly, 5 cents is 2.7%, is that correct?
That's right. 4.6.
Yeah, but it's on your property values, so,
But the increase would be 2.7%.
That's the kind of the board's taking responsibility for what you can control, and then in the real estate market, you got to go down to the bottom of the page there, and that's the real impact to the taxpayer when they open up the property tax bill. But keep in mind that we're talking about a lot of folks are going to be subject to income sensitivity. So.
right, it's not the smartest thing we do as a state, because it makes it appear that our property tax rate is awful for everyone, and it's only people making, it's only 20 to 25% of our taxpayers that actually pay that rate, but people see that rate and think everybody pays it. It's not really good marketing for moving to Vermont. But
No, but when you do receive your tax bill, you see what it is.
But when people look up a tax rate on, when you're gonna buy a house, what's the property taxes, or when you're on Zillow or something, it looks like a lot. But anyway, I digress seriously.
So Brattleboro is a 9 cent increase. Is that correct? I'm reading that?
8.4. Yeah. So at the bottom of that document, the tax document that you have.
Yeah, it says percent.
Yeah, I should change that formatting to show it in like a dollar. So it says 8.4%. That's 8.4. That's 8.4 cents.
Oh.
Yeah. And that's because the CLA. So you take the 2.7 and then you add the impact of the CLA, and the CLA has gone significantly down, fortunately, for folks that like to have a good housing market. Gone from 103 to 101. That pushes the tax rate up in addition to what the school board has proposed. But that's all about a real estate market. Hard to take responsibility for that.
The other two numbers that people look at it on the state level is the educational spending, which is up 5.3%. And that's significantly more, I think, than they were projecting across the state. But, the other is the per pupil cost, which is up almost $1,000, well, $897, it's almost $900. But I don't think there's really anything, this has always been true, we've always had a high per pupil cost, and we've always had high education spending, because it's what we have to do to provide the services. If there were, I don't see any place that we can cut, and I don't, going with an 8.5 cent tax increase to well, we're not gonna go to town meeting, people are gonna come to us now this time, and we'll see what the Brattleboro people think of it, but I don't see any way to approach this other than the way we always have, which is to say this is what we have to have, given what we're faced with. Again, as I said, we'll look at the long-term capital plan and think about some other things, but I think using more fund balance is a mistake. I think we should be looking at using less fund balance every year. It's not supposed to be for reducing your tax rates. And at some point we might get in trouble for that, but I think it's better to, if the next year you have to make that up, and then you have to put more in if you can't make that up, or if your costs go up some more and you have to use more fund balance. So it creates a deficit when you use that, because it's not revenue, it's money you're taking out of the bank for that 1 year, you gotta do it again the next year. And it's not the best way to go, so I mean, 800 is fine, given the balance that we have, but it's a third of the 2 million. So that's, you know, we can do that 2 more times, and then we're in trouble if a roof falls in.
The one thought I have, though, is the BUHS bond is 3 more years.
Yeah.
And so we will have to be putting money into maintenance, but it's not going to be at the rate of the BUHS bond. I would not think.
Not 2 million a year, yeah.
Right.
Yeah. But a significant amount. That's been anticipated. Robert Clark has really refined the capital plan. And I can bring that at the next meeting if you want to make that part of the discussion on the 22nd.
I think it'd be helpful because I
And
think as
get
we're
those-
thinking about fund balances in the long term, I think one of the things we're struggling now is with trying to do these projects in other schools while we still have this school debt that we're managing, so,
Right.
you know.
Yeah.
still really think about it.
You know, and related to that, I don't know if you remember, we've gone a lot of assumptions, but one of the things that I thought would be prudent is that we do work through the legacy district reserves. It won't be any trouble to spend that 4 million with all of the projects that we need to do. But that clears the slate for the SD, the Unified School District, to start putting in their budget, this budget, an amount to fund the capital plan. So you remember in June 25th, they created the reserve fund, and we said in March, we would be looking back to see how much could we get for an initial deposit into that fund. And at this point, this budget doesn't look like it's the time to do that. So I don't have anything in here for that. But we have 4 million to work through. And this, as you were saying, David, you're alluding, you know, we do get into trouble if we sit in on a reserve for more than 5 years and we don't use it, they penalize the ad.
Well, we know we're gonna use some of it to get through this year, if we're gonna run a deficit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
And we've done that every year, I believe, some fund.
Run a deficit?
No, fund balance use.
Oh, yeah,
for,
yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
to make the tax rate more
Well, I
even.
think the high school
So
in Brattleboro
the high school-
Town did.
Yeah.
I don't know if the other towns.
Yeah, other
used it.
towns have off and on, but yes, pretty much all towns at one point, you know, within a 3-year period, use prior year fund balance to reduce tax liability, like Dummerston did. I think,
Right.
just recently, right? Yeah. Couple
To
years
fund the
ago.
pre-K was the idea, that we
Yeah.
built up that fund balance and we wanted to
Yeah.
use it to fund the pre-K startup year. To fund the pre-K, we used our fund balance because that first year pre-K, you know, yeah.
I couldn't.
I don't need to tell you more about that. You know that one.
This is our debt remaining.
Yeah, no, that's the payment.
Oh, okay.
We've got 3.
So I guess I wonder, so I did look back 10 years just for Brattleboro and Dummerston. I kind of went alphabetical. And so 8.4% increase is larger than we've had in 10 years. The largest we had is back in 2014 of a 7-cent increase. And then, you know, it's variable throughout time. I didn't get that far in Dummerston's, I just got all their tax rates. But I guess I wonder, like, people who've been here historically, what's the historical perspective on an 8.4? It seems large, because I'm looking back and it has never been. So what's kind of the feeling on that, 1? And 2, is this a one-off situation where, like, there would be something that we feel like is gonna bring the budget down next year, or is this starting to be like a new trend? Because we are on the up. The past few years, we're going a little bit in a different direction than we had been the previous years.
And just sort of one point of reference, and this is not a complete answer, but one point of reference that I've noticed since I've been doing budgets just for the 5 years here at Wyndham Southeast is that Brattleboro Town, your CLA was increasing every year. So that artificially reduced your tax rate change. When your CLA goes up, your tax rate artificially goes down. Of course, it makes no sense to the homeowner who's not selling their house. They got the same house, and they're paying, less taxes because their neighbor sold at a higher price or a lower price, So that's the problem with using CLA data to compare trends. Most towns have had these swings. Vernon is going through a tremendous swing right now. So I think it's better to look at the equalized rate because it takes out. Now some folks will say, hey, but the reality is that's what I pay, and the reality is we got to remind folks. Well, you probably were getting the income sensitivity rate, not the tax rate, because if you're one of the 80%, then it's a totally different liability to the citizen. And so without having that conversation in the context of what does an 8-cent rate mean, it's a very incomplete kind of discussion.
Well, we can refer people to the video of the meeting if they have any questions.
So maybe as a follow-up though, it would be looking at the income sensitivity change over whatever period you're interested in. And I think you're going to find that it ranges between 2 and 3%. And so that's the impact for most folks in the region.
That is why I was interested in the accelerated merger, because if you look at 10,8,642 cents every year for the next 5 years, it represents a significant, so what we're looking at now is no 10,8,642, and if we were, we'd be golden. So we're in the same place, as was predicted, exactly, in a merged district. And yet we get no benefit of the 10,8,642 tax reduction.
I don't think, I missed it when when the legislator told us that the merged district would cause our spending to go up, from $1.70 to $1.75 in the first year of merger. The idea was it was supposed to bring this, they did not predict our costs would go up 3 cents last year, 5 cents this year.
I think it has to do with the increased needs that have been so clearly illustrated by our professional teachers.
Right, I'm taking exception with the AOE, the legislature, all believed that our tax rate with merger was going to go down, and so not with the incentives, but the whole reason was merger was going to be cost savings because we were going to work together better. So,
and those are the things that will be helpful, as we get accustomed to this new governance structure and the planning cycle. We can really delve into it. But things like, for example, nobody anticipated, or I didn't anticipate, that the region would add $269,000 for a diversity program. I think it's great. They did it, but they did it at the outset of the merger, the launch of the merger. Now that's a pretty big increase. It's great for the community. It's great for the the investment in terms of addressing the need. But when you're putting it in the context of the state perception and your point about, where's the benefit of the merger? Well, financially we went the opposite way, and it is, it's a community decision.
yes, Jody.
I'm not Jody Normandale. I'm not sure I'm correct, but I think I am. Is that our district has always worked so well together over the years with all the schools, where in the state of Vermont, it has not been the same in the other districts. So I think we've consolidated ourselves in buying and those other issues, sharing things. And so we didn't have as much to gain out of this as other districts have had to. And I think I'm correct on that, but,
I have to say, she's absolutely correct.
No, I think we're all nodding, yes, you're absolutely
okay,
right.
I just want,
I believe I said that to
Yeah.
the state a few times, that we already shared teachers, so.
we didn't need to merge.
So,
Kristen,
yes, Liz.
statewide, these districts that voluntarily merged, their budgets have gone up and up and up. There haven't been, for most of them, they have not saved money by merging. And the state will be decided they were gonna ask for that information last legislative session. So, you know, they've spent 42 million in incentives, and they didn't save money.
Thank you, Liz. Back to the task at hand. Is there a motion? I guess I'll do it. I guess I'll go back to the old-fashioned Robert's rules. Is there a motion to ask for reductions or for consideration of fund balance changes at this time?
Actually, I had, well, let's go on with that.
Well, I'm asking,
Yeah.
I've been sort of talking around it,
Yeah.
and we've discussed it, you know, and I think we have a pretty good sense of the fact that people's tax rates are gonna go up, especially if you're doing okay in this town and have a good-sized property. So, and as Frank pointed out, it's only income sensitivity on your 2 acres and your $250,000 home value or something like that, right? 225,
Right.
something like that?
Right.
So it isn't just limited to that, it's limited to that for your 2 acres and your initial house value. So,
Maybe if I could interject?
Yes.
So we're talking about, again, it's on that tax page. You're talking about going from 2.78 of income to 2.85 of income. So if you do the math on any number you want, let's use a large number of $100,000. That's $2,780, right, versus 2,850 in terms of liability. That's the impact, as opposed to an 8-cent tax increase on maybe, who knows, a $400,000 house. You know, those are the things that help put it in a context.
Can you re-say that?
Sure. So if you look at line 34 on that tax impact document, and then you look at the column for fiscal year 20, and you go down to line 34, you see that it says 2.78. So 2.78% of a random number, I'm just using a random number of 100,000, it's easy math, is $2,780. So if you got a tax assessment because you had a $400,000 house and you got a $1.70 tax rate on that assessed value, and that gave you a $4,000 bill, you're not going to pay that. You're going to pay $2,780. Now, I'm not getting into the nuances of a graduated progressive rate. That does exist. But to illustrate the point, this year, so you went from $2,780. This year, you're going to $2,850 on that same $100,000 of household income. So that is an increase of $70, I think. Okay, that's not a scary increase. It's, you know, whereas I agree, a $400,000 house with an 8-cent increase is what's 8 cents? 0.080, 8 cents, $1.78. So, what's that? That's an $80 increase, right? 8 cents is an $80, right?
Right, times 4.
Yeah,
Yeah.
times 4 is 320. Yeah. So, you know, that's the 80% or whatever it is, 70 to 80% that most folks are going to see. But I do want to be clear, it's not exactly 100,000 times 0.0285. It's 100,000 adjusted for whatever they do to go from 50 to 100. And it would be a higher rate, but it's relative. It's a relative rate. You paid that the prior year, you're going to pay it in the future year if your family income is at the same rate.
light of your question, Christina, would it make any sense at all to look at using a bigger fund balance number? And would it have to be increased so much that it would reduce our fund balance to something that's too small in order to make a difference?
I think a penny is $200,000, right? You found that earlier, Frank?
That's
Going
what
the other
they're
direction,
saying.
so
Oh, you're saying in terms of
fund balance.
our
If we
own,
went from 800 to
Yeah.
a million,
yeah, it's about,
it would be about a penny.
Yeah. So that doesn't really change it. And I agree with David that, you know, the fund balance is good to maintain because.
It might be worse next year. I mean, let's be realistic. I mean,
Why wouldn't it?
this year didn't get better. You know, we had special education costs we didn't expect. Healthcare went up. It may be worse next year. Like, I'm not joking. So maybe better, but there's plenty of things we can put money towards. But I'm not hearing a motion.
And what would you say your motion to say?
I was just, because if we don't do anything, we're pretty happy with the expenditures. Maybe when we go back and relook, there might be something we're looking at. But I would, a motion would be that we're interested in using more fund balance or asking Frank and Lyle to work with staff to make some cuts. So those are the three choices I think we could have in front of us, so.
Or be comfortable and go forward with what we have.
Right, which would be no motion at all. And I'm not hearing a motion, so.
So I have a question. So if, let's say, we made cuts, there would be a proposal back to us, like what would be cut, and then we could choose to go for, I mean, we don't want to just create work though, if we're not really serious about that, but we could choose to go forward with this if we didn't like the cuts, or to accept some of them, or we could accept all of them. So it gives us, you're saying, because this is just how things came out, we could make the budget more strict and see what we think. Is that the case?
That is kind of how we would work, how Dummerston worked in the past when these numbers came out and we were trying to make the tax rate not change. We would come, and we wouldn't usually take all the suggestions, we'd find, you know, but we'd ask the principal to work with Lyle and figure out, is there something that we can do without this year?
So the question would be to them whether there's something they could come up with that we could consider that would not affect the education value of the students. But and not kind of lower the standard, but what we could look at as possible reductions. Yeah. I think I'd be interested in that.
so another way to say something to you on.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say, I think that's already been done. I think Lyle and
My
Frank
directions to,
have gone through this with a fine-tooth comb, and there is a time sensitivity to this. If we don't approve it at the next board meeting, I think we were hoping to make that approval so that we could move forward.
Isn't it by the 5th, right, is when we have to.
Yeah.
It'd be nice to get it done, it would be nice to
So
get it done.
not the next one, but the one after that. So there's not a tremendous amount of time, and if we did, you know, look to reducing everything, and then we changed our mind at the end because we didn't want to cut programs, or, you know, that'd be really too bad. That'd be wasted time and a lot of work in terms of the central office.
David?
I think, I mean, there are a bunch of ways you can cut. You can say, well, I'll just cut 2% out of everything, and then it's, you know, you're not making any value judgments. You're cutting the things that are really valuable, and if there is anything that's less valuable, that gets cut too. It's really not a very responsible way to do it. And Kelly, what you said about not affecting the educational experience, that means that the cuts would have to be all administrative. We'd have to direct them to cut this certain amount for administration or make reductions in the administrative budget. And there would certainly be consequences to that as well. So I mean, just you know, usually when you, well, I shouldn't say usually because it's only happened a couple of times in my experience, but when the board has said we'd like to, you know, see a lower budget, the things that come back are all the things that the kids love the most, you know, the art programs, the after-school programs, the sports programs, and things like that, because the academics are the last thing that anybody looks at. And so, I don't think we're really ready to do that, so. And I would rather have it go to the voters and, you know, and have they either force us or say, don't do this next year. You know, we'll pass it this year, but, you know, and just see what the public response is. 'Cause, I mean, we hear regularly what these, you know, what our schools are facing. We have that information, we get it regularly, but the general public doesn't, except when they come to vote on the budgets.
And I would disagree with you a little bit, David, in that cutting administration might not affect, but in this climate, administration is working
No, I said it would affect.
closely. Yeah,
It
okay.
wouldn't be without
Okay.
consequence.
Right. They work closely with families and students.
All right.
They need to.
And the additional responsibilities just in terms of reporting, reporting data, never mind reporting on families and product and schools.
So how would the academy, like, let's say we did want to move forward as a collective with the academy expansion. And we talked about this before, but we would be taking a bond out, so it's not like, it would increase our total spending, and then it would increase this number on line 17, maybe, or maybe not.
Well, it could,
Oh, okay.
but I'm suggesting that, that this first year we disperse the money out of the capital fund,
Okay.
which would have no effect on the tax page in any way, but it certainly would for 19 years in the future, right? Because
So-
it would add somewhere around $100,000 to the future budget.
So next year, when we'd still have the BUHS bond, so it's not like we relinquished that and then we just replaced it. So we'd still have the BUHS, Putney's, and we'd have this new bond potentially. So if other things were equal, it would definitely be another spike.
No, $100,000 on this budget is not, it's not a significant impact in itself on, you know, we were talking 200,000 is a penny, so 100,000 is a half penny.
Okay.
But, you know, it doesn't take long for those to add up, so I'm very cautious about saying it's no big deal. It is a big deal, especially when we're already 20% over the state average. Now, we're 20% over the state average because of the level of poverty that we have in our region. And then we heard a little bit from some other folks about the high cost of, you know, everything in Windham County, so that's part of it.
Jody, Norman John. I thought I heard Frank when he was standing up here saying that he had heard from people, you'd heard from people, teachers, or principals or whatever, that they might have some ideas for cuts. So I would think you'd want to have him listen to some of those and present them to you.
And they're not all cuts, they're also.
Oh, well, then you could balance it off.
Yeah. But that's, you know, the process evolves and so much happens between October, November, December in terms of families coming and going and needs and so on. So that's how come the conversation always is going on.
Well, so I am curious though, as we think about this $100,000 that we're looking at spending on Academy, is that the best use of that? Because I don't think we have a lot of leeway to add anything more, really. I don't think people can afford it here in this community. And so if we have $100,000 to spend, is that Academy project the best thing to spend it on? Because we can spend those capital funds on plenty of things, on plenty of things in our district.
It's been a planned project for 4 years, a lot of analysis. Clearly, it's right. It's at the core of what we do in terms of serving our most needy students. So it's not a new idea. It's really been well vetted, and on a relative basis, I mean, being part of the capital plan and seeing what we did at Green Street, what we did at Guilford, what we just did at Putney. We did some controls work at Dummerston. It's definitely in terms of instructional space and the learning environment, what I'm familiar with is the most urgent need. They've made the case and have made it over, 2-3 years ago. And it's not getting better. There is a, Lyle could speak more to this than me, but there is an intentional, I think, assignment of certain services to Academy because it is the larger hub. And so it is by design, there is, we're talking about the ESL program, English Language Learner, our deaf students. So, it's got a unique role in our system. It needs that improvement.
If this budget passes and the voters approve it, will you throughout the year continue to look for things that maybe, if you determine that, well, we didn't really need as much for that, that you could pull back the fund? I mean, is that how?
We always do that, yes, and that's what leads to a surplus, and that's how we created these capital reserves. At the end of the year, we say, well, the voters approved in Guilford it'll be a $2 million budget, and we only spent, 1.9 million. Let's put 100,000 in for
Or
the
we got
capital.
more of a grant than we were expecting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And at BUHS, we've had very large surpluses, not every year, but most of it is because we get more tuition students paying $16,000 per student than what we knew was likely, and that's a testament to the programs that we offer.
For instance, I have 8 letters to read to you in a bit. At least 4 of these people who are retiring have 40-plus years with us. I suspect principals won't be hiring people to replace them that have 40-plus years. I may be wrong.
Yes, Deb.
Deb Carding, curriculum coordinator. I just want to, having come from Academy and been an academic support teacher and worked very closely with the students that it would benefit, I just want to share my personal opinion that it is an amazing way to spend that money. Those kids need it. They're learning in an environment that's not ideal for them, and they deserve better.
Thank you, Deb.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to be clear, I'm asking, is this the best spending? And that was my question. And so thank you for answering my question. Is this the best way to spend?
One of the things we may have to look at because of the cost of the addition is other forms, other building structures or other buildings. Instead of an addition onto the building, there's a company in Vermont that makes zero energy buildings, and they can break them into smaller parts pieces. They can add bathrooms. There are a number of things that already manufactured buildings that could meet those needs for probably significantly less cost. I know there are requirements for one of the reasons that schools are expensive in the Northeast is that there are a lot of restrictions on the ways they have to be built. But we haven't looked at other structures. We've looked at how to the best way to meet this need.
There's like there's like a modular zero,
Yeah,
net zero,
modular and net zero built. Comes on a truck and you put it on a slab and it's already.
So is that something that they could take what's already been done in this feasibility study and apply it to like one of these structures, or would they have to redo that in some way?
They'd have to think if they want 4 separate spaces, then they would, figure out a way to divide the structure into 4 spaces. But my point is that nobody's really looked at that, even though it's come up in the past.
And my question is whether someone like that could take what the feasibility study and use that to sort of, these are what our needs
to make 2
appear to
different
be.
structures, one for resource room and one for the main house.
This is what our needs appear to be
Yeah.
from this study, and this is how we could.
The manufacturer could come up with it, yeah. Possibly. I mean, I don't know because I don't manufacture homes for a living, but it certainly seems like if they want to sell one, they have to be able to customize it to what people want internally.
How do we go about answering that question? Or is it?
Well, typically in a bid process, if you want an alternative, that's a normal sort of a process where you've got standard construction that's integrated into the facility as you saw, and that included all the HVAC systems and taking control systems that are conventional and integrating them into the addition. But I've gone through projects that look at, post and beam, SIP panel type structures for school use, and so they certainly lend themselves to a career center environment where you're doing a greenhouse or a warehouse or a variety of things. The industry's always evolving, so I think it's definitely a good thing to ask the question, and we would reuse the feasibility study. It defines the program needs. Kelly's defined the traffic flow, which is the most important thing. So in terms of site and permitting, I assume it's going to be those things that's the value of the significant investment that report reflects. And then it's, okay, now let's build the space that meets those traffic patterns and learning environment needs, and okay, what's on the market? Can we bring in, I don't know if you had a vendor in mind?
There is one that I read about last year, and then I read some more about it this year.
Yeah. Now, typically, the guys that we heard from tonight are aware of what's out there, and it is a matter of structuring a bid that says, give us our base bid, and then give us whatever the board says we want to make sure is considered as a viable alternative. We do have to keep in mind that we're fortunate to have that exemption on tax liability. That's based on a plan being submitted to the Agency of Ed, and they say, yeah, this meets school construction standards, you get a pass. If you don't meet that standard, you don't get the pass. And hopefully in the future, we'll also get the 30% state aid. So it's just one of those extra, things you gotta make sure you cover.
You mentioned the Career Center, and that kind of brought up another question for me. When I was here at the high school quite a while ago, the Career Center, they had students who built houses in the community.
Mm-hmm.
Is that something that the Career Center could get involved in and help to offset and maybe provide some opportunities, educational opportunities for Career Center students?
I think a job co-op, it certainly couldn't be to the extent that has been, and it has been relatively recent that the Career Center built a house and sold it right down the road. But when we're doing commercial construction, we can't have the Career Center construction trades person have the role they do in a house construction. It's because of the permitting, the licensing. So there's so many things that the codes requires certain credentials for. Christina knows all about that. But it's a great job opportunity, I think, cooperative job opportunity.
I also wonder, because I think construction costs for a commercial space, which I assume, which would probably be similar to this, are pretty high in Windham County.
Yeah.
And so it might be an opportunity to save some money to think about structuring some panels or something where we're taking some of these costs out. And especially right now in Windham County, where our unemployment is so low and you can't get anybody to return in this general area, it might be a way to come in a little bit better.
Yeah, and that's another point about, in terms of a bid cycle planning, it's best to go out to bid in January. That's when contractors are the most interested in bidding on projects. Not a good idea to go out in April, May, or June, because they're going to put a 30% premium on. So as we talk through this and we think about alternates and so on, that we want to keep that in back.
So I want to go back to this number 17. The reason why is I'm wavering of should we go back into the budget and look at things and do due diligence? I feel like it's doing due diligence to look at what it would look like if we were not increasing tax rates, or we're somewhere a little bit lower. especially if we have the time. So I just wonder, my other question is like on number 17, when it says 878, it looks like last year there was 0. Is that true?
No, it was irrelevant last year because we were under the cap.
Okay.
You see, so 184, you know, being less than 18,311, it's an irrelevant number. You don't need any exemption. But no, that 878 has been pretty. If we needed it, it's been since 2003 when the bond first got taken out.
And that's in the big book. It's on page 37, and it gives the principal bond and the interest payment. And the interest payment is going down every year by $110,200. So the bond payment is $1,600,000. So we've been paying that for years, but that'll go away in 2024. And then, as Christina mentioned, you know, we also have to build our capital fund up to make sure that we maintain it, you know, as we have been. But this building looks pretty good for some building that's 10 years old, and, you know, 1,000 kids going through every day. Soon.
17 years old, right? 17 years old, John.
Yeah. What?
I don't want to break it to you, Sean, but it's 2020.
Well, since I was on the Citizens Advisory Committee, I should remember that.
If I could also follow up, Emily, on another point of reference in terms of spending and affordability. I used to, and I haven't been able to get new data from the state, but I would look at Union High School spending per student across the state, and then I would say, okay, where's Brattleboro Union? And with debt, we are in the upper tier, like the upper third, as this shows. You know that if we're at 19,000 and the 20% higher than the average is 18,756, we're in the upper tier. But when you remove the 1.6 million in principal and then the 400,000-500,000 in interest, we're right in the middle. So when we look like most districts that, you know, this was the largest single bond project in the state's history in 2003. When you pull that out, we in terms of educational programs, utilization of staff, utilization of facilities, you know, we're going to come down substantially. I am always concerned about a budget that's over the cap, even if it's not penalized. So I share your concern there, and if we were to do some revisions, I think it would be what Lyle mentioned. We would, you know, the announcement of retirements is I wasn't aware of that when I was doing this draft, and that is the way it goes. We'll know more in another week or two, you know, because this is the season. I think is it January 15th?
January 15th.
January 15th, folks are required. So if there's a significant, you know, disclosure there that we think is material, then, you know, that would be a way to address a budget reduction without cutting programs. But things happen the other way, so it's not a bad thing to have that little bit of reserve in the event that something goes the other way, like we know is coming at us. The special ed, as David's mentioned, the special ed deficit.
Speaking of which, have you given any thought to the impact of the healthcare change that's not in, and how that's going to possibly affect us?
Yeah, we think our budget estimate that we discussed here,
Yep.
is sufficient.
Okay.
But we are, you know, Lyle and I are still working on the board's behalf with the
Right.
negotiations process. So
I was more speaking to the new healthcare that's coming in.
yeah, what I've read from the Health Commission and the, you know, what the arbitrator, you know, said
Yeah.
is happening translates into, I think, a reasonable reserve that
Okay.
we've put in here.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
On the other side of things, I'd asked at the last meeting to if you could develop a restorative justice coordination proposal based on what the group presented last time, and I had a nice conversation with Steve. He laid out how things worked at the high school and the need for time, basically, and for teachers to be able to learn how to engage in some of these practices. And it was really clear that if there was some previous experience in the elementary schools, so when the kids came into the high schools, they would already be familiar with the language and I'm not going to try to get into the details of the kind of activities they engage in because I don't really know that much about it, but it seems really evident that if we believe that this is a way we're going to see improved behavior and we're going to be able to have to intervene less as time goes by. Right now, we're pretty good at the intervention, but we're having to constantly add staff to do that intervening. If we think that this is a potential long-term remedy, I think we should. There's no question that there needs to be some coordination between from pre-K to 12. So, I'd like to, I can tell you what I think you should do, but it probably wouldn't have much to do with what really ought to happen. But there was so much coherence between what John Session described, what Steve is doing, and what I understand from Mike Zostak, what he's been doing, and the way all of them see this process is it really needs some coordination. It's not something that can be imposed, but it needs to be sort of carefully and thoughtfully done. So I'd appreciate it if you could identify it. Mike seems to think it can be done for not much money, and I don't know if you have talked with him about that or not. But probably will now.
I think Lyle has some.
Yes,
Yeah,
because I've thought about that. I've talked with Steve. We have $100,000 in diversity, equity, social justice. I do believe this is an equity issue. I think that by working with Steve, we could be creative in releasing Mike to do some more work, professional development possibly. I don't feel that this is the climate in which we want to add another person. So that has been a reluctance of mine. I also have been asked to have possibly consider an SRO that's in the that's a sheriff basically that would be in the outlying town schools, one person, because it's a long way for anybody to get to Guilford, and if we're counting on school safety and state police getting there, it could be an hour. So that's been a proposal. I've had someone ask about facilities manager. I know, for instance, we have an electrician that works here at the high school, and yet Dummerston, Putney, Guilford, if they need an electrician, they call Dompiers. Would a facilities manager position be able to schedule that and pay for itself over a while? So I've had a few people ask to put in extra positions, and I have not done that because I've just not felt this is the budget where we should be adding people. I would think we need to think about what we have in place and see if there's another way to use them.
Right, yeah, that's just what I hope for. Is for the people that know what they're doing to figure out a way to move that forward.
And we have a well-established program in Putney, Academy now, Green Street has been doing it, Vernon, doesn't impact us, but Vernon has been doing a restorative program for quite a long time. Of course, BAM's BOHS here. So we're down to just a couple of schools where they might really need some intense PD around it, and we might start with Mel Motel and Community Justice before, actually.
Yeah, just some purposeful plan to move it forward. And the other thing I had asked about was looking into science units. That could
talk about that too.
Why do I ask?
Happy to know. So we actually got extra science money, and Paul's been working with teachers in all schools. So we have some federal money that we've been putting toward science materials. We actually have a little bit more, and Paul and I spoke Monday about pulling, actually I think he's talked with Keith, I hope he's talked with Keith about this, pulling a person out who would be a science coach a couple days a week for the rest of the year, going into schools and working and using some additional federal monies. So we're really focusing on science and education.
Thank you.
Thank you. Love that.
He's talked to you, right, Keith? You knew about that?
Looking at our agenda.
Oh, okay. Just say yes. If you're
All right, yes.
So,
I'd like to make a suggestion.
Sure.
That we actually leave the budget for now and come back to it at the next meeting, and not plan to tweak it too much. I mean, we can talk about it a little bit, but no big tweaks. And I guess what I'm saying is that I'm comfortable, and I think it's the document that answers everything.
any comments on Sean's motion to move on? I think I just would add a friendly amendment to your non-motion, that if it looks like in that pile over there that there's $100,000 or whatever, that we take that into you let us know and we'll take that into consideration. And the other thing that might affect my thought about the fund balance is thinking about what we think we're going to need with the BUHS maintenance fund going forward. So looking out really how long this fund balance needs to hold out.
Well, we have a good capital plan.
Yeah.
Right,
We should have a look at an updated capital plan.
Yeah.
And are do you now have, is there now an SD capital plan that includes the outlying schools as well?
Basically, we've taken all of those and formatted it so they're all the same document, and yep, I have it, it's ready to go. I haven't had a chance to refine the future periods, but everybody's looking at FY21 carefully, and yeah, so we can have that discussion next meeting.
Yeah, I mean, I know that there's a roof for here that's a couple of years further down. The things that you know down the line are there too.
Yeah.
Great, thank you. All kinds of good news.
And actually, I did have one question before we move off from this. In athletics, I was wondering, I can't find it. BUHS, I noticed some differences, like girls lacrosse was a little bit less funded for officials or something, and I kind of wondered why that was. So maybe I'll send you my questions, Frank,
okay.
For next time.
Sure.
Okay. It's very depressing for it to be this hour and we're committee report. So we're going to step it up, people. All right. Personnel committee, have you met?
We have not met.
Thank God. Okay.
We're going to be scheduling something.
Excellent. I want my mission statement.
Not since our last one.
We did 1%.
That was the last meeting, because you reported that out at the last
Oh,
meeting.
we did that at the
Yep.
last meeting?
Yep.
We did? We reported
I do remember it.
Because I was going to make a comment about those 1% funds. I just wanted everybody to be aware that we approved travel to Los Angeles for 2 teachers.
Right, airfare, we talked about that.
Airfare.
Yeah.
We did talk about that?
Yep. We're not really excited about spending money on airfare because it's probably the least,
Yeah,
the least
whatever.
green choice one
That's
can
been
make
covered,
in
it's been
travel.
covered, and I will say no more.
So we've made our peace with that. We've spoken, so to be very clear that we are not excited to approve air travel. We like, trains and buses and public, not cars, electric cars, plug-in hybrid? Walking, we like walking.
How about
Video meeting, teleconferencing.
place-based content?
Policy and Amendment Committee has not met either, although I need to put something together for us to keep moving forward, but we took a little respite after a very long and busy summer and fall. PPE, I believe you all have met.
We met on Monday, and so we did speak about after-school care, which was on our agenda, and we sent off a bunch of questions to Frank. So expected more. Frank said he'd probably be able to get it to us at the end of the month because there's so much going on right now. So that's still to come. So that kind of paused our conversation, although we did talk a little bit about equity versus equal and how to really look at after-school care. And what might have to be a comprehensive overview of like different investments that have been made in each individual town. So anybody who's interested in that conversation, it probably won't, I'm not sure if it'll be at our next meeting, which we did schedule for the 26th. It'll probably more likely be at our early February meeting. We did talk about the field study community stakeholders. We were tasked with nominating a few people. First, I'll go into what the scope of work was, and then we had sent Christina the 4 people who had come to us before the meeting for nomination, and I know David was checking, I think, to make sure those people wanted to be nominated.
I sent them an email this morning
Okay.
telling them we wanted to nominate them, but hope that they would be willing to serve. I've heard back from one of them, that Devin's over there.
Okay.
I don't know if you saw that email yet or not, but.
Yeah, I didn't. I had a busy day. Didn't have time to respond, but yeah, I'm
great.
I'm willing to participate.
Great, thanks. There's 2.
Okay. And I had, okay, do we want to say the names or do we want to say the scope of work? I had that written down too.
Yeah, why don't you do the scope of work,
Okay.
and then maybe we should just do names of people that have said
Said
okay?
Yeah.
Wouldn't that make sense? And then we'll just appoint them if
Okay.
that's okay? Okay.
So the scope of work, which we went over, was there'll be 4 meetings. A pre-meeting with school personnel, which is more for uploading and sharing pieces or sharing the contract and kind of the scope of work that they're expecting to undertake at meeting 2, which is with Gale Associates. So Gale Associates meeting is on January 22nd at noon, and this will really be about giving them input so they can move forward with the study, specifically around what facilities exist, the scope of the fields, which ones are included. They're all, a lot of them are in the contract, so I think it'll just make sure that the community stakeholders feel that they're all in the know so they could participate in an equal way. And that they can influence the core goals of the process. The 3rd meeting, so that's Jan 22nd, the 3rd meeting, Gale Associates, it's not scheduled yet because we don't know the timeline of how long their study is going to take, but this would be a presentation by Gale Associates of the 3 options that then the group of stakeholders, which include administration, some coaches, and the community stakeholders would meet to vet the options. I'm not 100% sure how that will work out, but I guess they'll figure it out and how they're going to go through the options that Gale gives. So it might mean that there's actually a post-meeting after the Gale Associates meeting, so that would put them at meeting 4. And then the official meeting 4, which would be their meeting 5, I guess, would be a school committee presentation that Gale would be presenting with one option. And that's what's written in the contract, is that we would hear one option, which may be a combination of the options that they ended up giving. And I don't know that I can answer any of the questions. That's kind of what I gleaned from Steve, who came to our last meeting, which was really helpful. Do we want to give the names, I guess? I don't know who said yes, so I'm asking.
Marilyn Chiarello and Devin Rhodes have said yes so far.
So I would entertain a motion to appoint Marilyn Chiarello and Devin Rhodes to the community, what is it called?
Stakeholders group.
The
Stakeholders.
Field Study Stakeholders Committee. Field Study Stakeholders Committee.
Wait, hold on, so community isn't in that, right?
Stakeholders was the word.
Okay, so, sorry.
So
I just wanna make sure I get this right.
Marilyn Chiarello.
Uh-huh. To appoint Marilyn Chiarello and Devin Rhodes
to the Field Study Stakeholders Committee, is that what we're calling it?
I guess, yeah, that's good.
Sure. Stakeholders Committee, okay, thank you.
Who made that motion, was that Dave?
No,
No,
you
we
did.
didn't.
Oh, I asked for a motion, I just made it so that you could make it.
So moved.
Thank you, David.
Second?
Thank you, Emily.
I think Sean had a question.
Sorry, Sean, yes, this is discussion.
Well, I was just wondering, the meeting on January 22nd would be the second meeting with Gale, or the first meeting with Gale.
First.
And so these 2 individuals will be invited to that meeting, and
the
I
previous
would be
meeting.
interested in going, but it looks like I probably wouldn't be able to. Is that correct?
Well, it's going to be pretty crowded. Yeah, Steve's got a lot of coaches and the groundskeeper and buildings and grounds people and stuff.
I see.
But there's a previous meeting well, let me read it. Wrong thing, I can't.
The pre-
For documents, I got the next committee
yeah.
minutes
The
up.
the pre-meeting would be with the school personnel, and is it okay if I share the school personnel, folks? Sure. So I hope I wrote their names down right. Devin Rhodes, sorry, that's the person we're with. That's not. Kelly Markell, Chris Sawyer, Robert Clark, and Dave Solnowski. And then obviously Steve would be on it, and you're thinking about one more coach.
Right.
So there'd be those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, plus our potentially 4 is what we had, we're just waiting to hear back from them.
And that's to go over documents and the current status and what's in the contract.
Set goals.
And, yeah, and the goals.
Can we get a recording of, can we get ECTV to record that maybe or something, or how's?
I don't think that would be, I think that's really appropriate for Gail. I mean, this is a pre-meeting, they're coming in to just gather input. I don't think we should ask them to do that.
Oh, you mean pre-meeting? Is she talking about the meeting or the pre-meeting?
The 122.
Yeah.
Oh, talking about the 122 meeting,
Yeah.
because Sean wants to go.
Right.
And so then,
I mean, I was just thinking, it's of interest to me. I know the fields pretty well. My kid played sports here, so.
It's of interest to me, and my kid did too. But,
Yeah.
you know, these are the people who've asked to do it.
Yeah.
It's getting a little crowded.
I was just trying to make it so that you could at least keep track
Yeah.
of what was going on.
Well, there'll be minutes, and we're gonna get a report. So.
Will there be minutes?
That's good enough.
I assume there'll be
We'll track
minutes.
it, we'll track it.
Just record it on your phone and send it to us.
The other piece of it is Gail, part of the contract right now, I mean, it does say that they will prepare the meeting agenda. So we'll give them some input, but, it is their meeting. So.
I'll take my name off
Yes, Jody?
I didn't catch the fourth name, but I didn't hear any soccer names on there for the coaches and stuff.
That's one of the things we're trying to work on.
And particularly having girls involved. I'm assuming Kelly is field hockey.
Kelly's field hockey and softball.
And softball, okay.
Any further discussion? We're a little off topic, people, but it's 9 o'clock, right? Yeah. Right on schedule. All those in favor of appointing Marilyn Chiarello and Devin Rhodes to the Field Study Stakeholders Committee, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays, abstentions, the ayes appear to have it, the ayes do have it.
If we should
Do
get
you have
a-
another meeting to appoint the other two before this meeting?
Oh, it's a
I
good
was just
question.
gonna get to
Yeah,
that.
oh.
Can we, if the other two write email back in favorably that they're willing to
What's our next
participate, can we, in absentia, approve them?
What's the date of our next meeting?
it. It would be the 18th, I think.
They wouldn't be able to do
Oh,
that.
22nd,
Oh,
yeah.
it is the 22nd.
Yeah.
I don't think it's.
Yeah, because the 22nd is a Wednesday at noon that they're meeting. Because
Right.
Steve had said he would probably come to the, I don't know if I'm volunteering you for this, but
You are. No, it's okay.
I know we talked last time. Said
wanna
maybe
leave
you
before we
would
do
report
this?
out a little bit of like what happened.
Right.
Yeah.
Sure. So it would be the two of you appointing, I would make that motion. Maybe, can there be another, I don't care who it is, but could there be another, so we're not at a quorum?
There could be 3, well, there could be as many as 4,
Four.
because we need 5 for a quorum,
Yeah.
so, and we have, how many do we have in our committee?
4.
Yeah,
4.
Yeah, so I could forward it
Oh.
to the committee, and if they all approve.
Yeah.
And it seems sort of formal since they already decided to nominate.
Oh, the committee's already nominated,
Yeah.
the committee's already agreed. Oh, okay, then I feel better about that motion, so. What was the motion again? To,
The one that, yeah.
no, we haven't really made this motion yet.
Oh, I didn't hear, I mean,
You didn't get the one with
I didn't hear what? I didn't get the one out of your head, no.
Well, the first one was to appoint.
Yeah, that was,
Yeah,
you want me to
yeah.
read
We
that
haven't had
one?
one since then.
No, we're trying to come up with the next motion, so the next motion would be to appoint David Scholes and Emily Mercicauer to appoint, I hate to use appoint.
To accept, or to,
To accept the
because
two
we
people that
invited them.
Yeah.
So if they accept our invitation, is this an
To appoint them
RSD?
to the stakeholder
To
committee.
appoint them to the
Because you are appointing them, you've already nominated them,
Yeah.
now you're appointing them.
So you want to say the two people that we previously nominated
Yes.
through the PPEC
Yeah.
committee?
Okay, so can you make that so Wendy can write that? Poor Wendy.
Let's start from the beginning.
Oh, you had it.
We asked that David Scholes and Emily Murphy-Cowler appoint the two nominated people to the Field Study Stakeholder Committee.
If they respond,
Well, I just
if
think.
they agree to serve,
Yeah.
or just leave,
Yeah.
okay.
Second.
Any, oh, sorry,
Who-
yes, any discussion?
I feel a little like the gatekeepers have let the people that they want as stakeholders into this, which doesn't include me, because everybody knows the way I feel about the whole thing. So I feel as if the gate has been closed before I can go through it. And the two people that were nominated, I know their opinions, and perhaps the two people that haven't been nominated would also have similar opinions. And the
Do
gatekeepers.
you want to address that, Kelly?
Yeah.
You said it best.
I noticed that the people who seemed interested in, one of them has been very vocal that it seems that pro-alternative to turf. One of them seems to be, was a parent of female athletes, or maybe more than one, or one student, I don't know, I can't remember, but, and so I think he had an interest in, or may have supported the turf. One of them,
Two of them actually fit that description.
and one of them had some engineering background.
Yeah.
And I
So-
know is strictly neutral.
So it
Careless.
seemed like there was, I mean, I was concerned about having people having all one belief, maybe a kind of, or one preference, and having them sort of look for a certain option or lean towards. But I thought that it seemed like a good mix of people, and it would be a nice sort of different perspectives.
Okay.
I mean,
All right,
I share your interest in
That makes me feel better.
in attending. I mean,
Thank
I
you.
would love to go to the presentation of the three options. I mean, if that was, you know,
Yeah,
that
yeah.
I share your interest, but as far as you're concerned about the different people, it seemed like it was a nice rounded group of people.
Oh, good.
That was the intent,
Yeah,
so.
yeah, okay. Well, I had to ask a question.
These were the only people whose names came up before our meeting, because otherwise we didn't, I mean, if, like, your name came up tonight, we didn't have time to discuss that.
Right.
No, that's Steve, actually. Steve, a couple of people spoke
Thank
to
you for
Steve,
that.
but not before we talked to him.
I guess the other thing I'd raise is that this conversation, this process is not about turf or non-turf. This is about field use and facilities access. You know, it's about demand on athletic facilities, facility shortfalls, priorities, verified field and court geometries, as well as amenities that are desired. Evaluate the need for general site improvements such as seating, lights, sports, irrigation, concessions, etc. So I mean, it's not, I guess I want to be clear, and when we have the pre-meeting, I'll be clear that this conversation with Gail is really about this. It's about what they've contracted us for. It's not going to be about, well, I like organic, I like turf. It's going to be about how are we using our fields, how can we use them more effectively? Because that's what we're charged to do.
One question. So if one of these people comes back and says, nay, they're not really that interested,
We'll have three.
is it okay just to have three, or are we saying, hey, well, Sean said he wanted to do it? Should we reach out and?
The idea is to be
Well, I'm volunteering for
stakeholders.
another meeting. I missed out a
I mean,
whole
I'm just
day.
Yeah, it's open to the public.
What? Oh, yeah.
The idea was that it be stakeholders.
But if
not
somebody
the
else
board.
from the public had
Because
come
we're
up.
the final deciders of this,
Yeah.
to fund
No,
it, and so
It doesn't matter.
I'd prefer it wasn't a board member, because
Yeah.
that just changes the dynamic a lot.
I can growl.
You can growl all you want at me, Sean.
next.
I have a-
Did we pass that? We're still.
No,
yes,
but I have a
yes.
question. Who made that motion? Was that you, David?
I actually made that
You
motion.
made that,
I never
okay.
make the motion, but I did.
Okay.
And
Thank
Emily
you.
seconded it.
And you did not vote on it?
We have not voted,
You
so I
have
just
not
yes. So, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays, abstention, the ayes appear to have it. Oh. One abstention, the ayes appear to have it, the ayes do have it, and the motion carries. Whew. Anything else on PPE committee?
No.
There's one thing, we've been talking about equity.
It's your committee.
And I can't say anything more than just, we've been talking about equity. And we're gonna, within the next few years, we think we'll understand what it means. Now, we'll fill you in on that, we're going down the line with that. Lots of questions, like how do you balance the investment that some communities, well, you're actually pretty aware that some communities have invested in after-school programs, some have invested in food programs, some have invested in bicycles.
Yep.
And so they're different. So how do we make what's equity? So,
Well, yeah, I
That's
said you
true.
it's
Yeah.
money.
Yeah.
It all comes down to money, so.
no, it doesn't.
Well,
But
I mean,
anyway,
in terms
see?
of we're spending the money, the resource, that's the most finite resource, so we need,
Yeah.
how we allocate it is what's,
Right.
what's up to be decided, but. And so that's it for PPE, yes? Excellent, thank you for all that hard work during the holidays. Climate crisis,
We have not met yet, we should by the end of the month.
Okay, great. Communications Council, I believe.
I can tell you about that. We're working on 3 communications. One is, well, we have a question about how to get the new Leadership Council policy, as soon as we pass it, to all the members of the Leadership Council and to potential members. And we're drafting a draft introduction of the highlights of it, so somebody can look at one page and say, oh, okay, I understand a little bit. And we're meeting on Friday to finalize those things, because we can't do
Awesome.
it by email. So that's one document. The other is a document to encourage people to run for the school board, emphasizing opportunities to contribute to the community and blah, blah, blah. That also, the draft ready for Friday, and obviously needs to be distributed really quickly, so Jamie's been working on it, and Tim's been helping edit it. Tim's gonna send it to Christina once it's done. And there was one more that I can't find, so that's enough for now anyway.
So do I need a motion to
Oh,
release that?
PR on the upcoming election, Tim's working on a draft, press releases
Okay.
for the upcoming election, so people are aware that it's coming, it's happening.
So on that press release for encouraging people to run for school boards, that seems like time is of the essence, and maybe that should go out before our next meeting. So maybe there could be a motion that I could approve that, or Ann and I could approve that.
Christina, in absence of a full board, that Christina approved the communications about encouraging people to run for the school board.
Is there a second?
Second.
Wait, hold on. I don't mean to be critical, you kind of mumbled that.
Yeah, I was reading, I was mumbling, yes.
Can you tell me that more clearly?
I move that Christina be authorized to approve the document to encourage people to run for school board.
And Sean seconded that. We're not quite to discussion yet. We're just getting Wendy caught up.
Okay, so David
And
moved
Anna.
that,
You
Sean.
want to do it with me?
Second,
Okay.
thank you.
Oh, wow. Yes, Jody?
When is the date that petitions have to be in? I thought it was pretty soon.
January 27th.
So we have 18 days between,
Somehow I
starting
thought it
tomorrow,
was the
18
15th.
days to get the petition, get the signatures, have the people of interest.
Yep.
18 days is not a very big window.
Yep.
So, and that also includes the people whose terms are up.
That's right, exactly.
Yep.
That's what really, yeah.
So it's, may just be me sitting here.
There'll be a few other people here.
I was wanting to be a benevolent dictator.
Thank you, David, for that update on Communications Council. Diversity, equity.
You didn't vote.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No.
All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays, abstentions? The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I am sorry. I thought I was a benevolent dictator for a minute there. Thank you, Communications Council, Diversity and Equity.
Has not met, however, I met with the Teachers Committee today, and they have come up with an enormous collection of resources to pass to the other teachers. They're working together, sharing tips and tricks for their the educational component of our diversity efforts. We would also like to see the discipline stats that were requested at the beginning of the year. In particular, insubordination offenses.
Okay.
Thank you.
All schools?
Yeah, I imagine there won't be as much data available for the primary schools.
So SESU board, which has been primarily involved with the superintendent search, the survey, Thrive, has that online. There's going to be links put everywhere. You will not be able to escape being able to participate in a survey, getting community input on what we're looking for to fill Lyle's shoes. There will also be 2 forums. Darn it, does anybody who was here remember the forum days and times?
You want them?
Yes, Jody, thank you. It's so far buried in my pile. right now.
January 13th, 5:30, Academy is community. January 15th at 5 o'clock is, it looks like Green Street, teachers. January 15th at 6 o'clock, Green Street administration. January 20th, 5:30 at Dummerston, and that's a community.
Thank you so much, Jody, I appreciate that. So there's multiple ways to have your voice heard. You can attend a forum, you can fill out a survey. So Thrive's been moving forward at an incredible pace. It's been fabulous. We also approved for Carrie to spend up to $3,000 for having Curtis Reed do some extra outreach to people in the community, more diverse stakeholders, to make sure that they are participating. So doing a big push in that direction as well. We are meeting next week to kind of move forward on the next steps. There's also been another entrant in the game, Don Collins, who was a principal for many years, 14 years as a principal. He has been a superintendent in 3 different districts for like 20 years. God love anybody who's a superintendent for 20 years, including somewhere in Windham County, I don't know where, and up in Franklin. He has also been a school board member now for 12 to 14 years, and he's on the executive board of VSBA. He is excellent, and when I emailed him to ask why the decision had been made to not offer VSBA searches to non-paying members all of a sudden of the VSBA, he said, I'll do your search for you, I'll do it for less than the VSBA, I've done a bunch. So he's an interesting possibility because he has been a principal, he has been a superintendent, and he has been a school board member. So it's kind of an interesting possibility. So Carrie is going to reach out to him to see about bringing him quickly up to speed so we can make a decision at our meeting next week about these next steps and who we might work with. But an interesting offer, and I have the greatest respect for Don Collins. So I think that was it on the SU level. Didn't leave anything, right?
Question. So, is our committee disbanded?
I think our committee's disbanded.
Okay, just making sure.
Yes, thank you for
I'm fine
sharing.
with that, but
Thank you
I'm
for
fine.
sharing. It
Okay.
was short and sweet. It was an ad hoc committee, so I don't think we really have any other responsibilities.
And which committee is that that's disbanded?
Superintendent search committee.
Oh, okay, all right.
But now it's kind of gone to the SU level because there's like commitments that have to be made and everything.
Yeah, spending the money has to happen at the full board level. So that's where we are. Okay, so leadership council appointments. Do you have those handy?
Yes, I do. Just been waiting. So for Oak Grove, I have parents Grace Freeman, Jamie Scanlon, Kim Jablonski, and Juanita Martinez.
I would entertain a motion to approve the 4 candidates.
I would move that we move 4 candidates for Oak Grove.
Thank you. Is there a second? John, is there a second? Thank you, Anne. Any discussion? All those in favor of the motion to approve the 4 candidates? to leadership councils at Oak Grove, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays or abstentions? The ayes appear to have it, the ayes do have it.
And for Dummerston teachers, Nancy Livingston Clements, Erica Garnett, Lily DePino, Carmen Winchester, and Julianne Egan.
What was the last name?
Julianne.
Oh, Julianne.
All those in favor of the motion to approve the 4 teacher administrator candidates from Dummerston, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays or abstentions? Oh, wait, we didn't get a motion in there.
No, nobody made
Motion, there was a sorry.
You made
So
the
moved.
motion.
I made the motion, you seconded it.
Who seconded it?
Emily,
It is almost 9:30.
I can't, I can't, 5 hours is my limit for it, being in meetings. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays, abstentions, the ayes appear to have it, the ayes do have it. Warrants, whoo, I gotta do this now, okay.
Let me just give a 2-second.
Oh, sorry, I forgot about that, Sean, sorry.
On January 3rd, the Guilford Leadership Council met, and we had a very, very productive meeting, and there was one additional community member there, so it was 7 people altogether, and so well organized, and I just gotta take my hat off to these energetic, dynamic individuals.
It's a good place to maybe get some future board members too, to serve with the benevolent dictator maybe, although if you're from Guilford, that doesn't help. Thank you, Sean. Moving on to finance. Okay. I would entertain a motion to approve the warrants of November 25th in the total amount of $104,256.17. The warrants of December 2nd, 2019 in the amount of $718,428.29. No, that's not the total. Yes, it is. That is the total, sorry. The warrants of December 4th in the amount of $316,906.27. The warrants of December 10th in the amount of $270,902.95. The warrants of December 16th in the amount of $148,532.75. The warrants of December 18th. Oh, these are all the sub ones, right? No, they're right. Okay, they're so small. In the amount of $59,978.53. The warrants of December 23rd in the amount of $846,098.30. And the payroll from November 22nd in the amount of $1,472,774.35. December 6th in the amount of $1,402,596.81, and from December 23rd in the amount of $1,252,329.66.
Second.
I was looking for the motion.
I thought you moved it.
Well, okay, I'll move them.
You said you moved it.
I said I was looking for a motion.
All right, I'll move it.
Thank you, Ann. Is there a second?
Second.
These were all recommended by the Finance Committee.
I would just make one comment. You know, when we were talking about fund balances earlier, if you look at the payroll, you realize why it's really nice to have a fund balance.
Yes, that's true. That's true. Good point. Any further discussion? All those who approve the motion to approve the warrants, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays or abstentions? The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Moving on to unfinished business, meeting microphone. Oh, sorry.
Administrative update.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
I'll hold on to everything except for one. I am requesting on behalf of the high school a half day on April 14 and 15 to ensure that students that are taking SBAC grade 9 this year.
SBAC grade 9, and then also junior grade 11.
They're the only ones at the building during those testing days.
So everybody else
Goes.
goes home because of the aspect.
Yeah.
So you need a
I'm
motion.
not gonna vote for that.
However you'd like. This is what we've done.
Right, so the reason we began to do this is we, for many years with standardized testing, tried to schedule the tests during the day, and we would have a melange of canceled classes and combined classes. And we had a lot of trouble getting it done effectively and with students paying good attention to it. So about 4 or 5 years ago, we began the practice of doing the half day, where we would run block 1 and block 2, send students home except for 9th and 11th grade, feed them lunch, and then we would do testing where we would be able to have 2 faculty members proctor each room. That allowed us to create a much more positive testing environment, allowed us to create a much more serious environment. We'd go through the testing, and then the next day we would do blocks 3 and 4, and then we'd follow the same process. So, I mean, it was done because it was pretty chaotic. You know, schools all over Vermont do it different ways. Some schools cancel school completely for a day, and they just bring in the students. I don't necessarily want to do that, but it's been an established practice, and I'd like to continue it.
Does that need board approval or not?
I think that we had taken it to BU6 board.
Yeah, we always did.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, we always, yeah.
I would make that motion.
Second.
Discussion.
I'm sorry, who seconded that? Was that
And,
you're tonight's seconder, it seems. You seconded.
but she's always first in my heart.
Oh.
I'm just going to tell you, as a recovering teacher, I just hate half days. I just don't like them. I think I've made that point clear. And as a parent, I don't like them either, because I have my kids at home with nothing to do.
The faculty did request this.
And you're just talking about 10th and 12th graders going home, right?
Right.
So,
The 11th graders take SBAC?
They take the Vermont Science Assessment.
Oh, okay, that's the only one.
Right.
And that's only this year, they don't take it it's every 3 years or something?
No, they take it.
It's every year now?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's only one day though.
Yeah. Oh, that's right, the science is one day.
So
Right, thank you.
the 9th graders stay both days and the 11th graders stay the first day and then go home the second day.
And the buses just come back and forth for those different kids.
Regular time, right. Yeah. Because BAMS has a regular school day. So we don't run the buses, we don't run an early bus run.
Oh, so the people who get out at noon don't have a way to get home?
Right. Well, they find ways, yeah.
So
we don't provide transportation.
The few that don't find a way
Yep.
tend to hang out at the career center.
Right. Or we let them stay in the library. I mean, we set aside spaces for them.
As mother of a 10th grade boy who can't pick them up, I might have to abstain from this vote. But anyway, any other discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays or abstentions?
Abstention.
I'm abstaining too. But the ayes appear to have it, the ayes do have it, the motion carries. Didn't we have some other things?
I thought we had put it on the agenda separately, but I can do it.
Oh,
now.
you can do it whenever you want to do it. Okay, you want to do it later?
Sure, let's do it.
Okay. I had said, okay, now's a good time, but you can do it later. Just remind me that it's someplace.
Yep.
Okay. Microphone update. So, I was working for y'all Christmas Eve. My brother, who's a sound engineer, said if we could get something decent for about $500. But it's not going to be really great to cart around. So anything that you can really cart around is not going to be really helpful in the spaces that need it, like Dummerston, Putney Gym. I think Guilford was a bit challenging too, wasn't it, Jody?
Can be if it rains.
Yeah.
It's more voices, different voices, like you said that David was mumbling. David tends to mumble somewhere, and Emily tends to be very... Oh, and Emily tends to be very quiet, and Christina can back off and be quiet too, and so it's...
more commentary now.
But anyway, it's more the projection of people. I mean, nobody has trouble hearing me anywhere, I understand, but if you've got a problem, like if people who have hearing aids or whatever, it's hard to understand.
Well, I do know that people say they don't go to meetings because they can't hear.
Yeah.
And so, I don't know if it's worth buying one system and I'll try to cart it around to those, because it's only carting it around to those ones.
How big of a system is it?
It's like, an ant like about that big, and then, you can get some after, the systems usually come with one wireless mic, but you can usually get like a couple other mics to go with it, which might be another $100, $200, he was saying. But I just think it might be worth giving it a try with one system and carting it around for a little bit and see if that helps the situation. It doesn't seem like a lot of money to make our meetings accessible to people. Sean?
I think considering that we've just wrangled over all kinds of money for many hours, that I would not be in favor of spending any more money on something like this. And I think what we should do is just try to project as directors of the WSESD, so people can hear.
I think back to that meeting in Dummerston when the rain was there. I mean,
It wouldn't have, microphones wouldn't have made any difference. It was just too noisy, so we could choose a different venue and project.
Those are my
I'm
thoughts.
not in
exactly.
favor of spending money.
Are there any, because I know Steve had like the there was like a multi-purpose room that maybe you were proposing there was gonna be some type of projector or stuff for community meetings. Does that include a microphone?
It has a microphone.
So is it like the venues, obviously when we go out to certain schools, you might not be able to be in a venue, but maybe for this meeting, could we not always be in a place, that would be once a month, could we not always be in a place that has a microphone? And then the other meeting, we'd have to figure out. That's,
Well, the acoustics of the multipurpose room is
They're not good.
much worse than this room.
for sure.
Very, very bad acoustics.
Yeah, but this room isn't as bad, really.
Yeah.
And particularly since you've got it moved this way, as long as you project. Dummerston doesn't have to be in the gym for a meeting.
There's no great space. I mean, I guess the science room
The
is
science room. yeah.
okay for this size group. All right, so it doesn't seem like we're taking action on this now. That's fine, I'm busy enough. I don't need to cart around a microphone. Works for me. Moving on to policies for adoption. There are 4 policies. The only change that was made since the first reading was, thanks to Emily Murphy-Cower's eagle eye, we had inadvertently put the word board instead of council. So Barb made that change. Other than that, they are as they were in the first read. So I would entertain a motion to adopt policy C8, board relations with school personnel. D4, educator supervision and evaluation, probationary teachers. D10, resignations, and H7, leadership council policy.
So moved.
Thank you, Sean. Is there a second?
Second.
I think I heard Thomas first, so I'm going with Thomas, seconding that. Any discussion? All those in favor of approving the 4 policies as stated, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays or abstentions? The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Moving on to new business. Oh yeah, I see retirements. Moving on to new business. I have sent everybody copies of the director's report. I just need to add my guesstimate on what our percent increase is going to be. That was the only, Lyle gave me some great feedback, and Sean, thank you. Speak now or forever hold your peace on that, because it's going to go out, because we're not going to meet again. So I assume everybody likes the director's report, especially the part, for those of you that were not paying attention along the way, especially the part that tells you that I will be on that side next year. So
I did notice that, but not very, with a smile on my face.
it's one step closer to benevolent dictator. Excellent, so I will send that out so that can go, because I can't go register my dog at the town office because my name is Mud, because this hasn't gone out, so thank you. we need to have an executive session on a student matter.
I'll do it 3 minutes. We can
Okay.
do it after.
So I would entertain a motion to
Do
win.
you want me to do together? We can do this, because there will be no action taken.
There'll be no action taken, so we should do it at the end?
Yeah.
Okay, so if it's okay with the board, we can move that to the very end? Okay. So item C, this came up at the SU level, and I've run into this a couple times as the chair where I can't make an expenditure. We wanted to place an ad for the note taker, and I said, Barb, take it out of my stipend. I want to get the note taker here. It's really important to the board. So if the board doesn't retroactively approve it, I will pay for it personally. And so I would like to talk about having $1,000 that is at the discretion of the board with the board chair with the vice chair per year. You would replenish it if the board ratified it, but if the board chair did something that the board did not ratify, then that would be it for that. It's only for the next couple months, obviously, but the board chair's hands are tied if you have to call an attorney, so you're going to make an expenditure. And I just think it might be a good practice, because a lot of stuff comes up in a merged district of 10 entities. And so to be able to call an attorney, to be able to place an ad, to be able to have BCTV film something, and we could maybe make parameters around how those funds could be used. But it's a hard job sitting here, and I don't expect that I would use it, but I think it might be a nice gift to the next person who might not be in the situation to say, sure, I'll take it out of my stipend, this $1,000 ad if it doesn't work, because it's just that important that it get done. And so that's that's not an ask we do of anybody in the district, so it's a hard thing to do for a board chair, and we have so much to move forward, and if we're not meeting every week. So I'm not sure we need to move this tonight, because I don't plan on using it, and I just wanted to put it out there for you all to think about it, and I just think it would be a good practice, because Carrie's finding the same thing, where time is of the essence in the superintendent search, and I said, Carrie, I'll pay for it. And so she and I agreed to split costs for something, because she was trying to get Curtis Reed as quickly as possible. So I'm just trying to think of creative ways that we can move quickly without allowing a lot of abuse on the part of the board member. So unless somebody feels very excited to make a motion right now,
we could, I think establishing contingency fund makes perfect sense, and we can figure out what it means later on.
Okay.
If we want to have it, especially want to have it in the next budget, we should probably do it now.
Well, it's funds that are currently in the board, but you could expend them.
Oh, you can expend them without.
That's
right,
so we're not adding money to the budget, we're just
So
giving
discretionary contingency fund.
discretionary contingency fund.
Okay.
Are you making a motion now?
I move that we establish a discretionary contingency fund for the use of the, where is it?
Board chair.
The board chair and vice chair. Did I state that all? Temporary contingency fund of $1,000?
Is there a second?
Second. Oh, I'm sorry, no, Kelly.
Get it on to me.
Thank you, Kelly, for seconding that. Any further discussion? All those in favor of establishment of a temporary discretionary contingency fund? Whoa. Please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays or abstentions? The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it.
Temporary? I need to get exact wording on that happened, sorry, I'm tired and that happened a little quick.
Discretionary
Happened fast.
contingency fund
Got that, and the amount is,
of $1,000.
okay, was there anything else included in that motion?
No.
Okay.
That could be used by the chair or vice
For
chair.
to be used by the chair and vice chair.
Chair with the approval of the vice chair, so I just wouldn't, the chair wouldn't be acting independently, so.
So for use by the chair with the approval of the vice chair, so there's a second opinion.
Okay. And so, to be used by the chair with the vice chair's approval, but not used by the vice chair?
Yeah, just
Right.
with
Just the chair?
vice chair's approval.
Okay. And that passed unanimously.
It did.
And David made the motion and Kelly seconded it?
Yes.
Thank you.
And Lyle, take it
Okay.
away.
So, Wendy, I will just give you a list of these names at the end. Dear Superintendent Holliday, after 44 years in the classroom, over 30 at BUHS, I have decided it's time to move on to other parts of my life. It's been an honor and privilege to be part of the Wyndham Southeast organization for so many years. I look forward to seeing my younger colleagues continue the challenging and rewarding work that lies ahead. Please accept my resignation effective at the end of the 2019-2020 school year. Sincerely, Teresa Apple, BUHS.
We don't want her to retire.
I'll go through them all.
She's the best teacher ever.
Yes, she is.
She's wonderful.
And what does she teach?
English.
In high school.
Everything anyone ever needed to know, David. That's what
No,
she
I
did.
know, she was
I have
Molly's
her
favorite
too.
teacher. And I knew that, I just forgot.
I'll just go through all of them and you can accept all of them. Dear Lyle, after 40 years of being involved in the field of education, including 18 in Wyndham Southeast Supervisory Union District, I've decided that the time has come for me to retire at the end of the 2019-2020 school year. It's been an honor to have the opportunity to work in this district with so many dedicated and innovative teachers and administrators. However, the students have always been at the heart of it all. I'm continually amazed by how much I learn from them on a daily basis. I will miss the positive relationships I have developed both with students and staff. I look forward to making this final semester one of the best for all. Thanks for your years of courageous leadership, Cammie Elliott from Academy. Dear Lyle, I am writing to inform you of my plan to retire at the end of this school year on June 30, 2020. It's a bittersweet decision. I have been very attached to this community that I've served over the last 37 years. I'm tremendously grateful for the opportunities I've had to assume in a variety of teaching roles in one district, each one helping me to grow both personally and professionally. Now, with a total of 45 years of teaching under my belt, I'm also looking forward to the next phase of my life and whatever adventures that will bring. I've met with, you don't need all that. Thank you for this and notifying me about anything else that I should do. In closing, I would like to congratulate you, Lyle, wish you the best moving forward. With warmest regards, Deb Hall. Dear Lyle, this letter should serve as my intention to retire at the end of the 2019-2020 school year. I've had 46 wonderful years teaching at Brattleboro Union High School and helping to educate our young people. But there comes a time, as you well know, when it is time to move on to the next chapter. I know next September I will miss being at BUHS, but I'm positive that this is the right decision for me at this time. Respectfully, Bob Kramsky. Dear Superintendent Lyle Holliday, I'm writing this letter to inform you of my intent on retiring at the end of the 2019-2020 school year. It's been an honor and privilege to work not only with you, but for you for the last 27 years. Thank you all for you have done. Thank you for all you have done to make this district a better place to work and live. Sincerely, Nancy Livingston Clements, art teacher, Dummerston. Dear Lyle, at BAMS we celebrated the last day of school in 2019 with a pep rally and volleyball tournament. The enthusiasm was contagious and the atmosphere electric. It was an event that made me feel proud and excited to be part of our BAMS community. The atmosphere was driven with a cadre of young teachers who are vital, energetic, and caring. Watching them in action with students warmed my heart and made me feel hopeful for the future of education in BAMS. Keith has hired and retained exemplary teachers during his tenure at BAMS. These teachers/kids are loved, respected, have built rich relationships with our students. With the new year, I move to explore new patterns related to my roots. Beginning this summer, I'll be working the tides in commercial fisheries and building wooden work skiffs. At this point, I have several job opportunities and expect to finalize details in the coming weeks. Rest assured that more time with Eve and our girls will be the dominant priority in all negotiations. It seems like a timely opportunity for Keith to add a young science teacher to grow the spirit of BAMS. As such, I will retire from my position as a science teacher on Team Draco at Brattleboro Area Middle School in the Wyndham Southeast School District effective July 1, 2020. Working with the exceptional staff and wonderful kids at BUHS BAMS has been a privilege and delight since day one. Thank you for the opportunity and support. Jake McNermick. Dear Lyle, I'm writing to inform you I will be retiring at the end of this school year, June 30th, 2020. I'm excited about the new phase of my life and very grateful for the multitude of learning and experiences I've had in this district over the last 27 years. Best regards, Deb Perotti. Deb Perotti works at Oak Grove.
Superintendent of Schools holiday. There have been times in my life, this is going to be a hard one for me, sorry. There have been times in my life I've been wondering why, actually.
There have been times in my life I've been wondering why, still somehow I believed I'd always survive. Now what more can I say? What's left to provide? Are you going to wait for a sign, your miracle? My sign has come. Make no mistake where you are. The waiting is over. It's time to go. No time for wondering why. It's here. The moment is now. Time to decide. With that assist from Kenny Loggins in his song, This Is It. Thank you. I wish I'd known that. I inform you of my retirement at the conclusion of the 2020 school year in June. A few words before I go. This may sound a bit self-aggrandizing, but it is not meant for that at all. Just a thank you for allowing me the flexibility to do my job and what I determined was the most effective way. The profession of teaching is like no other. It offers infinite variety. There may be some, but very few jobs where if things are not going well, become monotonous, stale, there is a remedy. Change the way you are doing things. My career has been punctuated with infinite change. As a 24-year-old walking to the top of Wuthering Heights in England, I came upon an elderly man who had a device to scoop up scraps left behind by passerbys. I struck up a conversation with him, wondering, was this a full-time job? He said it was not a job at all, but his labor of love. Teaching in this school district since 1972 has been a labor of love for me. I would not trade a single day with anyone else. To have had the opportunity to educate so many young people has been life's reward for me. The school district has entrusted me with a myriad of responsibilities in providing educational opportunities for students and staff, including field studies both in the United States and abroad. Never have I been discouraged from trying something constructively new and educationally sound. I am proud to have provided students with these educational travel opportunities over the past 48 years. Boston's Colonial American Freedom Trail, American Revolution. Washington, D.C., United States government, including the Close-Up Foundation program that I ran for 10 years. Alabama, Civil Rights Movement in Selma, Birmingham, and Montgomery. England, tied to the Western Civilization course I taught at the UHS. Gettysburg, U.S. Civil War Studies. Northern Ireland to enhance the study of the Troubles. Dallas, Texas to study through eyewitnesses the JFK assassination. 3 of my students have been awarded scholarships by the Dallas-based research organizations, JFK Lancer, 2 winning National Student of the Year awards, and 1 finishing runner-up. American Legion National Oratorical Contest. Wouldn't win one with that. Brattleboro Union High School has the highest placed Vermonter in that contest history, finishing 2nd in the nation in Indianapolis, Indiana. Placed 2 students in the top 20 of Senator Sanders' writing contest, traveling to the State House in Montpelier to participate in a roundtable discussion with the senator. One of the winners from BUHS was a foreign exchange student from Leipzig, thank you, Ann. Leipzig, Germany, an incredible achievement. Students for Renew organized a student effort that educated students, adults, service clubs in high schools and universities in Virginia, Georgia, New Hampshire, and Vermont about the dangers of unexploded ordnance left behind from the Vietnam War. Students raised enough money to build a home for Vietnamese women and her children. She had lost her husband to an unexploded ordnance accident. In 1995, a chance meeting with then Superintendent of Schools Ray McNulty resulted in a conversation of how to provide in-service for staff needing to transition from 50-minute classes to block scheduling. Having experience with my education abroad during the 1970s through the 80s, I offered to provide coursework in England, the integrated day approach for willing staff members. As an adjunct professor at Keene State College, I planned all travel, accommodation, and coursework for 3 trips between 1995 and 2001. I continued the program organizing field study courses for staff members to the Republic of Ireland, Northern Ireland, Germany, Italy, Greece, Cuba, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, Indian West, the Nez Perce Trail and Reservation, Nazi concentration camps. Life in this school district has been, let me start that over. Life in this school district has been incredibly rich and rewarding. This is my thank you to this district for its trust in allowing me the responsibility of instructing, enriching, developing our most precious resource, this district's young people. It's an awesome responsibility that I have embraced and thoroughly enjoyed. William Bill Holliday, educator, WSESU, WSESD, 1972 to 2020.
1965 graduate as well.
Yes. Now, yeah, a few seconds into that, I'm like, oh, I see why this would be her. So that's a full slate. That is like 300 years of educational experience.
It is a lot
Like
of
it's
years, you're right.
It was 8 individuals, right?
Yes.
right. I mean, I'm not joking. It's like 200
Yeah, it's
something
incredible.
years. That's an incredible amount of educational experience. I would entertain a motion to accept with deep regret and great thanks for their service to our community for the collective 250 years or so. The resignations of the 8 staff members.
So,
Thank you, David. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Kelly. Any further discussion? All those in favor of accepting with regret and thanks the resignations of the 8 teachers, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any abstentions? The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. We wish them all an excellent and relaxing in retirement.
one of the few years ago when the town school board asked the principals to bring the names of everybody, people as they're retiring, and the purpose was so we could ask the question, do all of these people have to be replaced by these positions that could be done, we could do without, or could combine, or could be otherwise managed without hiring replacement, so that's, hope you'll look into that.
Yeah, we're looking at that right now.
I've been on the school board for a long time, and I don't think I've ever heard 8 individuals retiring all at once, and I'd have to say I'm extremely impressed by the collective letters that were written to the board. I mean, it's really worth keeping.
Only we could keep them all, and the reader of
Maybe when Rich
7/8 of them.
Maybe when Rich edits this, he can put these at the beginning, so people get to hear all those things.
Yeah. So I am now looking for a motion to enter into executive session for student.
See public comments.
Oh, I'm sorry,
No,
I'm
it's-
sorry.
It's fine, it's been a very
Sorry.
long night. Waiting patiently, I've been wondering if I could share a letter that Team Tenny received with the board. I think it'll kind of uplift our spirits a little bit after the somber retirement discussion here. So I'll try and make it as brief as possible. But yeah. Copies for everyone. So a little background. This letter came to me from a recent graduate who the grandstand situation affected personally. This individual's someone by the name of Leaf Bigelow. He graduated 2 years ago. And he's probably the most decorated athlete our school's seen in decades. A little background on Leaf. He was a 4-year starter for our baseball team, 3-time All Marble Valley League, 2-time All-State. He was USA Today Vermont Player of the Year. He was the Vermont New Hampshire Twin State Game MVP. And during his Christmas break, I have a friend of mine who does off-season training work with youngsters at an indoor facility. And during Leaf's Christmas break, in order for him to get his work in, he came along and volunteered to help out these youngsters as well. And that spoke volumes to me. Just thinking back, me as a 20-year-old during vacation break, that'd be the last thing on my mind. So he was wondering what he could do to help, other than helping the youngsters. He was wondering what he could help with this issue, and so he offered to write a letter. And he sent it to us, and I want to read it to you tonight. It says, "To whom it may concern, my dreams and passion for the game of baseball started right here in the tight-knit community of Brattleboro, Vermont, a town commonly referred to as a baseball town, a town with a high school that has something so special and unique that no other high school in the state has, a baseball field with a grandstand. Every baseball field is the same, 90 feet to each base, 60 feet 6 inches from mound to home plate. But what makes Tenny Field much different than any other ballpark is the grandstand. This is something we should take pride in, maintain, and preserve for years to come. Tenny Field will always have a special place for me, as well as for many others. It all began in 2009 when I was in Little League. Baseball practice ended at Fort Dummer, and my dad and I headed up Fairground Road toward the high school. At the crest of the hill, I could see the lights shining down on the field as evening turned to night behind the Dartmouth Green grandstand. And that meant one thing: baseball season. The Colonels were taking on rival Mount Anthony on a Tuesday night. I sat a couple rows up the grandstand closest to the Colonels' dugout on the first baseline. Have you ever heard of the term best seat in the house? Well, yes, it was exactly that. The elevated view not only allowed for me a perfect view of the action, but also the players in the dugout. As a 9-year-old, I looked up to these guys. I wanted to see everything they did. I envisioned myself wearing the purple pinstripes one day while playing on the best high school baseball field in the state. That's really where my passion and love for the game of baseball began, right there sitting in Tenny Field grandstands. Fast forward to high school, being able to practice and play at Tenny Field was a true honor and something I didn't take for granted. The grandstand gives the field a stadium-like feel to it, something that you can't get many other places for high school baseball. During my playing career as a Colonel, I got to see fans enjoy the historic landmark for 2 years. The 2 years of seeing fans in utter disappointment that they couldn't sit there. Visiting teams, families, and fans love coming to Tenny Field, and it all circles back to one reason why: the grandstand. If you take away the grandstand, then you have the same old baseball diamond you can find anywhere else. Tenny Field has always been referred to as one of the best baseball fields in the state. It's up there with Centennial Field in Burlington, which is home to a minor league baseball team, and Montpelier Rec Park, home to a team in a prestigious collegiate league during the summer. We have something special here, especially for high school baseball. Thoughts and plans of the grandstand ever being removed would destroy history, memories, and most importantly, a great venue for our fans. The grandstand isn't in the best shape, as we all know, needing updates and renovations to accommodate for today's safety standards. We can make this happen. This is what our community needs. However, for this to happen, we need everyone on the same page. A great example of this has already happened at a historic landmark in this town. 2005 Harris Hill Ski Jump closed, needing renovations to bring it up to safety standards. You know what they did? They fixed it, made it better, and reopened it. This is exactly what needs to happen with the grandstand. Like Harris Hill, the Tenny Field grandstand is a beloved place by not only our community, but people from all over the region. By doing this, it will bring Tenny Field back to the place it once was, somewhere that will draw fans to unite in a place to enjoy America's pastime. Overall, I shared with you what the grandstands means to me and what action needs to be taken. I shared with you some of my memories I have of this special place. As a former player, I know what it meant to be able to play at Tenny Field, and I'm sure the hundreds of alumni know the privilege they had to be able to play there. Let's make this happen. Let's make this happen for the past, current, and most importantly, future athletes and families. Let's make this happen for our community. This all starts by coming together, moving forward, and overall making it the beloved place it once was. Sincerely, Leaf Bigelow. I was very impressed. This is someone who has had his troubles with his competitive fire in the past, but just seeing him in the 2 short years he's been away at college, I think he's matured beyond his years, and I think this speaks volumes for his maturity and his willingness to help out in any way he can. It meant a lot to me personally, but as a group, it says exactly what we think our mission statement is, and I give him a lot of credit for stepping out and writing this letter to us.
Thank you, Devin.
Yeah.
And, don't tell Jody you got way more than 3 minutes, okay? Consider that. So as our last order of business, I would entertain a motion to move into executive session under 1 VSA 313(7) to discuss a student matter.
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Yeah.
Thank you, David. All those in favor of moving into executive session? Nays, abstention, the ayes appear to have it. There will be no action afterwards.
So I should stick around for the meeting adjournment though, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
This joint assembly is convened pursuant to the provisions of JRS 29, which the Secretary will now read.
JRS 29, joint resolution to provide for a joint assembly to receive the state of the state message from the governor. Resolved by the Senate and House of Representatives that the two houses meet in joint assembly on Thursday, January 9, 2020 at 2 o'clock in the afternoon to receive the state of the state message from the governor.
The Chair would now like to recognize the Senator from Chittenden District for the purpose of making a motion. Senator Ash.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that a committee of 6 be appointed by the Chair to wait upon His Excellency the Governor and escort him into the chamber for the purpose of receiving his State of the State address.
Now, the Senator from Chittenden District has moved that a committee of 6 be appointed by the Chair to wait upon His Excellency the Governor and escort him into this chamber for the purpose of receiving his State of the State message. Are you ready for the question? If so, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. The ayes have it, and the motion is carried. The Chair will appoint the member from Woodstock, Representative Kimball, the member from Newark, Representative Lefebvre, the member from Londonderry, Representative Payela, the Senator from Windham District, Senator Ballant, Senator from Caledonia District, Senator Benning, and the Senator from Grand Isle District, Senator Mazza. Will the committee please assemble and perform the duties assigned to it? And the joint assembly may be at ease.
Welcome to VPR's legislative stream from the Vermont State House. I'm Bob Kinsel. Audio from the Vermont House is available when the House is in session. When there's no activity in the chamber, the stream is silent. Thank you for listening to VPR, and find more news about the Vermont legislature at vpr.net.
Mr. President,
Madam Sergeant at Arms.
Mr. President, the Governor of the State of Vermont, Philip B. Scott.
Thank you again, Madam Speaker, for the switch I keep forgetting. It is now my distinct honor to present to you the Governor of the State of Vermont, the Honorable Philip B. Scott. Thank you.
Mr. President, Madam Speaker, Mr. Chief Justice, members of the General Assembly, honored guests, and fellow Vermonters. Today, I welcome the opening of the legislative session with the same optimism I had as a freshman senator from Washington County nearly 2 decades ago. I come before you to report on the state of the state, to reflect on the work we've done, and to share a vision and priorities for our future. As elected officials, it's our duty to distinguish what must be done from what we might like to do, and to work together, pulling in the same direction to make a difference for those we serve. We meet at a time in our nation's history when too many elected officials on both sides are choosing confrontation and partisan politics over collaboration.
Okay, thank you very much. We appreciate that. We just did. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And now it's time for you to listen to us. We got it. All right. Have we had enough? Okay. So at this point, we're going to move forward. If you would like to listen to us and listen to my speech, you're welcome to stay. If you don't want to listen to what I have to say, you can be removed. Got it. Okay, I think we've had enough. Nope. Chamber will please come to order. Would our guests in the balcony and in the gallery please listen to his final offer? We have to proceed with the governor's speech. You have given your message and the governor has been graceful, as has everybody here, to listen. If necessary, I'll have to declare a recess, and I will ask the Sergeant at Arms and our police forces to remove you. The General Assembly will now be in recess till the fall of the gavel. I would ask the Sergeant at Arms and the Sergeant at Arms support to please remove these individuals from the chamber in order to hear the governor's remarks. Thank you.
It's a climate emergency! Climate emergency! Go to jail, okay? Go hide. You and your role.
We're in the right place at the right time. No, you're going to disrupt. It's a climate emergency!
They are, yes, ending climate change and the truth coming out there on climate change. And also say that a lot of the eyes on the poster you see here are because the world is watching on climate change. That's kind of the message that we're hearing outside of the House chamber right now. I did ask you to please let a vacation rebellion, and the message is we need to take what decisive action. Climate change protests are being removed. And so you know, we're doing this as well, quite that way.
I didn't do anything. The governor needs to address the public health emergency. It's a worldwide emergency. We can see the consequences and the symptoms of not dealing with this emergency. You're going to be able to use this on camera? Listen
I have a right to be here just like you do. You told me I'm hot. This is the hot. You told me now. You told me hot. I'm not going to take 2 seconds. I am not staying in the hall. I'm staying in the hall. Why are they kicking me? I wasn't doing anything but standing there.
Chamber will please come to order. Chamber will please come to order. We will resume. Governor Scott. Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you for your patience. I'll try not to repeat anything you might have just heard. We meet at a time in our nation's history when too many elected officials on both sides are choosing confrontation and partisan politics over collaboration and progress. Polarization, the us versus them, is our nation's greatest threat. It's weakening our country and the very foundation on which it was built. That's why in state houses and town halls across America, it's up to us to show that people from different backgrounds with different points of view, as we just saw, can unite around our core values and our common humanity. It's up to us to prove that listening and learning from each other is far more constructive. And it's up to us to seek consensus where it can be found and compromise where it cannot. Now, we all know there will be times when we have to agree to disagree, and that's okay. But when it happens, let's assume the best of each other and turn our energy to the areas where a path forward remains. This, my fellow Vermonters, is how we rise above the partisanship, how we reject polarization, how we work towards something bigger than ourselves, and how we, all of us in this room, can best lead our nation forward. I have enormous faith in our ability to achieve meaningful results, and my administration is ready to work with each of you in order to do so. Unfortunately, time is not on our side, because while good things are happening and progress is being made, too many of our counties, communities, and families remain at a critical crossroad. The fact is, where we are as a state and where we go from here is in the hands of every Vermonter. It's in the weathered hands of the dairy farmer and construction worker, and the reassuring hands of the first responder and emergency room nurse. It's in the determined hands of our entrepreneurs and the persistent hands of our teachers, coaches, and mentors. It's in the compassionate hands of family and friends and the helping hands of our neighbors. The state of the state, our values and identity, are guided by, but have never been defined by, what happens in this building. It's the people of Vermont doing all they can to lift each other up who will shape our future. They define who we are and all we can be. World-class innovators like Dr. Marjorie Meyer at UVM Medical Center, who is a leader in the treatment of women with opioid dependence during pregnancy. Entrepreneurs like Kyle Clark, whose company, Beta Technologies, is building electric aircraft, which will lead to a significant reduction in global carbon emissions. Or the volunteer firefighters in Ludlow, who spent their Thanksgiving Day cooking dinner for a mother and her 3 children, whose stove caught fire that morning. And Gloria Powers from Glover, who provided a home for nearly 400 foster children over 25 years, and at age 72 is still giving back, volunteering at the local senior center. And young Justin Sears from Colchester, who wanted to do something nice for the kids at his school this holiday season and raised over $1,000 to buy his classmates lunch. Then there's Cecilia Hunt from Fairhaven, who for nearly 40 years donated so much of her time to everything from blood drives to food banks and town committees. She's made such an impact that her community reached out to let me know how much she means to them. And by the way, when my staff called her to invite her here, she wouldn't accept credit for 40 years. She said, "It's only been 36. Friends, Cecilia and Dr. Meyer, Gloria and Justin, and members of the Ludlow Fire Department and Beta Technologies are here with us today. Please stand and be recognized. These people and thousands more, those we hear about and those we don't, remind us that we are all part of something bigger, and that it's in our pursuit of purpose and in service to others that we find the best of ourselves, our communities, our state, and our nation. So, even as we face major challenges, these Vermonters show that in the hands of our people, doing all they can every day, the state of the state is strong. Inside this building, our job as public servants is to do all we can to ease their burden and build on their strength by setting clear priorities and turning good ideas into results. And here's my biggest concern. Today in Vermont, there are about 55,000 fewer people under the age of 45 and 44,000 more over the age of 65 than there were in the year 2000. For years, we had more deaths than births and have seen more people move out of Vermont than in. And the impact is not the same in every community. We have to acknowledge the real and growing economic disparity from region to region. Think about this. Of the 5 towns that have seen the most growth in recent years, 4 of them are in Chittenden County. And in the past 12 years, only 3 counties have added workers. The other 11 have lost a total of about 18,000. 18,000. That's more than the population of nearly every town or city in Vermont. Of the 180 legislators in this room, 106 of you come from counties that have lost workers. And that's not the only area where we see disparity. From county to county, there's a huge gap between home values, household income, average wage, and so much more. Because of this, across the state, we're feeling the negative impacts in everything, from our homes, schools, and colleges to our hospitals and nursing homes. If we don't break this cycle, our institutions, including state and local government, won't be able to afford what they currently do or what they would like to do in the future, because costs will continue to rise much faster than our tax base can sustain. My friends, this is what a demographic crisis looks like. In too many places, in the lives of too many Vermonters, I see and feel the emotional and financial toll of policies built for a few areas in the state that can afford them when the rest of the state cannot. Businesses, families, entire communities doing their absolute best to maintain budgets and meet their needs with fewer options, fewer people, and higher costs than they had last year, and the year before that, and the year before that. Sustainable economic growth has become too hard and too rare in too many areas. It's hurting people. It's regressive. It's creating regional inequity. And it's by far the biggest and most immediate challenge to our state and the ability of government to help shape the future. We must act now to give the people of Newport and St. Johnsbury, Hartford and Springfield, Brattleboro, Bennington, Rutland, Randolph, and every other regional economic center and the towns around them the tools they need to survive, to grow and thrive with the self-determination and dignity they each deserve. If we're willing to focus on doing the work, on caring more about the details than we do the talking points, if we can build consensus and trust and avoid national political agendas deliberately designed to divide us, if we focus on the fundamentals, a better, more modern government, a stronger fiscal foundation, and policy that's truly equitable, then our businesses and economy will grow, putting more kids in our schools and broadening our tax base, making our communities stronger and more resilient than ever before. That's why I had an open mind when Senator Sorokin and the Senate Economic Development Committee had an idea that's paid off. They said, remote workers can work from anywhere, so let's give them an incentive to work and live here in Vermont. Since then, we've received worldwide attention, more than $7 million in free advertising, thousands of inquiries, and relocated 371 people to more than 68 communities across 13 counties. Now, we've received our share of criticism as well. Folks who said, you know, I've been living here and dealing with high costs my entire life. Where's my check? I get it. They're absolutely right. We urgently need to make Vermont more affordable for everyone across the state. But this program does help them, because bringing more people here reduces the tax burden on the rest of us. Here are the facts. For a one-time investment of $500,000, based on Vermont's average household income of about $75,000, we project a return on this investment of over $1 million of tax revenue each year. And this is a conservative projection because it doesn't account for the higher than average income of these new Vermonters and the added benefit that comes along with more people buying goods and services from local businesses. We know this isn't the only answer, but this program is a small step towards growing our way out of the demographic crisis facing our state and the affordability crisis facing our families. And this isn't all we're doing. At the same time, we're strengthening training, internship, and apprenticeship programs for Vermonters. We established a first-in-the-nation approach to make it easier for veterans to transition to civilian careers. And we're helping those in recovery or with other barriers to employment find and keep good jobs. This year, in partnership with Secretary Condos, let's further reduce hurdles and costs for licensed professionals so we can bring more of them into the workforce. And my budget will include additional investments in training with an emphasis on the trades and more incentives for young adults and working-age families to stay or move here. It's also important for all of us to remember, over the last 3 years, we've taken steps to help Vermonters keep more of what they earn. This includes removing the tax on Social Security for low and moderate income Vermonters, lowering income tax rates across the board, significantly reducing the land gains tax, bringing the estate tax more in line with our neighbors, and more. But this is not enough. Overall tax and fee burden is still growing far too fast, especially property taxes. And you can expect additional targeted tax relief in my budget. Because ultimately, we need to help people in all parts of the state move up the economic ladder. And the best way to do this is to level the economic playing field and make Vermont more affordable for all families and every business. We've also expanded our view of education because building the best education system in the nation is one of the greatest economic development tools we could ask for. Rather than just thinking K through 12, we broadened our focus from cradle to career. Together, we've increased state funding for childcare by about $10 million and invested $5 million more in higher ed. And we've added nearly $1.5 million for career and trades training. But here too, we must move more quickly. The disparity from school to school and district to district is a growing problem. It's unfair to taxpayers and fundamentally unfair to our kids for their educational opportunities to be determined by where they live. We need to be honest. Costs are rising. Yet opportunities for too many kids are declining in too many parts of our state. And so is student performance in areas like reading and math. Reversing this trend has been the driving force behind each of my education proposals. And this year, my budget will once again increase investment in the cradle to career continuum. We'll also support the work of the Agency of Education to improve performance. And if you're ready, I'm still willing to have a discussion on how to direct more of our current spending to our kids instead of letting it be consumed by the growing inefficiency of an outdated system. In addition, I propose to you today that we begin creating a universal after-school network that ensures every child has access to enrichment opportunities outside of current classroom time, and to align the student's day with the length of the workday. A few thoughts on this. First, it's based on a successful model from Iceland, focused on preventing drug use as well as improving academic and social outcomes. And the evidence is clear. Kids who participate in after-school activities and programs do better in school and in life than kids who don't. Second, a universal program expands choices for every kid. It doesn't limit them, and it would be voluntary. Those who currently go home to their families or participate in drama, music, sports, debate, or older kids who choose to work could all continue to do so. Third, it supports working parents by reducing the logistical and financial burden of after-school care. Finally, we're not recreating the wheel, but we are creating more equity. Many schools already have after-school options through organizations like the YMCA and others, but it's far from universal. There are a lot of details to consider on an issue like this, and I fully recognize that as we put the many challenges of Act 46 behind us, one size will not fit all. That's why I've asked Education Committee chairs, Representative Webb, Senator Baruth, to give this idea some genuine consideration. It's my hope we can deliver this plan by the end of the year that puts us on a path toward universal after-school programs without raising property tax rates. We also have a continued need for more housing working Vermonters can afford. In 2017, you joined me in passing a $37 million housing bond, which is leveraging another $170 million in other funding, making it the single largest investment in workforce housing this state has ever seen. Since then, nearly 400 homes have been completed. Another 175 are being built, and about 200 will be underway soon. With almost 800 units, we far exceeded our expectations. And it's already generated $158 million in construction activity, with more to come. And it's not just the housing bond, because alongside additional initiatives, more than 2,000 residential building permits were issued in 2018, the most in over a decade. But because of the economic imbalance from region to region, I still hear about the difficulty of finding an affordable place to live. That's why my budget will include a package to revitalize existing homes and build more of them, targeted to the places that need it most. This is an area where we found common ground, and I look forward to working with you on these proposals, as well as your ideas. I also appreciate the sense of urgency Speaker Johnson and others have placed on modernizing Act 250, which is necessary to build on this progress. The balanced approach we're working on would enable concentrated development where people want to live and work. And when paired with my proposed investments in housing and economic development, will support more vibrant, walkable, and livable downtowns and villages, which, as the Speaker has said, supports economic growth and is a critical piece of our work to combat climate change. For these reasons, I'm optimistic that important updates to Act 250 to better meet the needs of Vermonters can be made this session. We know about half of the emissions that contribute to climate change come from transportation. That's why we've also worked together to make it more affordable to purchase electric vehicles. This is something I'm really excited about. As you may have heard, I'm a bit of a car guy. In fact, I'm probably the only governor who has a CDL and an inspection license. So when I see Ford coming out with a 450 horsepower electric Mustang, seriously, which will do 0 to 60 in about 3.3 seconds with zero emissions, followed by an electric F-150, and Jeep building a hybrid Wrangler, and Amazon's plans to purchase 100,000 electric vans, and then you see Harley-Davidson offering a line of electric motorcycles called Livewire. When you see all this, it's clear this transition is happening right before our eyes. We're on the verge of big advances in terms of technology, as well as competition. We need to be part of it to benefit our environment and our economy. And I'm pleased to report we're making progress. In addition to the privately funded charging stations being installed across the state, we've invested over $1 million in charging equipment. And with investments through the Volkswagen settlement, we expect to nearly triple the number of state-funded charging stations by the end of 2020. And to make EVs even more affordable for low and moderate income Vermonters, we provided $1 million in purchasing incentives. Utilities, auto dealers, many employers, municipalities, and individuals have all stepped up alongside state government. As a result, we've seen a 160% increase in the number of EVs on our roads since 2016. But we know this is not enough, so we're not stopping here. As part of the all fuels efficiency conversation before the Public Utilities Commission, we're asking that a portion of energy efficiency charges be directed to transportation electrification. We're also using VW settlement funds and federal grants to purchase more electric school and public transit buses. As we look even further ahead, I strongly believe it's incentives, not penalties, which will help us transition more quickly. I hear from Vermonters across the state, like those traveling long distances for work out of necessity, not choice, and others, like our seniors living on fixed incomes, who struggle to fill their gas tanks and heat their homes. I simply cannot support proposals that will make things more expensive for them. Instead, my budget will propose more incentives and a greater focus on affordable, clean energy, as well as expanding our battery and renewable energy storage sectors and the jobs they can create. And I'll propose giving small co-ops and municipal utilities more flexibility in order to innovate. From clean energy to our 20-year, $1 billion commitment to clean water, we've shown protecting our environment can be done in ways that also strengthen the economy without making Vermont less affordable for families and businesses. Now, we're also strengthening the health and safety of our communities. We took significant steps over the last year to protect kids, passing legislation to address the vaping epidemic and to ensure drinking water at every school and child care center will be tested for lead. And this work will continue. Beyond our schools, many of you, alongside the Agency of Human Services, have worked diligently to improve our mental health system. This includes adding inpatient capacity, which is critical to getting people the care they need when they need it. The budget I'll submit will expand this work and focus on prevention, early intervention, and community-level response. Now, I know we're all concerned about the Brattleboro Retreat. This private institution has been around for nearly 200 years. It employs about 700 people, making it one of the region's most important employers since Vermont Yankee was closed. But age and size don't make it immune to the same demographic challenges others around the state are facing. And just like the rest of us, it too needs to adapt. This healthcare provider is simply too critical for us to let fail, especially with no alternative. This would have a devastating impact on our mental health system and the region's economy. We all have a stake here. Just last year, we invested $4.5 million out of the capital bill. That, combined with rate increases, totaled an additional $16 million. And that's on top of tens of millions in Medicaid funding. That's why I've directed my administration to work with you to do everything we can responsibly do to help the retreat, just as we're doing everything we can to help Springfield Hospital as well. I'll also propose a package of criminal justice reforms that we've shared with members of the committees of jurisdiction. We'll look at little things that make a big difference, like waiving license reinstatement fees for suspended drivers and better supporting inmates transitioning to the workforce. And it will also include some bigger changes, like tough mandatory minimums for human trafficking and a provision to address the loophole that has allowed violent, mentally ill offenders to go free. As we continue to create a more effective criminal justice system, we must remember that justice for victims and accountability for criminals must be top priorities. I'm grateful for this opportunity to address our biggest challenges, report on some of our progress, and outline a few of my proposals. There's always much more happening than can be covered in one speech or even two. And I look forward to all of our discussions in the days and weeks ahead. Over the next few months, the way we go about our work will not only determine the results we're able to deliver, but also the strength of our institutions, the faith Vermonters have in us, and the example we set for our kids. We must acknowledge the trying times we live in. The pressure from political parties and special interest groups to fall in line, stay on message, weighs heavily on some. Honest efforts and thoughtful ideas from good people are too often mischaracterized misrepresented, and belittled. And all of this is intended to divide us and bully us into an us versus them mentality. In this environment, the solutions to serious problems in our state and in our country don't always come fast enough. And to those of us who care more about progress than we do about political power, that can be very frustrating, even discouraging. So when those moments come, I think of the people who inspire me to be part of something bigger, of what they've endured with courage and resolve, and how they show that in the face of incredible adversity, we're all capable of great things. People like my dad. I think of what he went through during his 2 years at Walter Reed, and how hard he worked every day just to live as normal a life as he could, how much he accomplished, and how much I admire him. I think about the soldiers with him in France after D-Day, all they went through, how long and horrific those days must have been, and how that generation of Americans stepped up to protect democracy for their generation and those of us who followed. Recently, I thought a lot about Travis Roy, who I heard speak last month. His talent was recognized at a young age. Hockey was his life. He was destined for the NHL. 24 years ago, he played exactly 11 seconds for Boston University before going headfirst into the boards, and then instantly found himself unable to move from the neck down. Travis has spent every moment since ensuring those 11 seconds defined an opportunity, not a tragedy. As a result, he's changed the way his sport is taught. Through his efforts at places like Little Fenway in Essex, he's raised millions for spinal cord research and adaptive equipment. He shared his story and found his purpose in helping others find theirs. Travis says, there are times when we choose our challenges, and other times when our challenges simply choose us. And it's what we do in the face of those challenges that define who we are. Don and Greg Tatro from Lamoille County didn't choose their challenge this past year when they lost their daughter Jenna to a fatal overdose. She was only 26. But through their tremendous loss and the haze of unthinkable grief, they get up every day to help others overcome this deadly disease. They're leading a multi-county effort through their organization, Jenna's Promise. They've created Jenna's House, a community hub for treatment. They purchased a cafe to employ those in recovery. They're providing financial assistance for housing, transportation, and so much more. They've found purpose from loss, helping others to heal. Friends, the Tatro family is here with us today. And World War II veterans from my dad's post in our hometown of Barrie, Dr. Joe Aja, Robert Campo, and George Sherlock, as well as Vermont World War II POWs, Clyde Cassidy and Richard Hamilton. Please join me in recognizing and thanking them. They're here to remind us that when our common cause is bigger than politics, there is no challenge we cannot overcome. When I think of these people and others like them, I'm just as motivated, just as eager to solve problems and help people as that hopeful freshman senator from Washington County all those years back. So, today, inspired by those we serve and humbled by the responsibilities they've given us, we begin the work of the 2020 legislative session. Our challenges are clear. Can we work together? Can we be guided by our shared principles and common values? Can we reclaim the middle where partisanship can't survive, where we strive for consensus and celebrate compromise? My fellow Vermonters, the answer to these questions and the solutions we seek, the course we hope to set, and the change we need to make is in our hands. If our sense of service and duty is strong, if our commitment to our neighbors is unwavering, and if we remember that we are all part of something bigger than ourselves, then the state of the state, our future, and our people will be stronger than ever before. Thank you.
Will the committee please reassemble and escort the governor from the chamber?
House. I'm Bob Kinsel.
first order of business, we've already had the budget session, so now we're into the regular select board meeting for Monday the 13th of January for the Jamaica Select Board. I'm calling for any late additions to the agenda.
Yeah, I'd like to do a little presentation, stuff within the region.
Let's hold that. Let's get through the things that aren't on the list first. If we have time, we can do that. Okay, I didn't know you wanted to do that. That would have been good to know at noon today, or Thursday.
I didn't know at noon today.
Okay. Oh, it's something that's come up. Well, we've got a couple of things that have come up. Well, let's get those things down. I'm going to put you in here because we may have time for it. All right. Second order of business. Oh, I'm adding some of the things that have happened since our last meeting. There's a broadband project that's getting started. Chris Robbins has been kind of sort of honchoing it out of the Planning Commission. So he's going to make us a brief presentation just to give us a heads up because their meeting is Thursday. And so we wanted to have us on board before he goes to the meeting. So we're going to cover that really quickly as well.
Where do you want to put that?
I'm going to add him in the 6th slot because we've had to change the road foreman use of salt and sand on town roads. He got a conflict, so he couldn't make it, so we're going to slide him into the 6th position.
Okay.
All right, so the real business is the December 9th minutes of the December 9th Select Board meeting. They were all sent out by electronics. Anybody need a copy paper-wise, or everybody's had a chance to review them? Are there any questions, deletions, complaints, idiosyncratic spellings?
I make a motion to accept the minutes as written.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second. Any further discussion about the minutes for December the 9th? Hearing none. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? They pass. Once again, thank you, ma'am. The next item is to approve the timesheets for the town office, Lister's Highway and Transfer Station. And as is our usual, we save those to the end of the meeting so we don't tie everybody up. The next item of business is the select board orders. That follows in the same pattern as the timesheet. We'll do all those things at the end of the session. So the next litter order of business is number 5. There's a request from new property owners for permission to improve a town trail. Lexa, who is our road commissioner, has been working that project, and she's going to give us a quick briefing.
I've got it written down because I tend to wander when I talk.
We've never noticed that before.
This is a request from Jared, if I pronounce your name wrong, I'm sorry, Lyndall and Willoughby Britton, to improve and maintain the portion of the Under the Mountain Road and Town Trail number 8. Town Trail number 8 is ours. The upgrade on the Town Trail number 8 is approximately 0.2 miles, that's 1,056 feet. I have spoken with Shane O'Keefe, who is the Londonderry administrator, as the requesters are asking for the same on Londonderry's Town Trail number 2, for the same what they're asking here. I've also contacted our attorney Paul Gillies on this matter and forwarded the request to him for review. The town will require an agreement addressing the upgrade, maintenance standards that ensure public safety and access to the town trail. No barriers, fences, or lock gates may be installed. The trail cannot be paved. A waiver of liability will also be requested. The requesters will bear the cost of all the work to upgrade and maintain the trail now and in the future. They will also bear the attorney fees for the agreement and waiver of liability. Access permit, which I have a blank one to give to them before I leave, must be filed with the town. That's State Statute 19 VSA 310. Requesters must notify the abutting landowners on Jamaica side, and I have a name and address for you there. And it should be done by a certified mail. When you receive the return receipt, just make a copy and send it with the agreements. When the agreements have been presented to the town, the select board will forward it to Attorney Gillies for his review. The request will be subject to the board's approval of an agreement and waiver of liability. Keith Hazard, our road foreman, was going to be here, but he had a conflict of interest. He and I have been looking at the project, and there will be it will not affect the town in any way, any other trail or anything like that. And Wesley Amadon apparently is going to be doing the work, who's a reputable contractor, and everything is done correctly. I do have a copy for the select board of the minutes, what they did in Londonderry, so I should have given to you earlier, but that's okay.
Okay.
Are there any questions?
My understanding is you've talked to Paul, and you, Paul Gillis is the town attorney, and you also had communication with Londonderry, and that their attorney is writing up the...
Their attorney, which is, Bob Fisher is their attorney, and he's drawing up the agreement for the town of Londonderry, and I'm hoping that he'll do it for us, for you folks, for Jamaica.
Sure.
It should be very
Basically,
similar, I think.
it should be similar.
Yeah, I think right now the status is that the town of Londonderry had a couple things to add to his draft.
Okay.
And we're gonna check in with Bob, probably Thursday of this week to see that revised version. But
Okay,
we had
and then
no
when we get
real
that-
concerns with the first version anyway, so I think they just maybe wanted to add a few more things around waiver of liability, right of ways,
Okay,
things
so
like
when
you
we
just
get that, and the select board will also do that.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Now, are you aware, this has come up in the discussions that we've had, that even though you're maintaining the road, there's some state regulations on water management that may or may not impact you. Luckily, Wesley probably knows these things backwards and forwards.
Yeah.
And I have every confidence he can make that work. But just so you guys are aware that there are some nuances of how to manage that might be a...
Yeah, I think I wrote that into the proposal.
Yeah.
There's one particular water course that's pretty close to the beginning of it, that I think we just want to make sure that any drainage is not feeding directly into that, but that it's dispersed in a wider area. That seemed to be, from my read of the documents, what the concern was. And yeah, we'll make sure to relay that to Wesley tomorrow again when we do a walkthrough.
Excellent.
So,
Yeah, he's a good choice, I think. And it sounds, from what I read and what Lex has researched out, it sounds like a really good idea, good project.
Okay. We did have one question for you all. We don't know if you'll know the answer, but given that this is actually technically Town Trail number 8, down the road when we put a cabin and a residence there, what would the address be? Will it still be considered under the mountain road?
You have to go get a 911 number.
Okay.
And I don't know
if they will consider it under the mountain road or not? Okay.
If it's Jamaica's number or Londonderry's number, but it would have to be Jamaica's
It'll
number.
be Jamaica.
It's Jamaica's number. Yes, we have a 911 coordinator who, when you're ready for that,
they'll give us an address.
they will give you, or you can call the town clerk tomorrow and she can give you the paperwork or advise you as to where it is. Yes.
Nice to meet you, Ben.
Yeah. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay,
But you will need a 911 address for fire and rescue.
Right.
Stuff like that.
Okay. And I just thought we weren't clear that if it would be under the mountain road anyway, which is sort of how the property was listed and is currently being considered, but I guess we'll take that up down the road. Okay. I'll let you.
It probably will be.
Okay, that'd be great. I like that name.
Anything else you'd like to bring up? Everything's okay?
I mean, I think as far as we're concerned, as long as the proposal meets with the general Jamaica town standards, and we'll work with Wesley to continue to make standards. Right. Well, then.
Road access permit.
Okay.
This is the details names.
Yes.
And we probably already have it.
We haven't met them yet, but so we can write them at this address.
Yeah, when you send just a little note what you're doing.
Okay. Yeah, that's just their stretch that we share.
Yes.
Okay, it'd be great to reach out to them.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, thanks so much, Lexa.
All right.
And welcome to the community, by the way. When are you closing? Have you closed already?
Yeah. We just closed last Friday.
Last Friday.
So.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Should we make a motion to accept this proposal?
Well,
I mean,
we can make a motion to accept the
We don't
proposal
have to, I don't
contingent
think.
upon the
meeting,
legal review.
Right, the agreement.
The agreement, that's.
The agreement and the waiver of liability.
Sure.
And then Attorney Gillies will look it over and.
So our motion would be to approve pending, review by our Attorney Gillis. Does that make sense with you guys?
Yeah. So just so I'm clear on this, do you want Bob to represent us in this, or do you want Bob to connect with your attorney about what he's drafted? How is the previous work that we've done with Londonderry going to connect?
Because you're sharing Bob Fisher with Londonderry, right?
Bob's, I think, technically representing Yeah, I guess we are, because
You are, that's what it said.
I think that's right, because he's representing
Yeah,
them.
we'll have
too.
Paul Gillies, when you talked about Fisher, he can contact Paul Gillies too if he wants.
Can you let me know, spell that last name for me?
Gillies.
Ah, yes, okay.
Yeah, he's been around for years, so
Okay.
Bob knows who he is.
Yep.
Do we really need to do anything right now?
Well, the request is that they are asking our permission to maintain, correct? We have to approve that because they're doing work on the trail. And we can approve it pending review by our attorney. So what we're doing right now is we're approving it pending the review of the attorney. If he says yes, then we don't have to have any more meetings and these guys can go ahead. Yeah. So I'd accept the motion.
I guess I'll move for what he said.
Said we had those. The motion is to approve the request for permission to make improvements to Town Trail number 8.
I'll second.
I have a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? No. Nobody? Then it passes, and as soon as the attorneys make whatever they do, you're all set. Excellent. See, good that worked out, because you closed it.
Indeed. A bit nervously, yes, but yes.
Well, good luck.
All right.
And
Thank you all.
it's awful pretty up there.
Thank you.
Sure.
Appreciate it.
Is there any structures up there yet?
No.
No? When do you expect to start building up there?
Maybe early summer, maybe. But we'll need permits, of course.
Sure. I was gonna say, partly because you have half the fire department sitting right behind you. If your address turns out to be Under the Mountain Road, as long as you can mark it in such a way that Under the Mountain Road goes up this trail, or you're with your name or something up the trail, so that when we're out looking for it, it's easy to find.
Because it is a little weird that you have to come through.
Actually,
If there are other places like
our
that.
road cards are set up, so what South Londonderry will be there before we get half of Tri-Mountain will be there before we get there.
Okay. But still, to know where to go.
It's set up to where Londonderry ambulance will be your ambulance service, London South Dairy Fire will be your primary. We can't get there. They got parts in their town, people and residents in their town that we get there before they.
Right, that's just how it works.
So it's set up. Somebody's coming. Just,
First,
who gets there first?
Go off that trail instead of following that road first.
Right, well, the road really doesn't, I mean, where Under the Mountain goes in that area, it will be unambiguous, because technically where Under the Mountain Road goes, you couldn't possibly drive. So it'll basically just be a clear continuation. It'll take a turn onto their town trail and then onto Jamaica's town trail, and I think it'll be pretty unambiguous.
Okay, the point is, try to picture yourself in a snowstorm rushing to an emergency.
Yes.
When there's a fog, people are
We wanna
running.
know where to go.
We want it to be as obvious, I'm part of the problem, we want it to be as obvious as we can.
Okay.
Thank you, guys.
Sounds good.
I'd be self-sufficient. I mean, just kind of prepare. It's not gonna be a 4-lane highway day.
All right.
Welcome to Vermont.
Thank you.
Welcome. All right, bye-bye. See you guys. Good night. Lexa?
I'm all set.
You all set, ma'am? Thank you very much. And I know you made some arrangements in your life to get here. I appreciate it. The next item we had, it was on the agenda as a discussion of road foreman. As I said, he can't make it. He had a scheduling conflict. And so at the same time, as that was developing, we got a letter from Chris Robbins about the Wyndham Regional Commission has announced a new broadband project. And he's going to meet on Thursday, if I'm correct, with Wyndham Regional. And so, just so you have some sense, we, the select board, have some sense of what's going on, if you can give us about 30 seconds worth of that.
Sure. Yeah.
Oh, 45, I'm flexible.
So the WRC is initiating a new broadband project to bring high-speed internet to underserved areas of the county. They have a grant. They're partnering with two firms, ValleyNet and Rural Innovation Strategies, Inc., to do two things. One is conduct a feasibility study, and the second is develop a business plan for whatever their feasibility study finds. In this study, they're going to define what they call communication union districts. And these are areas in which this ValleyNet can implement a internet network to serve that area. And I'm reading between the lines, but I don't think these districts necessarily have to conform to town boundaries. So, as it stands now, we have high-speed internet running up and down Route 30, runs up Windham Hill Road. I think it runs on some of Route 100, but I'll check and make sure of that before the meeting. But speeds drop off the further you get away from Route 30. So the northern and southern areas of our town may really want this. So what they want from the from the select board, after hearing, I'll come back and brief you on the details, but then they want to know whether we want to participate or not, and they need a resolution from the select board to that effect. And they need the select board to approve a person who's their representative. Now, the planning commission appointed me as a provisional rep to go find out what's going on. You can confirm me, I'll be glad to do it, or you can appoint somebody else and you won't hurt my feelings. But it does have to have select board approval.
Sure, gotcha. Do you have any questions?
We talked about it briefly at our meeting a month ago too, and I think, I know myself, and I believe Tom also are planning to attend the meeting also. So.
On Thursday?
I'll be there.
Thursday.
Yeah, so we'll
At
have
the firehouse, right?
Yeah.
At the Dauphin Firehouse.
We'll have good representation.
6 p.m.
There's a little point of information that, and I don't remember who told me this, but apparently SV Cable is going to sell to Comcast.
I told you.
You told me.
It was on the paper.
I
It
knew
was on the internet
something.
too. The internet carried it.
I'm sorry?
The website, the internet.
Okay, so we should keep that in mind when we're considering this.
Unless it's contested.
Yeah, they don't have state approval yet.
Right.
But
How much of this will cover? For example, we don't have, we only have regular phone on where I live, on Turkey Mountain Road. So I don't know whether the internet would be a part of this, because...
as far as what they're implementing, it definitely would be.
It would be.
Yeah, and you're not that far from Route 30 that
And we're 2 miles in, almost exactly 2 miles in.
Yeah.
And it's about a quarter of a mile down to the first point where people can get cell phone service. So we're really out of it.
Now this project isn't so much for cell service, but if you were to get high-speed internet, you could get your cell service through Wi-Fi.
Through Wi-Fi.
Correct?
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, well, if they formed one of these communication union districts with, say, the northern part of Jamaica and southern part of Windham Town, it might, meet your needs very well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, interesting to see where it goes, because I guess it's sort of happening around the state, isn't it? These CUDs. Yeah. Okay, good. Look forward to hearing from you.
Yeah, well, at your first convenience after Thursday.
Well, I'll put you on the agenda for the following select board meeting. You guys are going to be there, so we should have a pretty good discussion. Okay, excellent. So I'm going to put you on for the next meeting.
So Chris, did you, there are going to be continuing services where they're lacking, like going toward Rosboro? You know?
Well, the study, if the study can pick out an area.
Pick up an area that people need it? Okay.
Then they'll, that's exactly what they'll do.
Okay. Because I know people there that said they would like to have it, they can get it up there. I just knew that Vermont Cable couldn't go that far because they didn't have the funds to do that.
say one other thing. What they will require in this first phase is for us to conduct a survey of our townspeople.
Right.
The planning commission has on its to-do list to conduct a survey for another purpose, so we could get a twofer out of this.
That would be good. Save on stamp.
And they'll want to know who wants it and whether they're willing to pay.
There is right. Yeah. So that's the information that it's gonna take us some time to gather it all, but interesting to see what happens.
Yes.
Good. Listen, I want to thank you for picking up the mantle of this thing and running forward with it. I appreciate it. Giving me the heads up on this thing, because I missed it. I know we talked about it, but I didn't realize it was happening quite this quickly.
Well, yeah.
Kind of came quick.
I guess they just got the grant in December.
So thank you very much. Any other questions? So you have our blessing. Good luck with this meeting. You're going to have plenty of company apparently, so hopefully they're feeding you.
Feeding it. Yeah, why not? Yeah.
If you want to get attendance,
you have to have food. Right,
exactly.
Yep.
Anybody who's ever been, well, it's not a story. You know what I'm about to say as far as feeding your patients.
Yes.
If you're going to work with adolescent kids, you better bring food. We're doing really good on time. Joel? Yeah, you have something for us, sir.
Yeah, we are.
That's right.
Okay, so the last community development meeting, we had a speaker from USDA whose office is in Brattleboro. Her name is Andrea Assabin Allen. Okay, Andrea Assabin Allen.
Can you spell that for her, please?
Sure, I'll give her the card. And apparently there are many, many programs that are underutilized from USDA because people don't know about them. And they have grants for septic systems, private. They have grants for businesses. They have grants for nonprofits, and they have grants for the municipalities. We happen to be eligible for a grant for water and septic in this town. I mean, it's not a full grant, but they will also coordinate it with other grants and with other loans. She or one of the other representatives there would come to meetings to speak about them, and I would strongly suggest, she's a wealth of information, I would strongly suggest we invite her, and it would be good if it could be, or her office, and it would be good if it could be well promoted, because people can ask personal questions. I mean, there are very low-grade requirements for certain things. They have seniors, furnaces, the grants for seniors, for furnaces, not only for seniors, for handicap grants, septic grants, business grants, energy efficiency, for-profit business groups, small businesses, they have grants for that. They have one of the grants that's often utilized is for public toilets. So they will help finance a public toilet. I know that's come up in town a number of times. So that's basically what I have to say. I mean, some of their home repair grants are only 1%. If they're not grants, they're loans, they're only 1% loans.
So, another question. Is that the same outfit that has rural fire, rural development? It's for like fire, dry hydrants and fire department grants.
This is the U.S. Department of Agriculture.
We've talked and discussed that in the fire department about tapping into some of these grants, and it can't say for sure if that's part of it, but it's similar to what the DA has out there.
She's sitting there at the phone, right?
Yeah.
And it's underutilized. They have a lot of money that doesn't get distributed because people don't apply for it.
Or they don't know it exists.
They don't know it exists. That's exactly right.
That's what we were told back, it's almost 8 years ago.
Yeah.
We were kind of looking at like fire apparatus, paying for a fire apparatus, getting grants.
So I brought back a stash of data that I'll give to Sarah. And
Okay, thank you.
stay for your perusal.
I just ask, so a septic grant, say if someone's septic has failed, it's private, citizen.
Yeah.
I know someone who may have taken, this may have been around quite a few years ago even, and they got a grant to put a proper septic in and had X amount of time to pay it back. So
Yeah.
they had to meet some eligibility requirements, but it was pretty fair.
Yes.
But I'm just asking, anyone could ask.
Anyone could ask.
Right. About any of those things you mentioned.
Right, there are divisions of grants for individuals,
Right.
especially for seniors, but also for, anybody who needs it, really. For towns, municipalities,
Right.
fire departments, I would assume.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you. Any other, we have time for public concerns. Anybody, do you all have anything you want to bring up?
Well, I'm gonna kind of throw it out there. There's a group of Jamaica taxpayers that are attending another meeting tonight. I don't know if you've all paid attention to the Jamaica website that's out there on Facebook, but there's a possibility we're looking at a 19.1% increase in our school tax. The concerned group of citizens are heading down there to challenge the school board, the MUD school board, to about how they got to that point that Jamaica citizens are paying for, and other towns in the group. And they're also challenging the transparency of how they came about with it. There is some concern that, things were done, they're probably not by the book. So, they're confronting them, they're challenging them to come up with answers and try to figure out how the Jamaican taxpayers are gonna, some of us who can't, there's the older generation can't, they're gonna have a hard time. We're gonna have a lot of tax sale or people not paying taxes. And that's just the school side, that's not the town side of it. So 20% increase is pretty
significant.
That is significant. I think on the paperwork, a house rated at $2,000, valued at $200,000. Thank you. And 2 acres was like $600 added onto your tax. Well, my house is about that value, and I have a little more land to it, so I could look at almost $1,000 increase in my taxes, which is pretty high as it is. I mean, so I just wanted to point that out, put it on the air, that maybe we need to question our school board about it and really hammer it down, and probably when it comes time to vote on it, we might want to consider not voting for it.
Let me rephrase it, as opposed to not voting for it, voting against it. Because not voting for it could be not showing up.
Yeah, I don't know how they're going to throw the question out there.
We need to show up. Just to clarify his point, because he alluded to the budget, we've just gotten through the budget process, we've worked out a lot of the details. There's going to be a tiny raise, 0.07 or 0.7, where's my numbers?
I think that is
The first one, 0.07, no, 0.7, help me, come on you guys, help me with the number.
0.7.
Yeah, 0.7, it was a zero and something. Anyhow, less than 1% is what we're anticipating raising. It'll all go to the town in March, but that's kind of the budget we put together. 19.1 for the school, 0.7 for the town. We're doing what we can.
Well, with Act 46, I'm not going to get on, well, I am going to get on a bandwagon. I feel strong about it. Act 46 was brought about to lessen the cost of education and to better the quality of education of our students. I see a real large increase in my taxes, which is not getting better, and we might have to cut programs for our kids.
So it's reverse of what they're telling.
to make it survival. It's a lose-lose situation with us.
I'm glad you brought it up, and I'm glad you put it out for the rest of the community to pay attention to, because it's clearly something we need to pay attention to. The select board has no power at all, except to encourage the rest of the community to get out.
To get involved. 10 meetings.
Yeah. Yes.
I had occasion during the Act 46 study to learn how to use the state's spreadsheet for computing school tax. And I predict they won't be able to explain it to anybody. That's what this thing goes on for pages and pages and pages with terms and coefficients flying in from everywhere. But then when they get to the end, they divide by the number of students. And when the number gets lower, you know, that's the way numbers work, the changes get bigger and bigger. And we're really getting screwed by the state's funding. It worked pretty well when we had maybe 100 kids in the primary school and 1,000 in the high school, but now it's really, and we're a net exporter, we're a cash cow for the state. That's the other thing.
It's another little equation that needs to be thought of 6 times. I think the message for the citizens of Jamaica are, there are individuals out there tonight working this problem. We need to support them, we need to everybody get involved with the school, because we're talking about, what, $400,000 I think we ended up giving them last year, is that what it was? I don't remember the number, don't quote me, but a lot of money for taxes.
$1 million.
How much?
$1 million.
Yeah, you gave them $1 million? I think we get 400,000.
No,
I thought it was
$1
only
million,
of course.
Oh.
A lot of money.
Remember Terry saying she wrote a check for something like that.
Yeah, it's a huge amount of money, and 20% is a lot of money.
Have we ever considered getting our representatives in the state legislature to appeal for some relief from this?
Oh, we've considered it too, we're blue in the face. The problem is getting it done. Yeah, we're considering it, and obviously they need to be involved. They have to be involved. Because it's a state kind of a thing.
There are members of our legislature sitting on that board.
Yeah.
And the other board that's the Dover Wardsboro one.
Right.
They're sitting there. They are hearing it. They are hearing the plight, but they know our hands are tied. I don't know. I'm maybe a bit more aggressive about this because, I mean, it's in the end, the kids are the ones that get hurt by this.
Well, this conversation needs to be held obviously multiple places around here. I'm not sure this is it, except that we are mobile. We would like to see the Jamaica residents mobilized next year.
Yeah, mobilized.
Okay, one last thing before we call it a night. You know, some of you know we've been advertising for a town health officer or assistant town health officer for some time now. Wednesday afternoon, short notice, on January 15th in Bennington, there's going to be a health officer training for the afternoon. Again, that's Wednesday the 15th. If anybody's any interested at all in that, get in touch with me tomorrow and I'll help make it happen for you.
Can I speak?
Yes.
Without, I'm a past town health officer. I did it for 9 years, or I tried to do it the best I could. And we're without a town health officer, so it falls on the chair and the board. So the chair absorbs that duty on top of being the chair. And it's an important and gratifying, sometimes very interesting position. It does serve a great purpose and helps the state out a lot. Not a popular topic tonight, but it is a hardship on the board or on the chair to do this too. I feel that when it rains, it pours with the health officer position. You can go months and months without anything, and then 3 or 4 things. And there's a stipend. Was there? Yeah, $350 or something. But if they're laying more duties on that position, then we as a board would present to the town that maybe there should be a bigger stipend, and we just would like someone to be in, to come forward. you can talk to me or Paul, but I can tell you the highs and lows of it, or
Yeah. And if you're not able to make the training, there's all kinds of on-the-job training and time finding out. Yes.
Just an observation that this might be a good place to share with other towns and make it a hired position. Especially since you say you go months and months without anything. So it's not like it's a full-time
it can be.
thing.
Hmm? It can be.
And also, I'll bet you there's also a bit of resistance to it because you have to go to somebody's house alone.
Well, and not to interrupt you, but it's hard to encourage someone to step forward when they're adding in more responsibilities and
checks and balances,
to say the least. And it's a state. So what Joel was saying about, you may be talking about a bigger stipend or a compensation bigger than a select board member. If it really turns into, for example, if you do well, if I go on like this, no one's going to ask, but if you're asked to do an inspection for a landlord or a tenant, as soon as you commit or you make the contact, that's it. You can't solve anything by word, informal. It's a formality now. There's forms. There needs to be sent here and there. The water testing is more. There's a lot more tests than the E. coli and total coliform. So there's another, like was just mentioned, you got to go to someone's house. Sometimes it's a landlord-tenant dispute. Sometimes it's a failing septic. It's very important that those kind of things get resolved. But there has been some talk of towns combining it, but it doesn't seem to be working.
I think the piece of that you're referring to, I think, and again, I'm brand new at this, and I'm learning as I'm going, but it seemed a conversation I had referenced the idea that the town health officer ought to be a local person, so that you're working with the community in which you live. Or that somebody shows up to your house is not a stranger, it's somebody within the community structure. And I'm not sure whether that weighs or outweighs the fact that we don't have anybody at all, where we could get someone from a couple of towns, for example. So there may be some progress in that direction. The truth of the matter is, the two that have popped up since I've been on resolve themselves very easily. But everywhere in Vermont, everywhere in the country, I know the fire department suffers from this, every place. It's very difficult for people to find time in their schedules to volunteer for these kinds of things. This particular one is fairly discreet. It's not something that you're going to be yanked out of bed at 3 o'clock in the morning for. Hint, hint. but it's something that you can actually do a contribution to the community without major disruption of your life. And it's a major contribution, it really is. So it's just something to think about. I'm going to go to the training on Wednesday. Anybody's interested at all, get in touch with me. We can work something out. So, yes.
Just wanted to mention, I think probably many people know this. It's the cafe across the street, Workhorse Cafe, is going to close because the building was sold.
Because why?
The building was sold.
And you came by that information how?
From the website.
From whose website?
05343.
From the town's website?
Well, Karen's website.
The owner sold my wife too.
They put it on Facebook.
Did they?
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that.
It's public
Teresa put it
It's
on
public
Facebook.
information.
All right.
Yeah. So, and they're looking for another place to be. So that's a sad thing for us because
Very sad.
it's really the only food place in town.
Yeah.
Besides
they're nice people.
besides Karen.
There's very few nice people. We want to keep them. Anything else for this evening? Any other motions anyone would like to make?
We adjourn the meeting.
Have a second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Meeting is adjourned, and it looks like 7:38.
turn this over to Kurt and also Carl, if Carl's more than willing to participate, if he is. Carl went on 2 trips to facilities. Sarah, Butch, and I went on one of those trips. So we have a little, and Joe, Asia, you went to Maine and Concord.
With the both, that's correct.
With both. So there was, Maine was the first one that Kurt went to by himself as a committee member, and BGS and DOC then went there. And we don't have anybody from DOC here, do we? Oh, well, that's all right. And then Kurt went to Concord, and then, did you go to Concord separate, or was that all of us that went?
No, I don't think
Yeah, we all went to
Went with
Concord,
us.
yeah.
So then, Carl went up to Maine
Went to Maine.
with BGS and DOC. And then we went to Concord. There was Kurt, you two, Butch, myself, and Sarah with BGS and DOC folks. And then Kurt took a trip to Michigan for some reason and thought, well, I'll stop at a correctional facility there. And then he went to Alaska to visit his daughter and said, well, I'll stop to a correctional facility there. Have you seen any in Canada yet? You did, didn't you?
No, but I'd like to.
No, I went to one in Nova Scotia years ago. At the same time, Kurt did the shadow of a correctional officer day in the summer, beginning of the summer. What facility was that? Chipman.
Yeah.
And then Carl has been working a lot on, was it more MAT or was it more just?
It's more baseline facility stuff. So I went to four of our prisons this summer, observed the MAT line in all of them, and then also spoke with staff, and then also spoke with P&P people in the local P&P office.
So we thought this would be a good way for the committee to kind of catch up on some of this and put in perspective maybe what's out there, what people were finding and seeing, and a real overview of what's going on in corrections. And we did it this afternoon because we weren't sure what was going to happen on the floor. One thing before we get started, we always have folks who are sitting around, and sometimes we know folks and sometimes we don't. And so if we ask questions of anyone around, we just ask you to say your name first, at least so it's on the record, so your voice is recognizable and where you're from. And we're going to work, Phil's going to be at some point setting up a clipboard to send around so you can just sign up so that we know who's here for the items. Okie dokie. So we went out to get water. Questions? Yeah? Yeah?
I would like to introduce one of our new employees with Building and General Services.
Oh, good.
Okay?
Oh, good.
Fitting
We're going to
to
have
my-
a day to introduce all your new folks too at some point. I don't want to lose that.
Okay.
Okay?
Well,
No, but this is good.
this is Jeremy Stevens.
Jeremy.
Hey, Jeremy.
Jeremy is my new program chief. He's the, well, for those who knew Mike Kuhn, he backfilled Mike Kuhn's position.
Wow.
So this is his first introductory into this world, so it's not a good day to beat him up, but.
We'll think of a good initiation for you.
I've told him stories.
Oh, good.
Oh, God. So, Kurt, it's all yours. You don't have to sit up there unless you really want to.
Oh, we
Well,
want.
actually, I'll probably end up standing to point the thing. I'd
Oh,
rather
okay.
stay
Whatever
here.
works for you.
I'll stay here.
That's good. I was going to put my feet on his chair.
As he does on yours when you're not here.
Seriously though, folks. Okay. This is Maine. With the women's unit, which is part of this is the men's areas here. It has a fence around it. So there's a women's unit within the men's, and there's also a reentry facility, and these two are the primary ones that I visited. Although we also walked all the way down through all this, which is kind of...
Is the women's unit connected to that, physically to the building that houses?
This one here?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Do they use common space at all, or do they have separate space in the women's unit?
They have separate. separate
Like,
space.
like dining and medical and,
Yes, totally separate. They have their own
Totally separate.
infirmary and everything. yeah.
okay.
There is another unit, there's a smaller woman's kind of a wing part of, I think it must be this one. Carl, correct me if I'm
I think
wrong.
that's correct. It was right. So booking and booking is right. Just the farthest to the bottom of it, and then there's a living block. Uh-oh. I don't know how to operate that thing.
Oh, I think you, okay.
Right?
Never mind.
There's the air. Okay, so that is booking right there, and then up in here there are two living blocks, and one of them is reserved for women who are close custody or whatever. So they've got to maintain that sight and sound separation. So it's a pain for them when they bring people in, because then they've got to clear that whole corridor there, and yeah. But the women's unit itself, it's connected by an outdoor chain link fence walkway, I believe, and that's it.
And how many beds do they have in there?
100.
And then 100 down at the re-entry site.
So
Is it
200 total.
Is it the only facility, period, in Maine, like for men and women?
No, for women it is.
For women it
There's
is, but it's
several
only
other
two.
men's facilities.
How many beds is the men's part, you know?
Don't know.
I think it's something like 500. So if I recall
So
correctly.
in Maine does not have a unified system either, do they? They have a county system, so they're getting sentence folks, they're not getting detainees. Is this the only state facility? Or
For
is
women.
it-
For women,
For
yes.
But for men, they have another?
No, they have a number of them.
For men.
Yeah.
So they have total 200 beds for women, 100 is within a more incarcerative setting, and the other one is used for reentry, for women.
Correct.
But they have to earn to get to the reentry.
Yes.
So you got 200 beds total.
So it's important to remember, especially when you see the picture of the reentry facility, that it is a reentry facility. So it's very different from this and other units. It's about 25 minutes from downtown Portland, which means it's fairly close to a big city. And the population is about 500,000. It's the only state one. Women's facility opened in 2002. And the reentry facility is really newer, 2017. And it is a...
Okay, I'm sorry
That's
to
all
ask the
right.
question. I didn't see it.
So that's an overview of the main facility in Wyndham. This is what it looks like, the reentry facility. A lot of attention to design and making it warm, and notice there's no chain link fence or razor wire around it. 96 bed was what I had. It's minimum custody. When I was there in the middle of the day, about half the inmates were out working.
Off campus?
Off campus, yep.
How did they get to their jobs? Do you know, was there transportation provided by DOC or?
That I'm not sure.
I believe so. They have a bunch of vans that get the women to work.
And where would they work mostly? In Portland or just kind of around Wyndham, do you know?
Well, there was, across the street, I think there was a farm that they worked, a horse farm that they worked in. But there are also other jobs within the city.
They have a culinary program in the facility that's run by a former White House pastry chef. And then they
Within the
also
reentry
within the
facility?
reentry facility, and then they also have the laundry for the whole prison in the reentry facility as well. But then they've got women working at Dunkin' Donuts and places all around the greater Portland area.
Did you have something, Joe?
Yes, Joe Agent, Director of Design and Construction for BGS. Yeah, the women, not only do they have some transport, but they also can get an Uber or a cab, and that comes out of their pay. So they are paid for that to go out, but they also pay for their own rides.
And when they're working on the outside, like at Dunkin' Donuts, they're getting paid like the regular minimum wage or
Correct.
the regular salary,
That is correct.
High level of freedom contingent on personal accountability. So, and actually I asked about diversion of drugs, and they said they don't have a problem with it because they do more drug testing than the whole state combined. And as soon as you have a dirty drug test, you go back up the hill to the other place. So these people it's the incentive to come down here. The other thing is that up on the hill, they can see this place, and they know about it. So the people who are in the other facility have some motivation to, wouldn't it be nice to be in here? And they know it's a nice place. But inside, it's much like a college dormitory. It actually felt like a library when I was in there, because half the people were gone. But it's they had trouble apparently in designing it because they forgot to put blinds on the windows up here, and there's a hill that comes down, and lights would shine in, and people could see them and things like that. But basically, the design is very modern and very warm inside. Real particular attention to the colors and the moods that brings about. So that's the women's reentry facility in Maine.
So Kurt, before we, for the drug testing, were the women, when they went out the day, came back, was there any type of search done or anything to see if any contraband was coming back in, or when was the drug testing done?
I don't know the specifics of that. I suspect that there was quite a bit, because she said they were tested very frequently. Yeah, but they've had very few dirty tests.
Very few dirty. And I'm also wondering, too, how many of them have substance abuse issues or opioid issues and that type of thing, too. I'm just curious.
Well, they did say the woman said she'd be very happy to come over and testify and get all the real specifics of it. But,
I mean, those are the layers that we deal with,
yeah,
and that's what we hear. Well, they go out and they're going to bring all this contraband in, and on and on and on. So it'd be nice to know sort of what their process.
They are searched on the way back in.
They are.
Yeah,
Strip?
there's an area where they have to get processed coming in.
Strip or pat?
It was at least pat, but I think it's still a strip. But I'm not 100% sure.
Joe, don't hesitate to jump in.
No, I understand. It's just that, when they come back in, they do have one process point that they are brought into.
Whatever you're going to say.
The cost of the facility, I remember you emailed something about this, but I can't remember. How
10 million.
Yes.
10 million. So
10 million, and their annual expenses for power, natural gas, and city water consumption are 138,000.
So 10 million for 100 beds.
Yep.
100,000 a bed, right?
Yes. And a lot of that construction, the outside is a processed wood product with, it's open vented. You really can't see the vents in there, so it's a nice rain screen behind it. So it is potentially a very durable product. And then it's insulated, and on the inside is regular sheetrock.
No holes in the sheetrock?
There's no holes. As Kurt said, it was like the library. It was a college dorm walking in there, very open, and it's because of their freedom. They are allowed to, like on the right-hand side of the photo that you're looking at, it's sort of like a low, 3-foot high gate. They're allowed out in there. The day we showed up, they were out raking and cleaning, mowing the lawn, and they're free to come and go when they're on that campus right there.
So it's not as hard. Really,
Right.
to do.
Correct.
And it seems like I saw some pictures of it inside that it's very open, airy,
That's
light.
right, there's that pamphlet.
Yeah, there is a
I
pamphlet.
have a copy, but I can email it to you.
You go down a corridor and it opens up.
Connor?
Sorry, Connor, Agency of Human Services, Connor Kennedy. We have like 35 photos that we took and we could share with the group that shows different areas of the building, if that's helpful.
I think Mike Touchette showed me a few of those, and he was really pumped up about it when he came back and said, this is the direction we really need to go in.
I'll send Phil the PDF of the pamphlet they give out.
Because it's part of the issue is putting it in an environment that is very calming, natural light, and I think that's true for both men and women. And I think it's true for the staff as well as the kids.
But it's important to remember, it's a reentry facility. It's
Right.
Right.
Transitional housing type
Yeah,
stuff.
it's, yeah. I mean, they have irons, knives, things like that. It's
Not unlike.
Connor?
I just wanted to reiterate a point that Representative Taylor made is the having that other facility so close by and the conversations we had was a very significant part of that whole process. They call it, I'm finally going downhill was something that a lot of the women spoke about, the ability to go down, and then, as you indicated, you did not want to go back uphill. So that incentive alone, they said was, the personal responsibility was pretty huge.
So why did Maine do it just for the women and not the men?
They have 2 reentry facilities for men.
For men?
Yes.
Not on that
No,
site?
no, they have Bolduc and Mountain View.
So do they go from this site to those?
No, there are 2 regular men's prisons in Maine. There's this one in Wyndham, and then there's the Maine State Prison in Warren. And then they have 2 pre-release facilities.
The other thing that I asked about and discussed was, this is what you see here is the place where inmates meet their kids. They come in, they don't come through any razor wire, they don't come through scanners and things like this. You look out the window, you don't see a big high fence. And they said they get a lot more visitations from the family because of that. So there's a lot more connection between the family and the kids.
How did the town react to that?
They said something like, as long as they were in favor of it, from what I remember. And it was something like, as long as we can see it, or something. It was bizarre, or something a little bit strange that they said. But it was well received. Yeah. And actually, before they did it, Maine did this study, which resulted in all this, which is maybe the kind of study that we were talking about, a feasibility study that really looked at their whole system. Except I noticed at the beginning of this, they said that these consultants sat down with DOC and knew, or their DOC, and knew how many they wanted in each facility, which was one of our big questions, how many beds. But they did a really extensive study of the whole correction system and the flow and things, and came out with a proposal for a big bond issue for the state that would save $7 million a year once it got going, and the bond got voted down. But, so then they scaled it back and built pieces of it. Okay, I also have some more of Maine. This is up on the hill part, so this is more, this is comparable more to Chittenden, what Chittenden could be. And you can see there's a lot more windows and natural lighting, the artwork and things like that. There's 2 wings that go out, one out this way and one out that way, with the central place here where you can get line of sight out both directions. And there's 2 levels each. What did you say, Carl? 20,
So there's 25 on each floor. So each hall, I believe, some of them are 4-person rooms, some of them are 2-person, but I think they're mostly 4. Is that right, Joe? Do you remember that?
I don't, sorry.
But they've got 100 there, so each corridor, I think there's 12 off of each side. And they're all dry.
No, what's...
All dry, and none of the doors lock. Or the doors lock.
They have wooden doors.
Yes,
Oh.
they're
Oh, this is on
all
the
wooden
hill,
doors.
so-
It's
This
on the
is
hill.
on the hill, but they got wooden doors
Yeah.
there.
So what's the security level?
I
don't think so. Yeah.
We should have had corrections in the room, but corrections in such turmoil right now that...
I think it was medium. I believe it was medium because they've got.
How many separations from the outside?
Well, this is inside the wire.
Yeah, it's inside the
Yeah,
wire.
but even inside the wire, there's separation.
Yeah.
Inside that.
If I can
pretty
make.
quiet in there when you went in like this? With something like this, was it pretty quiet?
It should be 2 wings.
It is so different from Chittenden And you know how when you go to a prison, you can you get a vibe from there. This was entirely different.
And what vibe were you picking up?
It's just people are more relaxed there. There's not as much stress. There's not as much anxiety. There's not as much. You don't get that. But I think the main point to make about this is you're seeing. So this is the main guard station.
Is it the men's facility that we're looking at?
Women's portion.
We're not doing anything with men's. This is just the women's.
I want to be sure what I was looking at.
If you look at it, you see the main guard station there, and then there are two levels there. It's sort of split level with the guard station and the mid level. Upper level is all common area. Bottom level is more common area, but with desks and tables. And then you have the living wings right off of that. All the services are behind. They're sort of was taken. That photo was taken with the services to your back. You see the gigantic windows there. Tons and tons of natural light, and that common area up there it's just all couches. It's built with it's gender informed. It's built for a relational style facility. And they have outdoor access right outside those windows, and they have that 24 hours a day.
Do the men have anything comparable to this, do you know, at all, on the men's side?
We didn't see any of the men's stuff at all.
I'd just be curious,
They're starting to reconstruct for men also. So they're just going through multiple phases on the same site. So that may have something to do in the future. But when you went into the close custody area, to me it was no different than walking down a corridor at Chittenden or Northwest.
Right.
And very, very similar.
Yeah.
Long corridor, gray doors.
For the men? Or for the
Even the women.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was very traditional, but this is it's night and day. Can you go back to the first slide with the aerial view?
But this is not the reentry place.
No, this is the prison.
This is
So if I can get, all right, so if you look here, this is that hall. This is the main common area right here, and then this is that one the two living halls, the two different floors of living hall. This is the other one. Back here, you've got chow hall, infirmary, visitation, programming. There's a library, an exercise room, and even a hairdresser back there. So if you compare that to Chittenden, there's none of this sort of disorientation that you get. Everything is right there. It's either the two living wings, the main common area, or the services right behind you.
So were there any issues with having that building connected to the male facility? Because whenever we've spoken about campus style or whatever you want to say, the part for the women's facility would be physically separated, completely separated from the male facility in your core. That's how we've sort of envisioned it. This is not. Was there any issues outside of being in booking, sort of? For close custody is an issue, but outside of that, were there any issues?
Well, they have problems with these women too, who have to go somewhere for programming because they can't go through the men's facility without locking all the men up.
Right.
And which they do. So there is that hassle. I think when we were talking, Carl was saying this is fence rather than building right here that connects the two. I think that's probably true.
Open side fence, and most of it did have a roof over, but it was open side fence.
So Connor, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I wanted to point out, even at this, so the first reentry facility is full of minimum security, but even in this sort of higher security, I don't even know if they classify as a medium, but each woman has their own key to their own door.
That's in their regular facility?
That's in the regular facility. So that's like, even in the higher security facility, there still is a lot of personal responsibility, freedom of movement. They have their own section. So even beyond sort of the reentry, and this facility is about, I believe, 15 years older than the newer reentry facility. So
if there's a violation of that, I would assume there'd be some DRs or something.
I don't know their actual practices. I just know it's something that the way the facility's built, work with that in mind.
So I'm curious, if you do that for one gender, do you need to do it for the other? You know, I'm just putting that on the table to think it through.
Their the prison in Warren, you know, their old state prison was in Thomaston, and I believe they closed that and they built the Warren facility. This was built in 2002. I don't know what the one in Warren looks like, but you know, the one in Thomaston was sort of comparable to our old Windsor prison.
So this
Old-
is probably
old
comparable to the Springfield facility.
In Newport, we do have dry cells, and they do have keys to the room for the men.
In Newport.
In Newport, yes. That's where that one was designed.
Is that more in those additional beds that we've put in, or is it just
It was constructed that way originally,
original?
yes.
And that was back in the early 90s.
86, something like that, I think was when we opened. Yeah.
It was in the 90s.
Yeah.
93, 94,
Yeah, and then in 90, almost 1999, I think we did 116 bed, and the E building was built out of poured concrete instead of concrete block, and divided into 4 units, which we cut a hole in due to staffing levels, because of the cost of having the 4 separate units as opposed to one officer being able to watch both living units. But even that building has one side, the dry side, that is, inmates have keys to their room. The day room's probably not as nice as the one you see here, but they do have the day room.
Huh.
And certainly the men's in Newport's louder than this one. This one still had that loud feeling to it, but I think due to the age, even though it was 2002, relatively new, there's still some other sound things that you could probably do for it that doesn't have that echoey sound going on in there.
So from Maine you went to Concord, so here you jumped to Michigan.
Yeah, they're random slides.
Okay.
Well, not completely random.
Okay.
We'll stay in one state at a time.
Yeah.
So this is Michigan, which I visited, and this is a considerably bigger facility. This is, for comparison, that's the size of CRCF, and this is the size of the Michigan facility with 2,400 women.
Only women?
Only women.
2,400?
Only women, 2,400.
And do they have county government there as well? I think they do.
Yeah, they do.
So these are all sentenced?
I believe so.
Holy mackerel.
So you'll find a theme for a lot of these. Look at the configuration of these, the 2 wings in the central area, 2 wings in the central area. A lot of wings in the central area is the kind of design that I see a lot of in prisons now, wings going out from the central area. There's this one, and also Concord was the result of a lawsuit. So Michigan had this lawsuit. Do I mention the date? But it resulted in a $150 million settlement for the inmates that sued, and also a lot of restrictions that changed the whole policy for Michigan. They were forced into it. And I don't think that, this is my fear of Vermont, is that when people are determining the size of a lawsuit, they don't necessarily take into account the size of the state. So if Vermont had the same lawsuit, we could get hit with a $150 million lawsuit. And so it resulted in this, which is a big improvement. The other thing that the law specified was that only women corrections officers could supervise in a women's living unit. And I talked to Jen Spathke about that, and she did point out that she doesn't think that's necessarily a good idea, and which was interesting because I assumed that would be a good idea. And she said no, that in fact, if you have a male corrections officer, it gives them a lot more potential to change the way that the women feel about men. If they're so used to domestic violence and being abused, they think all men will do this. But if you're a good corrections officer, you can change that, make that change, and that's an important change for women. So my wife and I took about a 2-hour tour of this and went around most of it. And she liked it. It was optional. And this has the high security fence going around. The inmates do not leave the facility at all. Maybe, I think that they're allowed to supervise to go out and work around the perimeter, but only if there's corrections officers with them. It's a lot more restrictive environment. But the size of it gives it the ability to have a lot other services. They have full-time psychiatric, full-time medical, full-time personnel that can cover the whole facility rather than having to bring in people for those sorts of things. Yeah, total 2,024.
So there's 1,000 in minimum, 753 in medium. Are they physically separated from each other, or are they commingled?
I believe they're physically separated. There's like different blocks for different things like that. So they're not commingled, I don't think.
It looks like they have a baseball field out there, do they?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What was the feeling in that facility as you were walking through? Was it noisy, loud? Was it kind of laid back? Was it tension?
I wouldn't say laid back, but I wouldn't say it was noisy. It was more like between Chittenden and Maine, but more on the Maine side. And you know, when you walk around with a warden, this I noticed in Mississippi when I visited down there. You walk around with a warden, how does he interact with the staff and with the inmates? And there was really pretty good interaction between them. You know, it wasn't, you know, here comes the warden, look out. It was, hey, warden.
And they call the superintendent warden?
I believe so, yeah.
And do they call the correctional officers guards?
I don't know.
I mean, the language, the reason I ask that is language is really, really important. Because if we read the news articles, we always hear correctional officers are guards, and they're not. They're correctional officers. And we talk about the superintendent, and you have a very different vision in your mind when you say warden or superintendent. And the same thing when you say guard, correctional officer. It's a very different visual that you have. So,
but I come away from each facility usually with something that I didn't necessarily expect to get from there. And this one really introduced to me the idea of what's called gender awareness, because of the lawsuit, because all of that was explained to me. So that it reinforced to me the need in training our corrections officers to have them aware of how that works. The other thing was that when I talked to Jen Spassky was, I asked about the training of Vermont and whether it's just, they give an extra week or so of training for corrections officers who are going to be working here. And I believe in Vermont, all the corrections officers get the same training because, and she explained this to me, that women correction officers and men correction officers in Vermont have to deal with women at various stages of their incarceration. So they might be in booking, they might be somewhere else, but you have to, knowing the difference between how you deal with women, how you relate to women, how you get them to do something, is important for the whole correction system, not just the women's facility.
it's part of life.
Exactly. Yeah.
Operate with women different than men. Wife's happy, wife's happy.
I think there's another sheet happy. Be happy with that for some.
Yeah, with $150 $1 million, and the economies of scale is what I was talking about.
That is funny.
And remind me, how many people are in there?
2,400.
2,400, thank you.
So New Hampshire, we all visited, so everybody jumped in when you finally, or a lot of us visited.
We didn't like your directions to get there, but that's all right.
We got there.
We got there.
Okay.
Two roads, same name?
Again, it's
Town.
close to Concord, so fairly close to the services that they use. It's outside the wire of the men's facility, which is right next door here. The women's facility is up here. So there was no fence around the women's facility. 2018, and also again the result, and that was about 2 decades of lawsuits that finally resulted in the new facility there. 224 beds, and a bunch of you saw the place.
Same architect as the main women's reentry facility.
Oh, okay.
The other thing too that was interesting, in Concord, we spent quite a bit of time with the superintendent and commissioner of corrections to really talk about things that they learned in the construction, things that they learned, what to do and what they shouldn't have done and wish they had done. And they're more than willing to talk to us about some of that. The facility felt like a correctional facility. It was softer than ours and much brighter. But it looked like a correctional facility. It did not look at all like the reentry part in Maine.
Yeah, this a little more like a correction.
They all have keys to the door, depending on what level of security they're in.
They also just fairly recently, 2018, started using the full body scanners, so that they don't have to do cavity searches and things like that.
And I forgot, how many women did they have there? I forgot.
230.
Yeah,
224.
They weren't full.
They're about 180.
It's a small footprint too, I remember, like the acreage of the facility felt like it was on a,
Oh,
right?
Yeah.
In New Hampshire?
It was 180,
well, it's fairly large. It's all this area, so including if you include the parking and
I guess my point, like, there's not as much green, there wasn't as much greens
Oh.
outdoor space.
Yeah, that's true.
Compared to the other places that you've shown us.
There was that sort of courtyard. They had it's a little bit campus style there.
A couple things I noticed was that right in the middle of a populated area, right dead in the middle,
Right.
very populated area. And we drove up, we didn't drive through any fencing or anything like that, we just drove right up to the front door and knocked going in. And they did mention that even with their close proximity to the men's facility, they're very cognizant of not allowing the women to see the men and the men not seeing the women. As a matter of fact, the men's prison, they blocked off all the windows and doors that faced the women's prison. The women's prison, actually that side of the prison you couldn't see out of, other than where we were in a conference room, but I think the other areas
We're facing the other way.
were facing the other way, I think.
I think you're right.
So that they did separation without a physical barrier, but they did it,
That's where they put the windows.
yeah, the way they designed the building and kept separation that way.
Well, the windows were up high.
And they were very high windows, yeah.
They kind of did the same thing in Maine. You know, they're in the back of the prison there with one living wing set out so you can't see anything. And the other one, I think maybe they don't have windows on that one side. The thing that I think was really different about Concord and Maine is the common areas. This is a common area that looks like a common area in any of our male facilities. What I thought was remarkable about Maine was that's a common area for 100 women. And it's 2 levels, one's more tables, chairs, desk type stuff, the other is more couches and sort of relaxing. But I thought that was remarkable. And I think if we want to get the superintendent over there on the horn at some point and ask her more questions, I think she'd be happy to talk with us.
The one in Maine?
The one in Maine, yeah.
I'm curious, in New Hampshire, I was kind of impressed that they had a number of different kinds of programming spaces and programs. They had a culinary program, and they had, we saw scissors, right? Like in this one area where they were locked up. But I'm curious, in Maine, did you get to see the different program spaces? Because my sense was that the women could really, they wouldn't be spending all their time in one area, that they could go. There were different things happening in different parts in New Hampshire, in Concord.
I think the programming in, I don't think they had any vocational programming at the prison. I think it was only in the, only in the, no, only in the pre-release center.
Got it.
Is that right? Does that sound right?
Yes,
Joe?
there might have been some, like the programming space up top of the library and stuff like that, but nothing really for vocational stuff.
Right.
There were rooms in that were before that day room space that they'd be functioning.
Yeah.
And when I say programs, I might use it in a different way than corrections uses it. So I say, like, I think of programs, because when corrections...
For vocational?
For vocational, there was when we were touring around in New Hampshire, there was a space where women were there, like, crocheting, like they were knitting, and just had a space, and there were these other rooms where they could go. There was like a sewing area, a craft space, that they had different area for evening activities, and they were in a transition. They didn't have their second rec.
I think they do that in Maine. They do have room for rec stuff, and I think they have yoga classes. They, like I said, they've got a library, they got an exercise room, they got a hair salon. But I think the only vocational stuff that goes on there is that they have women working in the kitchen, and but I think that's it.
Okay. Just
Yeah, in the laundry. Well, that's just in the pre-release folks in the laundry.
So the facility in New Hampshire we went into a lot of areas that were amazingly quiet and empty, and I kept saying, "Now, this seems like they're on lockdown." And we asked, "Are they on lockdown?" "Oh no, we're not on lockdown." But there were just huge areas that nobody was in. 0 people were in these areas, especially something with SIG units, obviously, and even the commissary. They do the commissary for the entire prison system within New Hampshire in Concord. The women do that. That big commissary we saw at the end of the long hallway.
Right.
The warehouse.
So, it's like a big warehouse. So if a prisoner down at the other prison wants something from commissary, they have a system to get him that stuff out of that particular building. There was nobody in that place either. So which kind of was, I thought was a little bit strange, but maybe they were on lockdown and just didn't want to mention it. But they did take us right into the living units, so that was fun.
I think part of that was the layout of the facility, is that, having that perimeter, which was exterior wall, which was also their perimeter security. And so you had those long corridors, and we did go by a few of the rooms that had people in them until you really branched out into like that day room where the living units were.
Yeah.
And that was one of the downsides that they mentioned with these living units that you see here, where Kurt's head, is the fact that a lot of daylight coming in, but the problem being is they still have a mix of male and female officers, so when going by there, you were able to actually look in, and the women had issues with that. But what that provided mechanically was a wonderful thing, is the mechanical chase was between the two. So those units were back to back, and so you don't have any exterior windows in each living unit or in the rooms, but you had it at the end of the corridor, at the end of that long day room. So that's where all that daylight, it was glass floor to ceiling, which was a nice feature. But I do think that, if we were to look to do something along those lines, it would still have it so the rooms had access to natural daylight and not have these large glass issues.
One of the women commented on that. Yeah, it was
So
yeah.
The layout that you have, I don't, probably if you stared long enough into one of those pictures, you could actually see the toilet. And I think that is part of the problem. A lot of the rooms had their lights off as we were walking through. And so that was a little detrimental. In our facilities, between the two doors is where we have the toilet. So basically, when you're doing, their officers walking through and doing a bed check, it doesn't matter, male or female, you're sort of looking over them because it's a smaller window in the door that you're looking through. So it provides a bit more privacy, but then again, there's a lot more to hide behind. So it's a happy medium.
Yeah, and I think, you look at this design there with the glass on the side and glass on the door. I can see in a way why they did that, so that the person wouldn't feel so cooped up. You're looking out. You're not cooped up in this room of cement blocks.
But the superintendent we were walking through, or warden, I guess she had mentioned that if she had to do it again, they wouldn't do the glass. The door was yes, but the side glass, probably not so much because of that privacy issue. So, but that's a workaround. It was still a very nice looking facility. There were other pros and cons to it from a BGS point of view for construction, but it was still a nice facility.
So that leads into my question, and this is probably totally premature. But BGS lives in your world, and DOC lives in their world. And DOC's world right now is in total chaos, to put it mildly. I mean, they're changing, whatever direction they're going to go. And we're pursuing a new facility that then opens up to other things for men as well. To the women's facility, it's going to open up a bigger issue for the men in terms of do a standalone or do it part of another campus. BGS can design something in BGS's world, but may not work in DOC's world. And DOC would need certain needs to communicate with BGS. So how are we going to bring those two together when we've got one department that's really trying to stabilize?
I think we're already doing it. We have calls set up every month. We're still part of the same state organization, and we want to achieve the same goal. Between working with Eric here and then our commissioners back there, I feel like we've had great lack of success. I'll just use an example. Like, we have stuff break in our facilities all the time. We jump on the phone, BGS is there and can fix it. What I think we believe and what BGS will probably say is we're getting to a point where the things that are breaking are bigger and bigger, and that's more concerning, our deferred maintenance. So as far as designing it, I think between some of the experiences that legislators that we have at BGS have seen as we go to visit, but also like we're going to pull in experts and get their opinion on things as well. But
is BGS going to be willing to listen? And I ask that because I'm concerned that BGS will be working within X number of dollars per bed. And we're going to be within those X dollars per bed. And we're not going to have other people telling us what to do with our construction.
Well, it is, cost is an issue.
I heard that.
Cost is an issue, so you're looking at that, but it's how to, make that work. Where is that fine line when, I've got 34 or 5 years plus experience in seeing this stuff, and where we do fail in certain areas. I think the New Hampshire facility, like I said, they had some issues, but they were all concrete block, filled concrete block. Could you get by with, could it be done faster with precast, similar to what we had down in Springfield, and make the area softer and more inviting, like the day room, the larger lighting, natural light coming in? Yes, I think that that's possible to be working with corrections on and things like that. The bottom line is, corrections needs, wants this, and when we put it together to make that all work, well, here's the cost, and then potentially where are those cuts. It's the bottom line.
And that's what they said in Concord too. They said it would be, it's going to cost you. They said, well, we can't afford that, so let's change this, let's change this. So.
But I want to make sure that the two departments are working in tandem.
Well, there's going to...
I'm saying that to BGS, and I know with DOC, right now, we don't have a full-time commissioner interim to stabilize everything, but we're going to move forward at some point here, I would assume this session. We're trying to figure out the women's facility that then has implications for the whole corrections system, facility-wide. We need to have those two departments working in tandem, and that's what I really want to emphasize, that those two departments work in tandem.
Phil, from BGS, that's pretty much standard procedure for us.
We meet on a monthly basis with DOC. They come in and we just renovate an area to make it harder because of the population.